Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I hope you are just as excited as we are. It is a brand new season here on the DPC. My name is Art Cryptic, and I'm joined by some incredible people. We've got Lizard and D-Drop here with me. How are you guys? We'll start with Lizard. How you been, man? Long time no see. Hope you're well.
Yeah, I'm well. I'm all good. Chilling, just doing absolutely nothing in my life, waiting for Dota to start once again. Same old, same old. Actually, very hyped. It is early. We woke up 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning to start off the season, but it doesn't matter. I'm happy it's back on the track again.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel that, late night for me, early for both of you. Dragon Drop, you, early morning for you. How have you been?
Yeah, I mean, early morning, it's the lot we draw, but it's a price we pay very gladly once again to just be first to kick off the new season, the new tour, third one of the year, and last one before TI. So there's no other other way. You have to be excited for this, especially with the lineup of teams that we've got here in this season as well.
Yeah. Do you guys think we're gonna see something crazy here just before the patch, or just the same old, just the normal Dota?
I don't think it's going to change. I think we're going to get I think we're going to just see exactly what we saw in the major, or what we would have saw in the Chinese regional finals. Like, this is very much just as important now, like in these games are, as they are going to be in 5-6 weeks at the very end of the season. So no one wants to drop a game. No one wants to risk it. Definitely that patch is going to throw some big kinks into the season. But I think right now both these teams want to start out strong, get their first win. What do you think, D-Drop?
It's a bit of an interesting situation, So if you look at Division 1, if you look at the DPC points, we've got PSG LGD virtually secured, so there's not all that much to play for them, if you want to do the math on that. So you can look at this as one giant scrim, perhaps, one giant group of scrims with slightly different circumstances. But I do want to say that that might not be true for the others. Of course, there's still points to be grabbed up. There's still perhaps another regional finals, to be played for. And some of the other teams might have a lot of things to play for. If only the prestige as well of just taking some games of PSG LGD. That could get very interesting very fast, I think.
By the way, I'm sorry to derail this conversation so early on into the season. We're here about Dota, but D-Drop, I didn't know you're a Slav, my brother. Come here, let me have you. Clemens Vlochka, that's some Slavic last name if I've ever seen one.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we've only known each other for years, and only now we found out my last name.
But, I'm sorry, it's Dota. We go by nicknames.
Yeah, that's true though.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys your moment here. Like, you keep it going, please. Yeah, this is all you guys. This is some new brother township right here.
Yeah. There we go.
I do have a question for you though. So we're starting out in Division 2, which is going to be a lot of fun. The brand new team on the block. I mean, there is a lot of people talking about these guys. Team Fusion is stacked. Like, this is what a lot of people would have considered to be a Division 1 team. It has a lot of Division 1 players on it. But they're going up against LBZS, a team that just dropped from Division 1. They have a lot of experience playing in some of these really high caliber CNDPC teams. So I'm kind of stoked. Like, we're starting out with one of the best series of the whole DPC, I think.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way, right? LPZS, like you said, the dropouts, but usually the dropouts come back into Division 1 very fast. So this matchup will be... it's kind of hard to say if it's Fusion favored, but when you look at the players... When you just look at the players, when you look at the names, you're thinking, okay, these guys just ran through the open qualifiers. They didn't...
Yeah.
They just stomped pretty much everyone that was there, and they might just do the same in the whole season, right? It might look very similar to the open qualifiers. I think LBZS, they dropped from Division 1, but Dragon Drop, I'd be slightly favoring Fusion. What about you?
I would heavily I'd be favoring Fusion very heavily, even I would say. Like I saw them live in the qualifiers. It's as you said, they were stomping right through them. Not even really any challenge from any of the teams there, and well, that could also be perhaps one of the chinks, perhaps that we have not seen them really being challenged yet and really been under pressure. So this will be the proving grounds for that, because as you guys said, LBZS is a team coming down from the upper division. They're the team that constantly been bouncing back and forth. They're kind of a little bit too good for Division 2, but not quite good enough for Division 1. It's this really awkward middle slot where they end up bouncing up and down. But they have not had super great results lately. They've been playing in some Kaz Modan Cup, apparently, last couple of days, and they've lost more games than they ended up winning, I do believe. So I gotta really question their shape, certainly in comparison to Team Fusion, who are just coming back off of that very successful qualifier to get into this division.
Yep.
So, because some people may not know, if you're like tuning into the CNDPC here for the first time here into Division 2, you may be familiar with LBZS. They're kind of a name brand at this point here, especially after the last 2 seasons. But Team Fusion is made up of a lot of familiar names. We're going to be starting off. They have God King. They pulled Ponlo out from North America. And then they have XCJ, Flyby, and of course, White Album. So it's kind of the thing that I think that makes this team so strong is they're pulling players who have experiences from a lot of different teams, even multi-regions, which we don't really see all that often. But if they can make it work, it's a team to be scared of. And that's so interesting about Division 2 right now is it is stacked, man. Division 2 has some sick teams in it, and it is going to be a bloodbath for those top 2 spots. Like, we can talk about, like, predictions where we think. Why don't we just do it now? We got a few minutes. Lizard, top 2. Who do you think is most likely? Because it is a crazy amount of teams that are on here, but it is. I can't pick these. I was looking at it for a while. And I was like, I don't know who top 2 is.
Can I go with IG and Fusion? Like, it's the easiest probably to go with, right? I mean,
Yeah.
For IG, can my heart be broken in any more ways? It's like a relationship that just keeps on kicking you in your face, man. Breaking your heart one day after another, one tournament after another. Is this it? This for IG? This is my final stand.
The final chance to earn your
Final
heart
chance.
back.
You either make it work, you bring me back, you win me back, or it's done with us. Like, I can't be fighting for you anymore. It's over.
Mm-hmm.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Like, IG and Fusion would be the obvious choices, but then again, IG was an obvious choice last season for all of us, and they didn't end up making it, right? They're still here. And we've been talking about LBZS, but also Magma, this kind of very similar team in the kind of position that they're in, just kind of between Division 1 and Division 2. So they can also show up here. And then you look at some of these other teams here, some of these staple names, Shenzhen, YBB. They might not necessarily make it, but they might make things very awkward for those top contenders. Because once again, we have a bracket where everyone can beat everyone on a good day, so it should get spicy. But I do expect Fusion to kind of make it if they can just build their team and come up with some good strats. Because that's the other thing, right? In the open qualifiers, their strategy was CK Phoenix. And also the Ponlo Enigma, whenever they could get their hands on it. Probably going to have to see something broader from them, but if they can make that happen, I think they're a top contender. IG with FY back in play. It's very hard to doubt them, but they'll certainly have to prove themselves. So, yeah.
Yeah. Is FY stronger than Kaka's curse? That's the question now, right?
That is the big question, yeah.
If there is a player, honestly, it's probably him. If there is one 4th position in the world who could break it, it's probably FY.
If he isn't able, then it's just... It trumps everything in this game, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is no fixing it at that point. I'm super excited. We're going to be getting underway here in just a few minutes. Obviously, you guys both favoring Team Fusion. But I want to hear a little bit about what you guys. I mean, we've only got a few more days on the patch. All right. They teased us a little bit where they're like, oh, we're getting ready for the new patch. And then like, oh, JK, it's coming out first week in the middle of the DPC. Do you think this is going to mess with the teams in a good amount? Are we looking for like a small balance patch to not, make things difficult? Lizard, what do you think is going to happen?
Oh, I think the whole hell is gonna break loose. Like, I don't think it's gonna be a small patch. They said it won't be a small patch. They usually do what they say. Maybe a little bit later than necessarily stated, but usually it does happen. And if they say it's gonna be a big patch, I think it's gonna be a big patch. We're overdue for a major overhaul of the meta, right? Of the map, maybe even. Who the hell knows? The sky's the limit. Yeah. Maybe we're League of Legends in 7 days. I don't know, but it's gonna be different.
Start after paying for your heroes. Surprise!
Wanna play me pro? $100, man. I'm sorry.
He's $20 per clone.
Good math.
I saw what you were putting down. I got it. Yeah.
One thing though that makes me doubt that a little bit is that they were talking about like many new features, but not necessarily balance. So I gotta wonder if that's like quality of life and like DPC related stuff, battle pass related stuff. Gotta wonder if that has something to do with it. Maybe we get to replay, take over again, or something like, or saving games. That we used to have way back in the day, something like that could be what they were aiming at. But I would be very happy about a big balance patch. Not that this patch is particularly unbalanced, but it's been figured out
for too long.
It's been too balanced. It's been figured out. You can just throw something out of whack for a little bit. Maybe just use a couple of days or another balance patch here or there. It's a bit annoying that it is within the DPC time, but it's just what happens sometimes. You gotta be able to adapt as well.
Forged by fire.
Yeah.
Now, luckily, there's no one actually playing here in the CNDPC on patch day, so it is kind of nice that they're going to have about a day, like a full 24 hours to prepare on that new patch when it does come out. And I believe the first teams here in the CNDPC are going to be playing it are going to be Shenzhen and Team Saiyan. And then later in the day is going to be RNG and Dandelion. So that should be really fun to kind of see who kind of adapts or figures out whatever is going to be happening. I'm kind of with you though. I don't think I've ever heard someone describe a patch this way. I like the way you said it's too balanced. Like we've done everything we need to do in this patch. Let's just do something new, please. Anything. I feel like that sentiment is kind of shared by a lot of the community at this point.
Yeah. Are you guys like? I like balanced patches, right? Like I like to see things change. I like to see new heroes. I like to see heroes get broken and whatnot. But do you like when the game changes a lot, like Dota 7, like the whole map and everything? When it's because I have a feeling, I'm not sure if it every time a big major patch comes on, I lose a lot of my childhood friends that were playing the game, right? Like I lose them in the game. They're like, I don't know what this is. It's something completely different, and it gives them a reason to stop. Do you think the same way, or is it different for you?
Well, I'm in too deep, so it's hard for me to get unstuck on Dota, and I wouldn't want to. So for me, it's still daunting to just see something which was basically amounts to an entirely different game. Like Dota before Talents was a very different game, for example, right? So that was one of the big ones. But I can definitely see what you're talking about, especially when you're already taking a break, then a couple of big patches hit, and then you come back to a game that you barely recognize. Like it takes a lot longer to get used to it again, and sometimes you just don't have the capacity to like think in new ways, to get used to that. Just takes you out of your comfort zone, for better or worse.
Long time ago, my brother is like that. Like he works a lot, he doesn't play very often, but he came back. I can't remember which patch it was. The Monkey King patch, right? So he stopped playing. Monkey King comes in. He doesn't read the news. He comes back in. He wants to play a normal game. He sees something jumping from the trees around him. He's like, I'm done.
Dude, yeah, what a hero to be
Yeah.
reintroduced into Dota. I'm honestly okay. This is a little bit of an unpopular opinion because I think some people are kind of desperate, but I feel like I actually don't really want big map changes. Like I actually think the map is so good, and the only thing I really want is like slight tweaks to the mid lane because the mid lane, like right now, the meta is so defined by the way the map is that like only certain heroes can be played there. Like very like there's a lot of heroes that got pushed out of mid lane because they can't farm small camp and secure runes as easily. And so it's like I would like to see slight changes there, but overall I think the map is so good. Like I'm kind of okay with it as it is. It just give me some big item changes, some big like new neutral items or changes neutral items, and some massive rebalancing on heroes, and I'm gonna be happy. Like, that's all I want.
Well, what do you think about Marcy in Captain's mode? Because that's another hot button topic.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna get Marcy, aren't we?
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. That hero has to be coming in the patch, right?
Well, she has to be nerfed a bit, please, first in the patch.
Yeah, please.
I hope.
You remove dispose, it'll be fine. All right.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are ready for this because we've been talking for a little while. I'm so excited. We finally get to jump into the draft of our very first CDPC Division 2 game. It is LBZS here and Team Fusion. And yeah, I am so ready to see these two teams go head to head. But Lizard, I apologize for cutting you off there. What were you going to say? Because I think it was a good point.
No, it wasn't. It was just like Marcy beating my face in with no items, just destroying me. That was pretty much it.
It's very funny.
Has like brown boots and like half an Aether lens and solos you carry.
No. It's literally brown boots and magic wand, and I was a void with Mask of Madness, Raid Band, Orb of Corrosion, and Power Treads. And she just destroyed me. Sure, why not, man?
Yeah, that hero is gonna need a rework for sure. All right, first pick. Interesting is the Death Prophet. This is a hero we didn't really see get that much attention, I feel like, at the major.
Yeah, a lot of teams have moved on from it, right? But LBZS haven't. It has been nerfed. Like you don't just one shot or like quote unquote one shot a tower with your first ultimate anymore. Which makes it a lot more balanced, but it's still a hero that can offer that pushing power into the later stages of the game, and also this teamfight power, can anchor the teamfight around that hero, press ult. The enemy doesn't really want to fight you unless they can end up bursting the Death Prophet. So gotta wonder if they want to go for this classic strat of just adding an Abba or an Oracle together with the Death Prophet to make sure that she has no chance of dying.
Radiant team pick.
Oh, look at this.
Team Fusion, no surprises if you looked at
I love this.
at the open qualifiers. Just Phoenix whenever they get the chance. CK has been banned, so can't get that. But Ponlo Enigma, it's beautiful. I'll tell you that much.
I need to make a print screen, send it to my childhood WhatsApp group from my elementary. So basically, I've been playing a ton of Turbo lately. A couple of my childhood friends came back to Dota, right? And they're literally just spamming Phoenix Enigma. That's it. That's my whole story.
Hero's good.
Yeah, the combo is good. It's old school. It's good. Anyone can do it. They're like 3K. It still works for them. It's nice. Like you get that tag. You can always follow up with Enigma Black Hole if Enigma has a BKB. But one amazing hero against them is Silencer. I don't know if it's played. I think it's. Well, I know it's not, right? It's not super popular, but it could work. Another option is something like a Rubik that you can snatch for yourself. But we'll see. I think LBZS usually would roll Death Prophet plus something like a Tusk or some strong 4, and then Death Prophet can be very versatile. Okay, that's an option too.
That's a good way to counter-initiate the fights. I think the only region that has played Silencer anytime recently was North America. Teams like TSM, Quincy Crew, and then a couple other Division 1 teams like experimented with it. But other than that, that hero has not seen play. So I'm curious if they'll end up picking it. But what do you think? The Wyvern plus the Silence from Death Prophet, you think that's enough?
I I don't think you can go for Sansa when you've already got the Wyverns. I think this was their choice, their solution, which is a lot more stable. Like it gives you that healing that we were talking about for the death profits, and it
10
also makes it
seconds
that Enigma has to get a BKB and the Lincolns, presumably,
5 seconds
to really feel safe with the black hole.
Yep, I agree. I think that's the pretty much the case, right? Like you already shown your hand. You have the Wyvern. Also, that's pretty damn good in the laning stage with Splinter Blast against the Eidolons. That's also nice. Plus, you get the curse later on. It can be played against, like you just said, drag and drop. Eventually, that Lincoln's BKB is game winning, but usually what happens is if you're a support, even if you're offlane, getting there kind of takes a lot of time, right? Like
Yeah.
BKB, you need a blink, you need a BKB, then Lincoln's. If you're waiting for that timer, the game is already kind of done. But Enigma offers more. You get what we've seen, not the resurgence, but we've seen Raid Pact just coming and owning the meta, right? And Enigma is a hero that can definitely build a lot of utility. So maybe he'll just move in that direction instead.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of Enigmas actually go for the Wraith Pact, like opting to do it themselves. And they're not even getting like that an early blink. We're seeing like Aether Lens into Wraith Pact, then blink, then BKB. So it comes out so late, which has been kind of interesting. But against Wyvern, maybe they change it up and let someone else go for the Wraith Pact. It'd be interesting. Some good bans though, and a couple of interesting ones actually. They go ahead and remove the Spectre. Not a hero we see all that often.
I believe Pono has been building Wraith Pact every single game, no matter what hero he's on, like be it Mirana, be it Enigma, whatever. So yeah, he's seems to be the designated Wraith Pact builder. But yeah, I think they also ran Spectre once or twice in the open qualifiers. Anti-Mage is very interesting. Makes me wonder whether they want to look at Medusa now.
It could be that, but it also could be to protect their offlane pick, right? Lizard, a lot of times, like here, there's certain heroes that are just super crushed by an anti-mage in lane. So it could be either, right? You looking for the Medusa in the safe lane, or potentially an offlaner that struggles to an anti-mage.
Yeah, for sure. Or it could be just that they respect the AM on side of Team Fusion, so they ban it out, right? LBZS with their famous Mirana pickup. We've seen this hero played by them a lot in Division 1 last season. Should be that position 4. It kind of makes me think that Prophet is most likely on the mid lane then, right? Because
3 position maybe, or mid lane, one or the other.
Yeah, usually when I see that Prophet and when I see LBZS, I expect a solid Earth Spirit or Tusk and that Prophet on the offlane, and they're kind of mixing those things up. You have this melee frontliner with the Mirana. That Prophet doesn't feel as scary on the offlane. They go with the DK. There's a lot of percent-based damage against him. There's a natural vessel builder as well on the Phoenix, but you are countering the Puck, right? Like you have the Dragonite versus Puck lane, which is really nice for you. So
you also really need a Mirana setup, right? They were super lacking of that. And there's the
it's also makes me wonder whether it is that Dragonite matchup against Puck, because makes sense because he does not die to Puck, like he can just farm. But if you have both DK and Mirana on the offlane, you have that stun set up for the arrow immediately in the laning phase. I think it might depend on what kind of carry Fusion ends up picking up and whether they feel like it's worth it to pressure him.
They can still switch things up, definitely. And like you said, it could be a decent offlane. They ban out the Monkey King, which would make offlane's Dragonite life hell. So that's also a possibility. I'd still rather just roll him versus the Puck. If there's an option, I think you take that option because the lane should be solid for you and you can still set up arrows because Mirana isn't tied to the lane, right?
Yep.
She can still rotate mid, get that tail into the arrow, and you get a Puck kill. What do they need here? They need a carry, right? Both of these teams, they need a position 1. Something to hit the egg wouldn't be that bad as well.
Yeah. I mean, you have Mirana, which isn't bad, and DK form's not bad, but yeah, there's not like a. It's almost like it's not enough. You could opt for something like a Lifestealer, since the Puck Coil is now the like level 25 talent for the piercing BKB, which is really difficult to deal with. And it does do pretty good in lane against the Sand King, but there's a lot lot
There's
heroes
a
right
Jug
now.
as
that are
well,
just-
right? They go with Raid King.
Yeah.
Okay, this is actually a great way of dealing with big ultis.
Yeah. Enigma, Phoenix, all these heroes hate playing against them. All my homies hate Wraith King.
Yeah, you have
Yeah,
the...
it was okay.
That's a safe lane profit, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
For God King.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah,
I am
Wraith-
so excited, man. This is gonna be such a good game.
Yeah, Wraith King makes a lot of sense. What you said, all these big ultimates, all those team fights, like if that all gets spent on the first life on the first Wraith King, you can just come right back and keep fighting. But yeah.
So who do you favor, D-Drop? Tell us.
It's I was floundering about a little bit, trying to come up with an answer to that question, but I want to say Fusion still, because all of this team fights tells me that they want to be going in quickly and they want to be pushing in fast, and I think they have enough tools to actually make that happen. Like they have enough building damage, just chipping away overall. And LBZS, what's the response to that? Like how do they engage into these early mid-game team fights when all they have is Zonta Wyvern, right? And when Death Prophet can be burst down, so it's... I want to say Fusion 70-30.
Yeah, that's fair.
What about you?
It's a fair call. I think LBZS definitely have their shot here. Fusion, we're a little bit going towards their side because they're stronger on paper. But LBZS, you have Dragon Knight, you have Death Prophet, you have a lot of push. It can work if they roll out of the lanes and then suddenly Egg plus Black Hole never truly happens at the right time. You're always playing from behind. It can happen, but I'll still go with Fusion for the first game because I think they're stronger and I think they'll outplay them. You have this Prophet TPing around. It's going to be a mess. It's going to be a great game.
Awesome. Well, that being said, as you can all expect, we're super excited. I hope you are as well. It is going to be the first game of the new DPC season. It is Team Fusion taking on LBZS, and it's going to be brought to you by none other than Lizard and Dragon Drop. Take it away, guys.
Taking it away, all the way to the bank, perhaps.
Where are we taking it? Where do you usually take a
park?
game away? When they say take it
That's a
away.
good question, yeah.
Oh, no.
You'd want to take it to a nice place, where you can enjoy watching Dota. So it could be the comfort of your own home. It could be like your living room with a big TV. It could be outside in the park, maybe with a laptop. Just enjoying the fresh air.
Whenever I'm
That's
imagining,
like
whenever I'm imagining a cozy place to take it away, it's like some dark and messy and I don't know, sketchy internet club in downtown of my city, far away from my mom and dad, where they can't tell me what to do and to stop playing. That's my cozy safe space,
Just a dark basement bar with neon lights,
Actually, the internet club was called Neon, exactly.
There
That's
you
the
go.
one I remember.
That's a
Good
gamer
times.
answer to that question for sure. But here we are, game number one. Game number one of this entire DPC Tour 3. And it's gonna be great. We already see Ponlo on the bottom just doing Enigma things, denying range creeps, which is amazing. But let's talk about mid first. Bit of a classic matchup, DP head against the Puck. So don't have the Dragon Knight here. How do you expect this one to go?
They put the DP in. Should be fine for PP. He's been. I'm first hyped for White Album. When I look at Fusion, White Album is the guy that I really want to see do a lot because he was a part of that Aster's lineup in the first season, the outmost first season of all the DPCs, right? Like last year, and then he kind of lost his spot. I want to see him come back. I'm expecting big things from him, but I don't expect him to be crushing this lane. PP should be fine.
There's just too much sustain on one side, too much mobility on the other, so it's just being a matter of trying to outplay, trying to outfarm, and then getting some extra farm on the side with a small camp and whatnot. Both heroes are well equipped to do that here. They want to skill that way.
Like the lanes are, I don't know. You can't really see a lot of kill potential on either side. Like Dragonite and Mirana, sure, if they catch out to Phoenix with some tail pass arrow, maybe. But even that is difficult.
Dire's middle tower is
Bottom
under
lane, perhaps. Depending on what Sand King skills on level 2. Maybe they can take down even Kagome, but even that, like, I don't know. Where do you think the first blood is going to happen? Because
Yeah, I want to say
hard to
bottom.
say.
Maybe Wyvern overextending against too many Eidolons.
You were just watching him go a bit deep, and that's
Yeah.
of course. Yeah. Let's see.
But it should be either that or maybe Kagome, as you said, just tanking a few too many Cosmic Finales, which Fishman is not skilled just yet, so he's still holding his points.
Talking
See what
about
we
all
can
of
see.
that, Mirana almost solos the Phoenix.
Yep.
Forces out the Sal on his own, so pretty good start for him, for Salad.
Sometimes you can just click away at them. Yeah, I guess maybe an arrow after Dragon Tail would have to be a long one.
Yeah.
It'd have to
Okay.
be without God King around, so we can send Treants to tank it up and whatnot.
prize is mine.
So far, so good, I would say, for Team Fusion. Like, 3 of their heroes had top of the CS just a second ago, and now again. So all 3 lanes going pretty damn well for them. Ponlo denying a lot of experience down bottom.
Kagome is being crushed CS-wise, like 15-1 to the 21-1 for Nature's Prophet across the map, and yeah, a big part of it is this Eidolon spam, you know, just constantly denying range creeps. Like even if he gets a couple of last hits on these, they're worth half as much as a normal creep, gold-wise. So
Yeah, it's freeing up a lot of space for Fishman, right? Like he can farm in.
they opted to go for the Sandstorm, so it's also something that you can't contest into at the moment.
What do you think? Is there going to be some big rotation happening, or how will things mix up? Probably. Let me answer my own question. I guess we have these big ultis coming up from LBZS, big push ultis, right? Oh, Puck
Yeah.
mid lane went a bit deep.
Ooh,
That's
he's
fine.
fine though. Yeah, if there are rotations, then should be around the Death Prophet, right? And just get level 6, level 7, and start pressing that on towers. Maybe rotate top, I would assume. Sync that up with Dragon Knight level 6, and yeah, Salad or Catju. I actually finds the courier, very nice. But he's spending a lot of time away from lane, so Dragon Knight can get the level 6 as well.
Should we accept that as our first blood? The courier dying.
Well, couriers are heroes too, so yeah, I would subscribe to that.
Yesterday, my friend asks me like, "So Lizard, what are you casting? Is it some LAN?" They don't really follow pro scene that much.
Okay.
I'm like, it's a DPC, you know, like Chinese DPC season. We're starting tomorrow. He's like, "Oh my god, boring."
What?
They're turbo players, by the way, so if you
Oh,
don't
yeah.
get the first blood in the first 30 seconds, for them it's like a travesty. I'm like, no man, it's amazing. It's going to be great. It's the highest quality Dota right now. And then we enter a game 6 minutes in, no first blood. If he already turned it off like 5 minutes ago, you know? No first blood in the first minutes, what the hell?
What is this? This is even Dota.
I can't watch this.
This, oh,
Mid
taps in
lane,
mid now.
this should be a kill.
He's super low, but Leech comes in. Ultimate from the Death Prophet, tried and burst down Ponlo, but he gets to walk away. And now, in fact, detachment, a couple more right clicks, sell me the first blood instead for White Album. And now, into more, a couple of Idolons clicking away. White Album saw XJ rejoining as well. PP has fallen.
There you go,
Not
friend.
work out for Elvis,
Not
it
one,
is,
but
yeah.
2 kills at 6-minute mark. Yeah, really nice turn by Team Fusion. Debated them a little bit on that rune. White Album using his ulti properly, catching 2. I thought maybe that Prophet would survive, but no, they lose that Prophet as well. And not only do they lose the Dead Prophet, they lose the Dead Prophet that just used ulti.
Yeah.
So that's 100 seconds of that Prophet on the sidelines, pretty much not being able to do a lot. Really nicely done by Team Fusion.
Worst case. Down bottom. Oh god, the Burst Strike comes out. Winter Weapon is dead. Bunlo super low, but not low enough. Kagome can chase him down.
Yeah, Phase Boots, Sand King, Phase Boots and 2 Bracers. It's yeah, it's very interesting. It allows you to just be way more active early on. These lanes, for like, one thing that you have to notice about Team Fusion, the way they draft, like, they have self-sustaining cores on the lanes. Like this Phoenix, why did he manage to punish that Prophet on mid lane? Because his Prophet is fine, like, you don't need to help him. You don't even have to be on top, right?
Yeah.
Same goes for Sand King. Why is Enigma able to constantly pressure, farm the jungle and control the runes? Because Sand King is also completely fine. You can't contest him with the Raid King. You've already lost those extra few seconds that allow you that early on when you're supposed to make him a level or 2 behind.
Well,
That's
Illusion has been denied. Winter Wyvern still has enough left to go up to the high ground, but guess what? Bonlo's right here. Get rid of the trees, and it's gonna be a dead dragon. Neutral creep deny. Oh my god, actually got it out.
Easy Acorn kill.
What a camera, yeah. Was it an acorn? No.
No, I mean, he didn't
So
cast
I
it,
think-
it's just a...
Yeah.
He is an Acorn, I
Yes,
guess.
I
right?
guess, yeah. At least DK up top, using that dragon form, just chipping away at this tower just as much as he can, which is not a lot with Fire Spirits on you, as it turns out.
Yeah, they're trying to rotate in Mirana and the Dead Prophet now that Exorcism is back up. But you'll have to pop it, I feel like. It's...
Just try and bully down this tower.
Meanwhile, Puck will start hitting... Well, the creeps at least start hitting your tier 1 mid, so... you have to commit. You can't waste a lot of your time just right-clicking. That's how I feel. Yeah, they popped
Gonna
you.
be bottom. That's in trouble here. Fishman there in time for this KP cancel. Did not put a point into his ultimates wisely, so he would have died a second time. Put it on cooldown. But yeah, with this pressure up top, the moment DP shows, Nature's Prophet, DP's bottom.
DP
And that's, okay, they're not done. They want to fight this one. Tower, tier 1 tower still alive. The coil, and a lot of damage here with Supernova even committed to ensure the Dragon Knight's death. People get to walk it off, but yeah, damn. They get the tier 1 bottom very fast. Then they rotate to defend top.
I feel I don't want to be a party pooper, but this is White Album. He needed to catch both of them with the ulti, right? That's why it's still good. They defend, they get the Dragon Knight, they slow down their push 100%, still solid. But I feel that he wanted to catch both, and then the attack makes sense because they didn't even need the act to finish off the DK the way they did. But yeah, better safe than sorry. They still deaf. They get him. They're gonna be having a couple of Witchblades on their side as well. Puck getting one. Actually, just one. Sorry. Puck is gonna get one.
Fully pushing / farming build with the Maelstrom, but Kagami just showed up in mid. Not sure if he's gonna be happy about that choice, but looks like he'll be able to walk it off. No coil. But they're also focusing on this tower.
On every tower, really, right? Like, bottom tier 1 already fell, now mid. I was thinking maybe Prophet would TP, but he didn't. They have Curse here. Can we use it?
Oh, White Album has a haste rune.
Yeah.
So that means he's invincible. I think that's how it works. Trying to commit to the tower,
No,
but yeah, it's just forcing out the Runaway.
You're wrong, sorry. This is... I can see that you're lower rated. True invisibility is invis rune. Haste is, you know, like... it's like immune, spell immune. You still can't die, but you're not invincible.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you for the.
Just the Invis rune, and
Yeah.
Are scanning.
Bottom of smoke rotation. They have the blink dagger. Look for the reveal here, perhaps on Fishman, but Salad Smoke already broke. Just kind of floundering about. They didn't find anybody, even though Ponlo was right there. I think they saw the Eidolons farming the camp, but they did not see the Enigma proper. It's just a wasted rotation when all is said and done.
yeah, you can see that Fusion is just playing the map much, much better at this point. Coming off of those successful lanes, they're able to set up the pace of the game, and I'm just waiting to see what Prophet will do, right?
What?
Yep.
Okay, I was looking at him. It's like, XCJ is gonna bully him out, then the Prophet all bouncing in.
Top tower is under
Straight up getting a kill. I don't think
It's
he
a lot of
expected that.
damage.
He might have put a point into his ultimate just to not be off the map again, because if you're Kagome, you aren't happy with this game right now, are you?
Well, usually you're not, yeah. Dying a couple of times, not being able to farm as much. As of Wraith King, especially because especially with this build, even armlet phase boots, you want to be having a good start at least. But
Yeah.
you know, these small little things always matter so much in Dota. Staying for that one extra creep wave around, like there's a point in the game in which lanes shift, right? Like the enemy mid laner goes to your tier 1, your mid laner goes to theirs. Kagome was a little bit late to respond to that and fall back into the jungle or into the triangle. He got punished, he dies once, then he goes top, dies again. It's like a classic game of when everything goes bad for you. Dragonite
Try
Blink.
again. Yeah, this time they find Ponlo. Into the arrows. It should be a very easy kill indeed. I don't know if that still counts as a blink reveal, but it was a blink stun into a kill, so exactly what they were looking for, but at the same time, Team Fusion looking to pay them back in kind. They do see the Ancients, Epicenter being channeled up, looking to punish Kagome again, blink forward, but Fishman can't quite get in range for the Burrow Strike.
Yeah, they blundered that a little bit. Another blink stun, perhaps?
There it is. Fishman into the arrow, he has no way he escaped. Surely he can maybe throw the Burrow Strike down to the low ground, but
I was
already taken out.
I was already prepping my Team Fusion praising because what they were doing was better than what LBZS was, right? LBZS pressuring some Enigma out of their jungle, who the hell cares? At the same time, Team Fusion making the Wraith King fall back from the Ancients or possibly even killing him. But how to put it, in Dota there's like theory and then there's execution. There's strategy and execution. Like strategy was better from Team Fusion, but execution wasn't. Because of that, they suffer penalty points.
Just falling on the wrong side of the margins. Just a couple of units. We just don't have the space to actually get on top of the Wraith King, so he gets to live. And then the counterplay very fast as well from LBZS, just immediately reacting and pushing him straight back out of the triangle. Alright, let's see, Firebird versus Icebird. XCJ having some thoughts here, but second thoughts just as much.
Always when you have that Nature's Prophet, right? It looks like it's impossible, but then you have to count in either only the ulti or even the Prophet just TPing in, helping out. So whatever looks like it's not really a kill can easily turn into one. Ponlo, he was under vision.
Very deep defensive vision here, very early on. Sword's about to expire on his high ground for the Radiant sides.
Prophet just didn't move out of the jungle for the last 10 minutes, I swear. He's literally just farming up, sending some ultis, and that's it. He's on 10k net worth already, just having a blast, I guess. Prophet in the jungle. I'm gonna murder you and take your money.
Whatever works, right? I mean, he's about to finish up a Witchblade of his own now, on top of a Mjolnir that he already has completed. So,
And the
he's
shard.
incredibly
He has a
efficient
shard
across
as
the map.
well.
And the shard. Oh, God, that's so annoying. Greater treants. Yeah, I mean, the moment this Prophet decides, alright guys, you look for fights for real now, because I want to be murdering people, that's when the game starts to pick up a little bit more for Team Fusion, I would imagine.
I feel with Prophet, it's always with when does he get the BKB? Once he gets a BKB, he should feel kind of comfortable joining the fights. But he's not buying it yet, so we'll see. He gets a really nice item as well. Quicksilver Amulet.
Downloads that again? Question mark. I see him here, but I also see LG. No arrow until just now to cancel the teleport, so... Needs attempt, but Kono gets punished again. 3 heroes rotating at him inside the enemy jungle. In mid though, that's a free kill for White Album in turn.
It was a nice try from Enigma to block the arrow with the Eidolons, but they died a little bit too fast, and that's all she wrote. I don't know, I still feel... Do you feel that Team Fusion could be playing a bit faster or something? They're getting a lot out of the map, don't get me wrong.
Yep.
I don't... Maybe it's too... Yeah, the turbo got to my head, man. The turbo just got to my head. They're farming, they're just having a good game, and I'm like, come on guys, throw it, go!
Kind of, yeah, but I mean, you could look at it both ways, right? On one hand, yeah, they are farming quite well, they're unimpeded, so why risk that? On the other hand, we haven't seen a black hole yet, we've seen that one unnecessary supernova, we still have Link Epicenter, Burst Strike. There's just so much powerful teamfight right now that they're just not using to try and get further ahead, you know? It's, I feel like if they executed that properly a couple of times, you know, just smoke up, and try and find the kill again. Even though it didn't work out the first time with Kagome, they could just try again, you know. Feels like they could be even further ahead if they pulled that off, you know.
All that said, their triangle feels completely safe. Everyone on the side of LBZS is way too busy shoving either Enigma or the Phoenix out of their jungle, so there aren't many ways to smoke up into any significant position on the Dire. Tier 1 mid is still standing, so...
Yeah.
LG jumps the Phoenix.
Arrow will connect. White Album gets away. XCJ not so much.
This is it. This is literally what I mean, right? Like they might kill a Phoenix, but top lane Kagome.
God, that's a lot of damage here. Kagome will end up dying initially. The arrow connects on the Sand King, so no, it's a follow-up. In fact, they turn it around on him as the entire team TP's in to counterplay this one. No black hole, no nothing.
Can they rush now?
Try and turn this one around.
I believe Dezo is flying in, right? He has Desolator now completed, so they'll go into the pit. And you have that Prophet ulti here. Okay,
so fast.
It's you can't call it a free one because God King will take your bottom tier 2. But
that's the oldest trade in the book, though, right?
Yeah. Maybe it's not as insignificant of a trade as it usually is, because you're playing versus a Prophet, and opening up high ground to a Prophet is pretty important for the Prophet team, right?
Yeah.
You can start being a true rat that you want to be.
There's also a Prophet on the other side, the DP, as the BKB completed as well. And that's kind of the downside of playing this more passive route as well, not really leveraging your ultimates early on. Eventually these BKBs are going to come out on the other cores as well, like Dragon Knight is queued up right now, Wraith King together with a Blink. So once these BKBs come out, like, what's the Sand King going to do, right? What's the Puck going to do until he gets level 25, right?
What's love got to do? Yeah, exactly. The big BKB is also for the prophet, nature's prophet on the other
Yeah,
side.
the other prophet. Okay, there we go.
So he'll be able to stand and hit. That's something. By the way, I love this duo, the dynamic duo of Witchblade and Quicksilver Amulet. As your projectile speed goes through the roof. It's really nice on heroes such as Nature's Prophet. Like if you can get that on Enchantress or Winter Wyvern when you're going for that core build, it just feels so good. Highly recommend.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Seems good. It's not quite as fast as a sniper, but it's getting there.
It's almost, yeah. I just want to see, okay, LG, he pushes out bottom, TPs away, forces some rotation from the puck, really well done. LBs, yes, this is what I wanted to see. I want to see a smoke, and I want to see a decisive action into taking an objective, a bigger one. One thing that LBs really lacked in the last season was decisiveness. Like, they can take a lead, but they can never close the game out, so...
Yep.
They're in a good spot. They're 11k behind, but they're in a good spot.
Not fast enough though. Fishman gets a blink away and dodges the arrow. Ultimate has already been committed from the Death Prophet, so Fusion, all they need to do right now is just to walk away.
And this is like... I don't know, man. This is literally the same thing that was happening.
I think it was in Vision, but White Album didn't want to cancel it.
PP always TPs.
Yeah.
But you use your DP ulti, you're in your own jungle. It's even, like, it's pretty bad for you.
Look for the detachment now. Dream Call committed here, the Winner's Curse, not really doing all that much. The rest of the team.
Oh, it's
no
even
position
wasted.
to test this one. Now the TP in from the God King himself, spawning a bunch of trees and starting to pressure this high ground. No Winter's Curse, no Death Prophet Ultimate. Like, how do you fight this now?
It's a wasted ulti from Winter Wyvern, and it is a position 5, but it's a extremely important ultimate. And now you wasted your DP ulti, you wasted your Winter Wyvern ulti. You have Aegis, but you just lost that advantage, and 11k net worth advantage just kicks in hard instantly after.
Yeah.
So they had a really small window of opportunity which they missed, and have they lost the game? No. Has the game did the game become way harder than just a minute or two ago? In my opinion, yes, very much so.
Yeah.
You're playing versus a team with global presence, and you're literally just keeping yourself on your side of the map. Very passive performance from them so far. I'm not happy, drag and drop.
That is concerning, to say the least. But yeah, it's... I can sort of understand not wanting to run into a big black hole or epicenter or supernova. But by not looking for things, by not looking to play your own heroes, you're also just making life easy for Fusion. It's because they can farm so much more effectively.
Everywhere.
I mean, Prophet is almost more than an item ahead. He's 18k net worth. The next highest hero is 13k, and that's White Album on his own team. It's like it's playing not to lose instead of playing to win, right? The old adage.
So, what do? Coach D-drop. Hit them. Hit them with some truth. What do they need to do?
I don't even know at this point. Like, the Aegis has expired.
They still have 2 lives. They're no Raid King. That's no excuse. Come on. Give me some motivation here.
I don't know what they can do. Like, they tried to smoke, and then they've not really been successful, so their confidence has to be low. I think they might just be waiting for Fusion's high ground push, and then hoping for good window scores at this point.
Bottom
Maybe
lane.
I'll sustain them.
Just playing with the Wraith King a little bit. That was a moment in which you say drag and drop. You just buy my course, it's only $19.99. Yeah,
Let's get a Midas, right?
It's hard,
Midas will
really.
make it fine.
I completely agree with you. But here's the play. Mirana ulti. They are running straight onto the boarded high ground.
This could be problematic. They see them now. They do put them once of their own though. The stun connects onto the Phoenix, so that's a good start. Take away the Firebird. Fishman comes in. A black hole catches 3. White Album to follow. The Winter's Curse cancelled afterwards. And oh god, God King's killing his own friend instead. Now caught in the middle, but there's a Supernova coming out. Sunray to keep God King alive. He can man fight up against Death Prophet. And they get all the kills that they were looking for. Double kill for the Sand of all people. As it's what, a 4-4-2 trade here with the buyback from Phoenix. Certainly clutch from XCJ rejoining into that fight.
Yeah. He had I'm not sure if I would call it that clutch. I think they would win that fight regardless, but
I think the
still
Sunray
nice.
was keeping God King alive. I'm
Yeah,
not sure
he wasn't popping.
lived otherwise.
He wasn't popping the BKB. I think if he pops the BKB there earlier, that fight it isn't even close. But still, LBZS, they started it off well. Like, they jumped on the Phoenix, they blew him up. The problem is you've lost so much map control. Like you said, the buyback is there. Why is it there? Because the shrine is in Darius' control.
Yeah.
So it's easy for them to rejoin the fight with a nice little buyback like that one. Yeah, unfortunate, but that's what happens when you let the team just farm the whole map for 20 minutes. Top lane, LG.
Oh yeah, he's so stuck right now. Dragon Knight down to half health. Leashed up, but all we're looking for right now was this T2 tower. No ultimates ready to go right now, so just
you see this you see this raid back totem? This annoying thing that this annoying skull that goes at you. Like, can it please give like 200 gold when killed or something and not 20? Like, it needs to give more.
Yeah.
It's extremely annoying.
Needs to give more gold, might also need to be easier to kill. Because it takes, what, 4 or 5 hits or something? Something silly?
I mean, it's an expensive item. I don't mind it being hard to kill. It's like you said, maybe it should be a bit easier to kill and also give more gold. It's not sure, because before it was buffed, no one was building it.
White Album. Oh, John's away from the silence here. Didn't quite have the Dragon Knight in position for the instant initiation, I guess. But then again, Puck also has Lincolns, exactly, right? So White Album not too concerned about the Dragon Tail at this point.
Yeah, you're not killing that guy. Fishman has Lincolns, XCJ has Lincolns, God King, probably the one you want to be killing.
It's true, 2 Lincoln Spheres. Polo also looking for one of his own. Phoenix will take in this, so he can't be bursted down. Can always get Supernova out, but there's a fight here. BKB's coming through, right into the Roche pit here. Fire gets the Roshan kill.
No one taking Aegis.
Who's taking the Aegis? Nobody wants it. What? I'm so confused right now. It's still sitting there. Finally, God King gets it. After just casually man-fighting the Dragon Knight. Now onto the next one here. Death Prophet leashed up inside the Sprout. And the arrow connects though onto God King, but there's no follow-up. PP trying his best, but just does not have the damage to finish off this kill.
He tried.
Take that Aegis away, but now it's just looking really rough for LBZS. 3 heroes on the sidelines. Ultimates have been used. There's a Winter's Curse buyback available, but that would not really change the game at this point here in the face of the entire Fusion lineup. Just clean through the racks right now.
I think this game is about to end.
Yeah.
Yep. That's it. GG.
Well, bit anticlimactic in the end, but there we go. Black Hole,
There's a
Supernova combo. Hooray, they did it.
They caught as many heroes
Finally
as
did it.
my friends usually do in their games. Nice.
Well, that was a game. Maybe not the most action-packed game number one that we could have asked for. It was very methodical. Like Fusion was just they just allowed Fusion to farm and then eventually end the game. Ricky, what do you think about this one?
Dude, I'm just watching this game and I just see Fusion pull so far ahead so early. It was like a just over 3K lead by like 9 minutes, and then there's just no slowing down. Like they just got so much out of the lanes. You guys, you kind of said it perfectly. This is very textbook, like a clinic performance here from Fusion. Like they just played exactly how they wanted to play. Never got punished for it. And LBZS, I mean, they've got to do something different here in game number 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the different thing is, because we've been talking and we've been calling for LBZS to do that something different in Division 1, even in the last season, in the season before. That's be more active. If you get the lead, even the smallest one, when it doesn't even have to be called the lead, but when you have an opportunity to take an advantageous fight, you should. They aren't doing that. And when you're playing versus a team that has a draft such as Fusion's in the last match, like, you get punished so hard for it. There's a Prophet literally farming the whole map, the whole game. He is farming his jungle, using his ulti, sending his 3 and Swan away, farming the other. No one is contesting him. No one is getting even close. It's a rough one. It's truly a rough one, because they never even utilized their spells properly once in the game.
Yeah. It was really rough to watch, actually, in hindsight, because, like, LBZS, they tried to go... It feels like they knew that they needed to do something, so they were like, all right, guys, let's smoke. But then they don't think further than that, almost, because then they smoke, but they only smoke into their own jungle to kick out Pondo time and time again. And then they do not get anything else after that. No tower, no deeper wards to keep an eye on God King. They never once smoked towards the Nature's Prophet, trying to punish him, just farming the triangle for 20 minutes. It's like they knew, we need to do something, but they didn't really have a plan of what they needed to do to actually grab control of the game.
It almost feels like LBZS hasn't adapted to this new meta in the patch, as opposed to what we were seeing towards the end of last season, because they're still picking up the heroes like Death Prophet, and it's not something that we saw a ton. Even Dragon Knight got a little bit of a nerf. It's still a good hero, but I mean, you see here on Team Fusion, this is textbook. These are the heroes that we're seeing picked a ton: the safe lane Nature's Prophet, Enigma on almost every game. They've got what they wanted, and yeah, I'm curious if LBZS want to maybe do something a little bit more new school in this next game, or if they're going to try and stick to maybe what is more comfort for them. But we'll have to find out when we get there. I don't know. I mean, there's not a whole lot to talk about in this game. It just seemed like perfect execution from Team Fusion. I was trying to find some stats on Nature's Prophet at 10 minutes and most farmed heroes at 10 minutes, because he was up there. But yeah, I mean, you can just look at the net worth right now. It's 8,300 at 14 minutes on the Nature's Prophet. I don't know how you come back from this.
Yeah, I just had a completely free game, and yeah, we're looking at the highlights here. We saw some of these rotations. Sometimes they kill Ponlo, sometimes they kill XVJ inside their own jungle. But then look at the minimap right now. And they can't just sit there. Kagami up top. All right, then the mass TPs, and they get the counter kill on Fishman too. This was the one series of events where they actually got something that resembles momentum, But that was right outside the tier 1. They were never able to turn it into more. And this is one of the great fights here. The Black Hole catches 3, and then the buyback from XCJ. Look at God King right here. PP's right on top of him. He gets stunned by something, takes a lot of damage here, and even after that physical damage from PP, pretty damn big, but the Sun Ray just keeps him alive. So... But it was already too late. They were already too farmed on God King there at that stage. Then this roar fight, why can no one click the Aegis?
Their hero models are just too big, actually.
Yeah,
they're standing right on top of it. There's actually no one could click the Aegis if they wanted. It's actually really funny.
That is hilarious.
Dragon Knight always the culprit, right? Always the one When this is happening, you're like, okay, Dragonite, that's
No-
you, right? Some
No
dragon.
Please
dragon
move,
body
buddy.
shaming, please, though.
There's like, you guys remember Aghanim's Labyrinth? There there's a way to make a hero that just breaks the game completely. No one can play it, but you get the Undying. You
Oh,
take
yeah.
the decay talent, and you decay yourself as much as possible off of all the heroes. Whatever, there's some decay talents. Literally, you're decaying every split second, and then you take that dragon form potion. The dragon is literally the whole game. No one can click anything because everything they click, they just click on your hero. They can't use spells. They can't move
Oh,
around.
man.
So,
Classic.
yeah.
I mean, we can. Man, I don't know. I just look at every stat here, and it just feels so mad. It feels so bad.
Yeah.
Like so much, just like not going the way of LBZS this game.
It feels like another match right out of the open qualifiers for Team Fusion. Like, they get their confidence picks, and then they just kind of get to play however they want, And that's kind of disappointing. Like, we were hyping up LBZS. We were hoping that they would figure out their issues, but at least for right now, they haven't. Certainly not in this game.
Lizard, what do you think? Is this like Fusion kind of living up to expectation, or LBZS maybe a little bit of a disappointing performance?
Maybe a bit of both. I think LBZS went back to what they were drafting before, right? Like it's their sort of a draft. I would like to see it changed. I would like them to perhaps reinvent themselves a little bit. Go for something that's not as cooldown oriented, which is weird for me. Usually, whenever I see a team that's not really strategically too great, even when I was coaching some, I would always be like, just pick that Prophet, pick Dragonite. It's so easy. Pop ulti, go for the tower. Pop another ulti, go for the next. Pop ulti, go for Roshan. It's just simple to play. Simple Dota to construct around those heroes, right? But for them, they're a little bit too passive for it to work. So maybe just give them the spirits, the embers, the heroes that can do a lot early on and make them have fun.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's the way. It's hard to say, but we're not really making these conclusions off of one game. I'm making these conclusions off of watching LBZS and their players for the last 2 years, literally.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's the solution. Maybe just play CS Dota, just pick heroes that can just run at them, pick Spirit Breaker, pick Ember, as you said. And
Go
then
ham.
just go from there. Yeah, just go and look for fights on your terms on the enemy side of the map. And then if you do that, if you end up winning these skirmishes, then the towers will follow. By all means, pick a Dragonite or some sort of tower pushing hero with that here to give you that building damage. But just be more active, Just try and play Dota yourself. Try and play to win and not and don't play not to lose.
Yeah. Well, there is going to be a game 2 coming up in just a short break here. So we're going to go to a small break, and we'll be back here with game number 2 of LBZS and Team Fusion. Stay tuned, everyone, for more here on the CDEC. We'll see you in a bit. Hey everybody, welcome back here to the DPC. We said it was going to be a short break. We don't lie. It's just non-stop action here in Division 2. We're just going to go right into that second game. Again, my name is Art Cryptic here with Lizard and Dragon Drop. Excited for this one. Now the question is, do we just want to jump right into the draft? Do we have much to break down? I don't feel like we do. I feel like it's just draft time. What do you guys think?
I think it's draft time, yeah. There's not much to break down there either, because once again, see the same opening for LBZS and Team Fusion for that matter. So, can we just go back and replay our analysis of the Game 1 draft? Can we do that?
Same?
Or,
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah.
Just run it back.
Alright, that was a rewind. Death Prophet in the first game here of the DPC. But, okay, never mind. We have to shift our focus now because Razor actually made it through and is being picked up. Because LBZS, they did go for the Enigma ban on top of the CK, so made the Lightning Boy slip through.
Yep, Enigma was banned out, right? So
Yep.
they pick up something different, something wild, something ecstatic, something Razor.
Electric, maybe?
I see what you did there. Yeah.
Razor. Do you remember that, Ricky?
Oh, yeah, dude.
Conduct yourself accordingly.
Did you ever play Corrupted Disciple?
Nope.
Were you a Han player? I don't remember.
No.
Oh, dang.
No
Corrupted
Hon trash here.
Disciples, whatever. He was a way cooler version of Razor. Had really cool voice lines, but it's fine.
What? Way cooler version of Razor?
Dude, he was
That's not
epic. He was so cool.
possible.
It's fine. It's fine.
No.
They pick Pango this time, however, for LBZS here in the first phase, which I like a lot. I think this is a much stronger opener. I'm still a little bit skeptical of the Death Prophet. I think maybe we see this as a support this time around, but Pango is just such a stable hero, right?
Yep. He rolls around a lot, but he's
I guess that
pretty
is not as stable. It's not super stable then, huh?
Well,
I mean, he's strong. He's great. You have a way of getting away from the Razor if you end up laning against him. Overall, just a team fight extravaganza, right? Like you have that Prophet, you have the Pango. Pango is now that I think about that, the extravagant. No, never mind. I'm not gonna go there. I'm too wild and it's too early in the morning.
yeah.
For my for all of the jokes that aren't funny, right? Dragon Drop. Can you analyze this a bit more for us?
Yeah, I
Take
mean,
it away.
if you're gonna do the bad jokes, which is normally
Yeah.
my job, then I might as well do the analyzing, right? Which is normally your job. But yeah, but it's a bit curious to see Fusion ban out the Grimstroke themselves. Because it's normally one of these go-to counters to the Pangolier. Just press R on him, and then his roll's being stopped in its tracks. One of the other ones, Bloodseeker, has been taken out by LBZS, so if they really wanted something to stop the Pango roll, you'd be looking at, I guess a Beastmaster would come to mind.
It's an option. Bloodseeker banned out, Grimstroke banned out. There are still some different ones. There's the Bane. There's the Prophet is banned out as well, so you can't go for that, which is extremely strong now.
my
Yeah,
God.
the leash.
Oh, there's Puck still, which White Album just played.
Yeah.
Does he want to play it again? That's the question.
Yeah.
I think you get it, right? Like it's Solid versus DP.
I mean, he did good against DP too, right? Why not?
Yeah, Fusion has been. I think they've been quite flexible as well with their Razor, which is which many teams are, and which is always a good thing. You can pick that up in the first phase, no problem, and then decide later on where you want to put it, like whether you're going to give it to the God King, or whether Fishman's going to take that to the offlane. So, or the White Album takes it mid even. But all right, I like that.
Hanlo Spirit. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of magic damage here coming from the Phoenix and the Earth Spirit, kind of forcing you to build BKBs instantly. Maybe not instantly, but it's an item that's a must this game. We'll see. LBZS, they can also get. Okay, I'm thinking, can they get any of the built-in BKB carries? Most of them kind of suck versus Razor. So
Yeah.
You
you
don't
want
want to
something.
play Lifesteal Jug against Razor. It's quite the bad time.
So anything ranged, perhaps, that can kill the egg as well, would be solid for LBZS. We'll see. There's still a lot of time. These two teams, they, at least in the last game, they left the carries for the last pick. So we have our supports on the side of LBZS that are yet to be picked. DP can be a 5, right? It's an option.
Could be, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
think
That's kind of what I'd
they're
prefer this
figuring out
game.
right now.
I don't know how I feel about them taking the Death Prophet core again, but we'll see what happens. Hoodwink, the pesky little squirrel, one of the best 4 positions in the game right now, I think. Zero is so good.
Yeah, she is, but there are like 2 heroes already that get on top of you easily.
Yeah.
That scout you out through the trees, and the Razor as well does it kind of all right.
Yeah.
So they get in a bad and they. Okay, you get that save for the DP. You also get a hero that can pretty much destroy everything that Phoenix and Earth Spirit want to be doing with one shield.
Yeah.
So it's a nice pickup. The only question is, will they make it work with some carry on that safe lane?
Feels a little bit light on the lockdown in front right now. I mean, all they've got is Hoodwink at the moment, and then the Pangor roll, which kind of depends on the area that we're farming in, we're fighting in. And it's also been nerfed a little bit. Like, you can't chain stun properly anymore with roll, even if you have blink and duels and roll up and whatnot. So there's a small window where the enemy hero can still get a BKB out or something like that. So it's worth keeping in mind. The hero is not as crazy powerful in the right situations as it used to be. And now with Puck on the field as a counter that we were talking about, yeah, it's gonna have to be a strong carry here if LBZS to tie this one together. I think
Needs
maybe
needs more nerfs, man. You're selling this Pangolier way too short. I feel like nerf him more, harder.
well, it seems I don't want to say underwhelming, but less broken than it used to be for sure.
I feel like LBZS is kind of struggling on their draft right now. Like, they have completely ran out of their reserve time. And Team Fusion is kind of just pushing it right into their face. Is the second that ban went through, they just just insta ban the TA and send it right back at them. And I think LBZS might be a little bit frustrated. A little bit. They might be sweating it a little bit right now.
The Beastmaster ban as well. TA, no surprise, it would have been one of the carries that can just that offers a lot of damage output early on, which is something that they're kind of lacking right now. If you look at LBZS, so, I mean, where's the damage really going to come from? I mean, yeah, Pangolier and DP can do a lot with their ultimates in the right circumstances, but there's not a whole lot coming out from the supports. And the Hoodwink maybe gets a good ultimate and whatnot, but it's unreliable.
It's also like just a Kagome classic. I mean, back when LBZS was like getting their way into Division 1, they were pretty much one of the only teams in the entire world taking TA into the safe lane. They were one of the first teams to do it, and kind of revolutionized the safe lane TA build thanks to Kagome. But they grabbed the Juggernaut for themselves. What do you guys think about this one? Is this good enough? Because you were saying like the Magic Immune carries against Razor are... You kind of feel like you needed the Magic Immune carry, but it does struggle a lot against the Razor, right?
I think it's doable. Like it does struggle, but it's still doable. Like you can make it work. You needed a hero that can deal with the egg. That's also a problem. Like you picked 4 heroes into a first pick Phoenix, and those 4 heroes do not right click the egg. It's a problem.
Lowest base attack time in the whole game. Yeah. Your earlier intro. Oh, you could go like the Blade Fury Magic build on Juggernaut, which has actually been Honestly, I think the best build right now, you kind of go that like Maelstrom into like Scotty Basher and stuff, and just kind of like rely on Blade Fury constantly. It's pretty sick with the shard.
Yeah, it's an option. They can definitely do it. Let's see.
Okay.
A
Huh.
Life Stealer.
Yeah, so
I mean,
it's going to be an offlane Razor for Fishman.
yeah, that was one of the things I was worried about with the Juggernaut pick, is they can just take the Razor to the offlane. You can see LBZS was definitely considering that as well in their last 2 bans. They didn't know exactly where this Razor was going to go. But God King Lifestealer, man.
The thing, first that we'll see what kind of craziness he pulls out of the bag with the build on his Lifestealer, but this Jug into a Razor could maybe even work when you have a solid lane with him, when you have a solid partner such as Lich or something, some Grimstroke. Suddenly even a Razor can fall, you can kill him. But the problem is you're having this Jug plus Abaddon. Like, I don't see that working that well. Versus a Razor, I forgot what's the Earth Spirits, right? Like Razor plus Earth Spirit. I feel like the lane should be much simpler for them to perform on, right? To have an easier time versus the Jug. The spin is a big problem for Razor if you have an additional slow, if you have a hero that's roughing that Razor up, bringing him to like 50% HP. But if he's always full, he's just going to leash you and start hitting you.
Yep.
And I believe that's what we'll see.
It's not like you can punish his lack of move speed, right? Without that other hero with the slow, right? He'll just get like a Windlace and a single value point in that passive, and suddenly he's as fast as Juggernaut. So we'll see how it goes. LBZS, though, game number 2, they've got to pull themselves back in. Real quick, though, who do you guys think has got this one? Lizard, I'll let you start it out this time.
I'm just going to go with Fusion. As simple as that. It's not even only about the draft, it's the way they execute. After game 1, that is.
All right. After you, Drag It Drop.
Yeah, it's hard for me to say anything else, honestly. LBZS, did not look like they were on top of it today, and certainly not against Fusion, who's just been very consistent so far in the games that they've played in the qualifiers and game number 1. So, and I think they've got the better draft as well with the Razor. It's just too strong in this offlane with the Earth Spirit.
Cool. Well, that being said, everyone, we've got to jump into the game now, as we're already underway, and it's going to, again, be Team Fusion taking on LBZS in this game, too. Drag and Drop, Blizzard, have fun with it. See you when you get back.
All right. We shall have fun. That is something that we can do, I believe. This White Album. Tank us a couple of tower shots in mid, just figuring out, oh, wait, there's vision there. It's crazy. Who would ever do that? Salad also being scouted out, so yeah.
How do you like your salad?
Yeah, some nice.
You strike me like a Greek salad kind of a guy. A little bit of feta cheese in there. Some
for sure.
Cherry tomatoes. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, just get some salad, get tomatoes in there, get cucumbers in there.
Keep it simple, right?
Like some carrots, like striped carrots and whatnot, and then some feta cheese and some like yogurt-based dressing. Very nice.
I respect you for that. It's like you can always judge a man's character by his salad, by the way he eats his salad.
All right. So I'm assuming your salad preferences are similar.
I hate salad.
Oh God! What does it say about you then?
No, I'm
oh God!
I love it. Any kind, really. But Bosnian salad usually isn't a salad; it's a meal. You know, it's like, oh yeah, I'm eating healthy. How about this salad that has 2,000 calories?
Oh God! Well, that's my allotment for the day.
Yeah, like literally your daily intake in one salad.
Yeah.
White Album taking a ton of damage this time around on mid lane.
Yeah. But he's 6-2 to the 3-1 right now of PP, which is slightly concerning. But yeah, with all of this focus on harassment, PP should have a little bit of an easier time for this wave and maybe the next. There is a bottle coming out though already for White Album.
He was a bit
The worst in the
greedier.
world.
I started the lane a bit greedier, got punished a bit for it, but not that hard as now with the bottle. He's back to full HP. Oh, no, he will be back after the runes.
Yep. In his best Schwarzenegger voice, I'll be back.
On the runes, actually, and he takes it. Oh, that's a sad PP right there.
And Detachment actually took the other water rune. Didn't want to chance Puck getting that one too.
I feel like PP is angry. It's sad, it's an angry PP. Like on the mid lane, he's been pushing in White Album. He's like, I don't even care about CS anymore. This is personal.
Well, so we're up top, push back. Fishman doesn't quite have the static link, so can't really run down Juggernaut. But let's play this game again. Like, where's the first spot gonna happen? Because my money is on the top lane, honestly.
My money doesn't jiggle.
What?
It folds. I want to see Kagome wiggle on top lane.
Wiggle? Alright.
Yeah, I think that's where the kill is gonna happen. Bottom lane is also possible. This time around, it's anywhere really. Like in that first game, we didn't see the first blood in like what 7-8 minutes. But here,
Salad?
bottom lane, Salad, we might see sleeping out. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah. I was not worried. Here we go. Roll in. And that's a bit of a heal. Like, there's a lot of sustain on this lane. Like, just for the mist call spam, the healing ward, and Detachment also has Salve to give over. Oh, he had. So he's just using it on himself. Alright. That's not the meta. That's not what supports are supposed to do.
How dare you use your items on your own, on yourself? Like,
that's a report, honestly. Like, you can't have that. What if Kagome needs it, you know?
It's just so selfish.
Exactly.
Position 5 and position 1, it's like the perfect example of an abusive relationship. It's like...
Again, it's...
You just do something for yourself and your significant other is like, oh, that's so selfish. How dare you? Bottom lane, Phoenix.
Phoenix gets the dive out just in the nick of time. Also using Stealth on himself. It's... I guess Lifesteal doesn't need any help, right?
Well, God King was the one that saved him. He used the Quelling Blade instantly on the tree, breaking the stun.
It's pretty smart.
He's a smart boy. That's what you have to lay. Versus Hoodwink, having a Quelling Blade just makes a difference early on.
Yeah.
Or Tangos. You just have to cut those trees. Again, Phoenix has no dive. 3 more seconds. They could... Okay. Yeah.
Well, forcing it out again at the very least, but... Well, up top, Kagome lost all of his damage.
And all of his CS as well. He's almost doubled by the Razor. They didn't manage to kill him, but they managed definitely to pressure him quite hard.
With his shenanigans, just dragging a creep wave around. That'll also secure equilibrium for a little while longer, and yeah, it's Juggernaut. It can perhaps not the easiest to run down, but if you harass him a little bit and then get the link out, you can run him down this lane if it's this far forward. Detachment also very much killable, but he's been playing quite defensive so far. Bottom,
It's the same thing.
Couple of close shaves, but it's very similar.
Across all 3 lanes, we are seeing a repeat of game 1, and that's all 3 Radiant heroes on top. A little bit here and there of someone falling out, but mostly just Team Fusion having that better lane performance.
I'm gonna see a PPO extend for Rune again though. Haven't seen that thus far, so no first blood just yet at the 6-minute mark. Do you see Puck rotating out to use the coil anytime soon?
It's possible if some dive happens. I feel like... okay, so now that the Carties are gone from the mid lane, that might happen. there's a higher chance, probability of that happening, I should say.
The detachment top in the jungle right now. Push back. He's TPing away though, and oof, very close.
That was one of those. He might just die in the fountain after TPing. But where does he rotate from the mid lane? On top lane, perhaps, but there's still a chance of spin TP. And they're already owning top. Pango rotates in actually. This
Okay,
is
not the best position for Pango to fight here. Trying to get rid of the healing
They need
ward. They
more.
get that, but committed under the tower now. Fishman stunned up, but the tower is busy with creeps.
yeah, they needed
Should
more.
be fine for now. Another stun though. Jumping forward, 3 against 1. He will be body blocked, and he will be killed. First one being John. Yes. Took quite some doing, but didn't finally make it happen.
Some huge rotations happening. That Prophet as well. So all 3 cores on the top lane. They do take down the Razor. They lose Salad on the bottom lane. Not a biggie though. I think it's important to give at least some breathing room to this Jugger who's been just completely pressured out of the lane on top. So, out of farming, I should say, on top. So it's a nice thing to happen for them. And now again.
Yeah, even with that first blood's gold, even with that kill, Razor's still 300 gold ahead.
Look at this. They're doing the
They
smart
want
thing
him.
here, I think.
And locked together here. Ponlo, not a whole lot he can do. Oh, actually, I say that, but he just pushes Fishman away. Saving private flybys. PP trying to run him down, but another roll keeps himself alive. F-Probot's still looking, but okay, they don't realize until just now. They're in too deep here. There's a
Wards?
server wards on the ground.
Okay.
They stole the observers.
This is just so much nicer from LBZS, being aggressive as hell, rotating all 3 cores towards the top lane, like doing something different, something wild, unexpected, I should say, even, yeah. And then stealing some wards too, like, really, really solid. I like it a lot. Like,
Oh my god. They did not expect them to keep chasing there, like, close to the tier 2. It's like, alright, fine, yeah, we can solve up, we can maybe do the counter push, you know, there's a DP showing up with the ultimate still going, then reinforcements coming in from the side. What the hell, they're all here? Team?
yeah,
Teams? You start pinging your life stealers, like, come on, man.
Spooky Ghost Lady from the trees. Yeah, really, really nicely done by LBZS. The Razor does not have any sort of an Abaddon or anything that can save him on his side this early on, so and he's still squishy enough to be taken down and out. Also, something that Tricky was talking about, Hoodwink, one of the better heroes when it comes to the damage output early on, especially once she gets that 6.
Yeah, Bushwhack seems to be quite effective, if you can get that out. Avenue for so much right-click damage as well, you know, just link them to tree for quite a long time. Yeah. It is what it is. They did get some decent damage done on the tower on top of that too. They might be looking to try and do that again. Perhaps in mid. They have a catapult, they have another exorcism in 20 seconds. They don't have a lot of mana on a Death Prophet though, even with the bottle charges.
And there's a haste, he can TP, he can go base TP to the lane. Should be a simple thing to accomplish. To start pushing that tower. Whether they decide to go for tier 1 mid, I think bottom lane perhaps might be the best option for them. Make this life stealer leave the lane, while also giving Abaddon some farm to get that experience on mid lane.
Yes, it was also the flip side of those shenanigans at top. Like,
Yeah, look at
was
this.
still fun. Right?
I'm sorry, they're just playing the game completely differently, so I need to call it out. They smoke up, they're going for top. They're going for top tier 1. I hope they don't pop Exo. Okay.
Yeah, they pop Exo. XCJ with the dive across. Salad though, waiting for that, just setting up for the kill.
But
Radiant's top tower is under
But-
attack.
They lost
but
mid though.
I'm so confused.
Are you still computing? Are you?
Yeah, I'm
trying
still.
to
I'm
wrap your head around
lagging.
that,
I'm
yeah.
caught in a loop.
Bottom tower is under
He
Someone reboot Lizard, please. Ponlo dead in mid here. They're transferring over the Nexus. Only a couple of seconds left, so they can't really do much damage to this tier 1 with it. But yeah, it's a bit odd because normally this tier 1 in the off lane not that important. I mean, it's more useful on the Radiant side because it is an extra TP point for Roche. Compared to the Dire offlane tier 1, which is absolutely useless. But losing your tier 1 mid for that is just not really worth.
bottom tower has
Yeah,
fallen.
they lost the tier 1 mid, they traded Exo, they didn't necessarily need it on top to take the tower, but that Exo definitely did help them kill both the Phoenix and the Earth Spirit, right? So they did get something out of it. It wasn't, it's just a little bit weird. It's not a bad play per se, it's just a little bit different. And that
All
level
that,
1
though.
exorcism, yeah.
Yeah, that's on cooldown, so it's gonna take you a little while so you can use it again for mid. And once again, while all that was happening, Lifesteal was clicking creeps, and Puck was clicking creeps. I guess Flybow was also clicking creeps, like Fishman. Just big stacks starting to work away at that in the jungle, in the triangle at the moment. But the point is, Gold's advantage still very much in favor of Team Fusion.
Yep. Just continuously farming better than LBZS. Same thing happened in the last game. They're using more of the map. They're just
Go again. Trying to make a play on Ponlo. Gets Shaq up with the Simfisherman's there. Salad linking up that ultimate and does a bit of burst damage. But Silence LG cancelled out again with that ultimate. He cannot rely on this to get himself out of trouble. Instead, he just dies. A third time's a charm. This time, Team Fusion was ready for this kind of play. Especially with LBZS only committing 2 heroes.
Yeah. I don't know. Oh, you aren't supposed to commit more on in this sort of an area. You aren't supposed to. Usually in Dota, you aren't supposed to commit any. You're supposed to be down bottom, playing perhaps around your triangle, pressuring the tier 1 tower. I'm just saying they're playing the game a bit differently this time around, which isn't something that I mind, as they did struggle. So.
I mean, certainly the way they played the last game didn't really work out for them, right?
Yeah,
So.
exactly. They have this Arcane Rune on that Prophet. Also, a BKB about to be completed, just 100 gold away. So they might be looking to use Exo. Yeah, there we go.
Right now, they also have the blink on LG, so the setup for Lifestealer,
Nice.
beautifully executed. The initial stun into the fall-off from Salad.
That's now a BKB completed. You killed off the Lifestealer. Yeah, it's looking way better. They're way more unpredictable this time around on LBCS, and maybe that's exactly what they needed.
Could have been a bit quicker on mid here, but PP is getting some free damage done, and of course an Arcane Rune means that the Exorcism is gonna be available much sooner.
Yeah, because bottom lane is also being pressured, so
That
they're.
too, yeah.
Kagome will take the bottom tier 1 tower, meanwhile DP damages mid a little bit.
Well, that dwarf didn't last long.
That's a sad one.
That's the worst feeling in support, right?
Tower is under attack.
Alright guys, we're getting
I'm not
vision
sure,
down.
is it?
Instantly dewatered. I don't know. It's up there for sure.
I think going to pull, telling your carry that you're pulling and him dying at the same second is maybe just as bad.
Yeah, I can see that. They don't tend to happen on the laning stage though, like maybe once or twice.
Tower is under attack.
Every
There's
time.
always- yeah, every time. It's one of these things that gets worse with repetition, you know, rather than
Dire's middle
easier.
tower is under attack.
You know what was also pretty bad as a support? Playing Lich when all you did was eat creeps. That
Oh
was
God,
pretty
yeah.
bad. It's a continuous bad. Like,
It's a long time ago.
top
Okay.
lane.
Does have the rollout this time, so he gets away. Now the stun, follow up onto the Park White Album. There's a lot of trouble, he gets burst down. And now Fishman, next on the list. Can do some damage rain, instantly broken, but bottom enough space to just walk away. No follow-up control or chase potential here on the side of LBZS. Yeah, that was quite a coup, bringing down White Album like that.
I have to say that I am way more optimistic about LBZS's chances in this game than in the last one. I feel like they've got what it takes to even take this match. They can win it, especially when you look at the way that Team Fusion has been playing. They're playing the same way like with the Nature's Prophet last one. And their team fight it's still good. Like the team fight is still pretty good, but it's not as scary versus a Jug as a position 1. He can just spin out of many things.
Yep.
So
well, can't spin out of Bash though. Lifestealer
has
can
one.
just
Yeah.
diligently clicking creeps, and yeah, he almost has that completed. So, that's the thing. Like we've seen in the smaller skirmishes, the LBZS, I do agree, they're looking much better than those at the very least. So they kind of go down that route of what we're talking about. You know, just play Dota, just run at them. To some extent, you know, not mindlessly so, but to some extent. But all of these skirmishes were without Lifestealer, and arguably without Puck really being able to play. Like that last engagement, he just got chain stunned, right?
Guess it's my shout.
Yeah. No. Which can happen. He doesn't have any sort of saving utility on his side, so every time Pango jumps him, the same thing can happen.
The other thing though is like that's the only lockdown they have. They've been
With the
using it very
hoodwink,
effectively,
right?
but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, yeah, that combo, right?
Yeah.
Jump it from Pango, hoodwink, then to set up for the follow-ups then. But you can only... like, if you can get that on 2 heroes, Fusion has messed up, I think. Yeah, we'll see how this one goes. Fusion is still maintaining a slight gold lead, but it's not been... like, it's not growing as crazily as it did in the last game, right?
Yeah. They were splitting the map a bit more effectively last time because of the Prophet.
Yeah.
And it's what the hero does, right? It makes that kind of a thing much simpler, and you can join the fights in an easier way. As you have that global presence, not something that Lifestealer was ever known about, so
Yeah.
a little bit more reserved this time around. They're waiting for the Dezo and Lifestealer now. I'd still like to see some sort of play from Team Fusion. They have what it takes to take a fight.
Perhaps
Top
on
lane.
top, there's a BKB available for Raze if it could only get it out. The Supernova comes in, no one there to... oh, the bash comes through! Fresh complete on LJ. Fishman in a lot of trouble here, turns around, but being chased down with the Death Prophet Exorcism. And again!
And another one. Yeah.
Alright.
Mega kill. There you go, that's the...
If you just bash every time, then it's all the lockdown you'll need. They'll find Abba somewhere else, but whatever.
That's the
it's-
lockdown you wanted right there.
Yeah.
Double down.
Puck tipping top with the DD. Can he? Okay, he can.
Alright.
A strange time to hibernate.
Bonus here, but just the supports going down across the map.
Sometimes splitting a bit too much gets you in these kind of situations in which Razor pops his BKB and Phoenix uses his ulti and you don't really get anything out of it.
Yeah.
Because it's only 2 of those heroes in the enemy jungle. They needed more. Perhaps if an Earth Spirit was around, but Ponlo is just way too busy getting his raid packed. Just farming it up.
It's a bit labor intensive to get farm on that hero, I think.
He's an honest man doing honest work, right? One block, one stone at a time.
It's gonna get there eventually. Yeah, that's the thing. Normally when you're looking at Earth Spirits, like the classic way that hero has an impact on a game is in the first 15 minutes or so. We're just constantly setting up for kills. did a good enough job just pressuring top. For the Juggernaut not to be farming super effectively, but since then we haven't seen too much from Pondo. He gets the roll away now. But I think that's going to be a problem going forward. That's like how much of an impact is this Earthspirit going to have?
Yeah, you're playing into an Abaddon, so some of your spells will be de-spelled too. It's not an easy game for him, I would say. And I would have liked more if he was a bit more active early on. Like you just mentioned, perhaps on that top lane when Razor was getting caught, if he was around, maybe they could even turn that fight. It's extremely... man, I'm not sure, maybe I'm just broken from Turbo, but I feel like Team Fusion could have utilized their heroes a bit more earlier.
Certainly in Ponlo's case, it's going to be a lot rougher now. I mean, obviously Pangoli has the roll-up and the ultimate to protect him. We've been talking about the Dispel from the Euphoric Shield. There's a BKB on Death Prophet. Already used once.
There's a Manta already on Jug.
Yeah.
So the silence alone will not cut it. You need to get a way of stun locking him, which you don't have on the side of Team Fusion.
I'll be thus invading the jungle. Oh, White Album though. Bit of a jump here, bit of damage being done to LG. That scouting information obtained. Looking at this mid tower right now. Fusion kind of grouping like they want to fight this one. They'll need at least Fishman though. He can TP in whenever. This also is, oh, Shadow Blade on Lifestealer walks in, gets the bash here, the counter bash though. Long range, Stefan working away in this tower. There's jump in from White Album once again, just trying to create chaos, trying to find an opportunity here, finds Coilon too. But with the Exorcism still going in front, the rest of the team has no ability to go past that into the backlines. So
I don't think they even wanted
being exchanged.
Yeah, I don't think the plan was ever to fight properly. I think it was just to take down the ward. Okay. You take down that healing ward and then you can poke them a little bit top lane. Fuck.
White Album in a lot of trouble once again, being chain stunned. Brought down. Oh yeah. So far so good. Simply Team Fusion is still... It feels like they're still playing the early mid-game when it's in the... getting to the later mid-game, if that makes sense, you know? Trying to move more into the 5-man team fights situations rather than the... Oh yeah, we're just gonna skirmish with 2 or 3 heroes.
None of their moves are working out. They're still playing like they have a Prophet on their side. That's what you're saying, and yeah. I can see it too. Yeah, I can see it. It's like the same playstyle from game 1, and that spilled over into this game too. And they're being punished for it a little bit. They're still fine when you think about the items that are coming for them. You have this Razor with Refresher in any moment.
Yeah.
Once you get that, your team fight's damage output increases significantly as Razor can. You know, yeah. It's all about having the double BKB tool. Like you can go in, link the target, BKB, and then actually use the damage afterwards with another BKB.
That damage is actually insane. Like the fight goes on, you have 2 eyes with the storm going on the Razor that you can't really easily kill because he has 2 charges as a BKB. It's not stacking up so much. Even heroes like Juggernauts or Pangoleo kind of rely on their magic immunity spells to kind of be saying, hey, yeah, I can exist in a fight. If Razor's right next to them, they can't. Yeah, it just cuts right through.
We'll see, there's a double smoke on XGJ and yeah, they use it.
Right.
Razor revealed himself though with that, right?
Oof. So. Getting him in. Full salvage complete now for the Lifestealer. quite handy in this game as Oponlo. That was a problem. Just looking for
Got
a
the raid
D1
back.
here, but just gets nuked down. Got the raid back out. Easy. But also gets right-clicked away, so...
This is Rush.
awkward. Yeah. X isn't committed. Juggernaut walking in. No Ponlo, no chance for him to come back here, but still a Supernova. There's still Razor with a refresher if they want to contest this one.
They have an egg. Phoenix is really strong here.
But he comes out. Fishman starts to walk in. Roshan almost dead. There it is. But Kagome gets a lot of in the ages. Bashes come through. As trying to burst on a Death Prophet here, but they don't quite have the damage. Just on a Lifestealer here. Detachment with the ultimate keeps him alive. And now, oh, he couldn't infest. He gets burst down as the Omnislash cuts him to pieces. Not just him, but also Fishman. And they even find White's album on the side. But yeah, can't quite find the bashes to keep him controlled up. Ponlo just coming back into the fray. It's like, let us salvage something here at the very least, and they'll find the Pango, they'll find Detachment as well. Ultimate's still on cooldown and no further help. So the rest of the team is actually clicking away at the tier 2 tower. Still a huge victory won for LBZS. White Album, TPN, trying to get rid of the creep wave at the very least. It'll not save this tower, but will save the tier 3. Not that I would have gone for that, with the death time it's kind of getting lower and lower.
Yeah, they rescue the fight at least a little bit with a couple of those kills in the end, White Album and Polmo, but like you said, the team fight went terribly wrong for Team Fusion. Everything. First, they committed a bit too late. Second, they didn't use the egg instantly around the pit. Well, they didn't use it at all because Phoenix tried to... You know, sometimes on Phoenix you try to maximize your damage output instead of just dropping that damn egg and winning a team fight. Yeah. He dove in for a couple of extra fire spirits for that extra slow and damage to hit in, and then he literally just dove into a rolling thunder. Right? It just happens. Sometimes you you dive into a stun, and you die before using that egg. It wasn't a mistake. It's just a massive bad luck. I suppose.
It's just
top lane,
it happens.
Prophet.
Right. The other thing as well, like they were going into the Lifestealer, didn't have rage available as he was trying to right-click down a Death Prophet on the cover of BKB. He did not have quite enough damage to make that happen. And then, yeah, once again, that Pango ult did a lot of work here, not just against Phoenix, but also against the Lifestealers up top. Ooh, that's a free kill.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, God King, not quite built for those sorts of engagement. It's almost to a point where you want to consider a BKB on a Lifesteal just so you can actually play the game against that Rolling Thunder.
I can't even blame him. Are they lacking damage? Sort of, but if you're stunned constantly, you can't be dealing that damage anyway. So
yeah,
getting the BKB does make sense. It's always sad to see it on a Lifestealer though.
Yeah. Well, not getting a tier 2 as they were chasing away that Lifestealer from the bottom lane. So. And the instant smoke to link up again somewhere, perhaps in the jungle, perhaps in the mid lane.
There's a hex on that Prophet, by the way, which is quite huge.
Oh, God King, no! Oh, it walks into Sentry, gets burst down, 75 seconds on the sideline, and now the team gets caught in the back. Fishman is down for the count. Tanks the Omnislash buyback there from XCJ. Fishman is probably gonna have to buy back too if they wanna save this Rax. This XCJ actually being run at. Another Hex coming forward. He just dies back with the big crit from Kagome. Fishman, another buyback, but how much can he really threaten here by himself?
Not a lot. There's a Puck trying to skip creeps. and he will do that. But I believe, yeah, they're going to take the set even through all of that. It doesn't matter. White album. All right, all right.
Bye.
Your beautiful corpse.
But that's it's an absolute disaster. Like,
It's not great. Running into a Hex, he was in with. He thought he was safe. He wasn't. They kill him off. They take the side. They force a couple of buybacks. The game looks much better. We stated our optimism a bit earlier, right, about LBCS, and it's kind of working out that way for them. They have the damage. They have everything that it takes to take down these heroes of Team Fusion. And even though it looks like they don't have a lot of lockdown, it's more than enough.
Yeah, they've itemized into it to account for that. Like we saw in the first usage of the Cypher Vice, just catch Team Fusion and God King with their pants down, essentially. Yeah, so they've accounted for that. It's a draft weakness, I guess. Now they're in a really good position. Like,
just need to see them continuing to execute this way. They can't really PP.
no. Okay, Bursting on Pango.
They have buyback.
Really good start. Your Hoodwink snaps the coil. Now PP, they get the chemical on the next CJ. Salad gets to live as Fishman kind of left by himself. He's tanking Omni Slash. So that's a dieback for him. Buyback from Pango as well. So they made the call. Let's get the hell out of here. Link off to the side. Fuck, where is he? He's being run at. Very hard to actually track down.
Oh, here's
God.
the Hex.
Oh no! You're crazy, dude. You're crazy. He's TPing. Can he get bashed? Of course he can. LG just normal right clicks, another roll across. He's gonna be stuck here for a while. Just trying to roll off the map.
Needs to get to the TP.
LG is still running at him. Has the Agnum Scepters, found a bash for that, rolled off to the side. What is happening? Really, exactly. What?
Still being chased though.
Wow,
Look at
the
that.
bash! LG just gets the bashes. Still not enough. Come
He's
on,
dead.
man. Come on.
See?
Surely.
Come on.
He's one more roll and now he's out of mana. So, but he's fine.
but they-
He's out.
They gave up.
Portal's actually out of there.
Alright, nothing
Oh,
to
God.
see here, nothing wrong. As
It's completely inconsequential, but it's hilarious regardless. You know?
as a Phoenix spammer, I can't even be mad. I love these things. Now they even have a ward, a dire ward really deep on the left side that they see him running through those trees, rolling through those trees, I should say. Another smoke up happening. This time Phoenix and the Puck, but they don't even have the Earth Spirit around. He's way too low, right? So
is under attack.
The lifesteal infested, so yeah, with a buyback on Pangolier, perhaps the idea is, alright, if we can get him again, then at the very least they can stabilize perhaps a little bit. For a quick Roach spawn, it's close to the max respawn time of those, so big guy will
huge
not
for
be
them,
back
right?
in a while.
like
Yeah.
picking off the Pango first, it gives them some sort of win condition in team fights. No one is saying that they will win the team fight 100% if they kill the Pango, but it's a thing they can play around.
Yeah,
It's like
makes the
both
fight
teams.
a lot easier,
Yeah.
but doesn't mean it's gonna be easy, as you said. Like especially when it comes to the Death Prophet, like she's a threat with the Cypher Vice, the Enders, so we can't burst her down. Juggernaut also incredibly strong at the moment. Lincoln Sphere to protect himself. LBZS claiming control over this area because, you know, Roshan could respawn at any moment, as far as they know. Fusion gotta feel that same pressure. God King still infested into the buck, just hitching a ride.
They scan the rush, but it's only Abaddon inside. They'll probably dive him.
Yep. Find him, and the bash actually catches Bono, pushes up to the high ground. It's actually, nah, he's not safe there at all, is he, LG? Kind of stuck there, he's deeping out, he's absolutely fine. The Omni Slash bouncing between here on top of the Yules, but Fishman, he's all alone, he needs some help. Bonlo comes in, a little too late. Oh yeah, Fishman barely dies, super up on the high ground, trying to buy some space. Bonlo's dead as well, though. As they shift the fight over to the bottom, Pangoli almost dead, one more bash, and an experienced God King, get the hell out of there.
Where are the
Barely
bashes?
gets Rage TB. No bashes somehow, yeah. I guess without LG, there's no possibility for it.
Buyback, the
Goes
Abaddon,
to show.
they don't have the Pango, so it's a big deal. I feel like Roche. Okay, 30 more seconds. That's more than enough time for Team Fusion to get themselves back together and contest it.
Yeah.
I feel like they will. They know that Pango is that it doesn't have a buyback, so you can kind of poke around the pit. You don't have to. You see, like infest, pick off a target. You don't have to commit completely. Jug insta
Juggernaut
spin.
is a rough one, as get rid of the illusions at the very least. Now trying to run them down. The silence. Break on one side finds the Fortuna. Saves White Album with his own air to protect himself. Do get away, just exchanging a few more spells. Ponlo will scout out the Roshan pit. He knows that he's up now.
They're just so strong as well on the side of... so sustainable, I should say, on the side of LBCS. You have this Dead Prophet with Aeon Disc, a very difficult kill. Abaddon just helping everyone out with Photic Shield. You can't kill him. Jug with the Lincoln's Manta. Good luck with that. Like, and they're just straight into the pit, okay? This is brave.
It's very brave indeed. Here Aeon Disc onto XCJ. Does not have a Supernova just yet. He'd stay alive for another 10 seconds to have that available, but now Kagome in the front. They found the real one. Can they burst him down? Good healing one. Couple of power bashes pass. And Juggernaut, he is dead! 100 seconds on the sidelines. He can't fight back if they want to keep contesting this one. And well, Team Fusion have expended a lot of ultimates to make this one work, but they do have that Supernova available again. Razor infested, working straight back into the rush.
If they could force the buyback and disengage, would be amazing. That's what they're trying.
Exactly what you said, yeah. LG, ultimate committed. But with Fusion being back up on the high ground, that's a wasted roll, unless just buying enough space for them to finish Roche themselves. Now, it's done. Another run in, they see what's happening here, PP in front, and Rayshab Lifestealer trying to make things happen. He has a big heavy to follow into Roche, and that is Aegis on the attack, and once again, there it is, Kagome gets it here, and now the man fight into the Omni Slash, no, bouncing in, finishing off the Lifestealer. He's down for 100 seconds, no buyback available, and this is the last team fight. Team Fusion also lose to Phoenix. Ponlo already bought back.
I feel like the idea again was the correct one. The execution perhaps wasn't the best. A Lifestealer goes in and he's just hoping. Like sometimes you're hoping you're gonna right click a bit faster. You'll take that Aegis, right? Okay, but it's not really a plan that you need to rely on. I think if they went in at the same time, or maybe Phoenix goes in a bit faster and pops that egg next to the pit, then it's harder for Jug to take the Aegis. Because he has to be thinking, okay, this egg is about to stun me. Do I go back? Do I continue hitting it? Maybe that would have been a bit better, because the egg came only after the Omni Slash already and Aegis was picked up. They had it off cooldown. They could have done it sooner.
Yeah. Well, bottom line is White Album just playing games. But full set of racks mid is down now. They finish up the range racks there, and also got the melees up top. Huge victory won once again for LBZS. They're still holding on to the Aegis. Get the free shot and Kagome as well on someone.
You're getting some decent notes as well. Ninja gear. He did just level 26, like you mentioned, with the shard on Juggernaut. Meanwhile, but Earth Spirit's still farming up. He's got that raid pack into the Aghanims. Do you feel that the Aghanims is a game changer? I guess it helps versus the Omni Slash.
I guess, yeah. I mean, he has not really been able to play zero all games because of the drafts and the pace of the game not really favoring it, but maybe with that ability he can make plays. But yeah, if you save the Lifestealer or the Razor from the Omnislash like that, that might be enough for them to survive and then consequently actually do some damage in fights. Because like more often than not, I've seen this Omnislash just being focused on one of those core heroes.
Yeah, it's usually the Razor, right? He's the one trying to link up on the Jug. He does have two ways of breaking Lincolns now, so it should be a bit easier for him.
To have Talbot can use that aggressively, and the Yules. Always want to keep that for yourself and dodge some of that Omnislash damage at least.
White Album just trying to pop that Abba ulti before the real fight starts. If you can pop his ulti, perhaps you can kill him off before he is able to do a lot.
Alright, here we are, the siege is real. 1 minute left on the clock on the Aegis, give or take. Doesn't look like LBZS will find an angle right now.
Yeah, there's just... Are you surprised that they're taking it in a disciplined way? I guess you're not, right?
Not really surprised, no. Just, I'm a little bit surprised that they got to this point, you know, after game one. This is looking like a very different team.
Yeah, they're executing much better. But when it comes to closing out the game, they're still the same old LBZS. Which isn't the wrong thing here. I think it's much safer and easier for you to fight on your own terms. Let them, like, loosen up the noose a little bit, let them get out of the base and then fight.
Yeah, as long as you group up when you're across the river, you should be fine. If you split up too much, if you give an opportunity for team fusion, like, it's not like they don't have any burst themselves if they find the right targets. Like, even Abba, you have a Silver Edge on a Lifestealer, so you can take care of that automatic activation of the ultimates. And then if you can stun him or silence him, then he can't press it himself manually either. So that, like, even those heroes could be dying quicker than they should. And they could just give you a way in to just stabilize for the next minute or so, and then maybe look for another, or at least keep these lanes pushed out.
Is the smoke from White Album and the boys? They have this one big wave mid lane pushing in, so it's kind of hard to smoke up. But they are like hugging. Usually, this means that they will smoke up.
Yeah,
need to push it out. Perhaps White Album pushes out this wave. They smoke up. Maybe try and get the play going for them. It's always a problem when you're two sides down. It's always so difficult to make any plays on the map because the vision is pretty much always against you.
Yeah. Well, I also don't quite know whether LBZS might not be smoked running at them right now as they're walking into... Excuse me. They're walking into what little vision they have. Yeah, I'm alright, alright.
And be careful, man. It's the AC. It can get to you.
I'm in Germany. We don't have AC.
Oh, you
Not
just
a
like to
thing.
suffer, is that it?
Nah. It's just like I had COVID last week, and the cough is just lingering a little bit,
See.
which is slightly unfortunate.
So 2020, man, come on.
It really isn't, because since I was vaccinated, I had only very mild symptoms, all things considered. Might
Nice.
not have been the case if it was 2020. But yeah, here we are, LBZS. Kind of... both teams are kind of just hoping not to run into them on the enemy team's terms, I guess. Any more items that we're waiting at right now?
There is nothing huge on both sides, I feel like. They're all just ready. There is this nullifier coming on Lifestealer, but it's like it's a bonus, you know, it's
Yeah,
something
it's-
extra.
Doesn't seem game breaking. Refresher orb done on the puck actually, so you can double Dagon. Very nice.
It's been there after the last fight as well. It's been there. It's just been in his backpack. It still is. That Aeon disc pops, you just switch it in. Both of these teams just waiting for the proper rush fight.
Yep.
Looking up, you can see they're well aware of where all of them are. Like if you're Team Fusion, you can't really play anywhere else. On low, next up.
Ooh, big gun on right now, trying to burst him down with the bashes. They'll be able to. Like the White Album's best efforts, but this is the full 5-man lineup. Fusion not ready to engage there.
You get an additional gem as well on their side, so now they have two. Can leave that one in the base. Most important is you took it away from Team Fusion, right? So
Yeah.
the map control becomes even easier for you. What's up with all the invis plays coming from Team Fusion? It's like they listen to us talk in that game one that invis is invulnerable and makes you invincible, right?
Yeah.
They took it to heart.
That was not the message that we wanted to send with that, just for the record. It does seem a bit rough. Lifestealer, God King, committing for the nullifier. As a result, no buyback available for him. To buyback either for PP or LG. Both of them finished up their own refresher orbs.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah, some huge fight is coming up, especially now as Rosh will respawn in a second.
Team Fusion getting into position. There's an Observer 1 up on the high ground here that they would have to take care of first, so they smoke past. Phoenix has some sentries to work with, but they need to go right now if they want to contest. As Roshan falling incredibly fast here to Kagome. LG bowling up. Fuck. What gets taken care of, but Roshan is already dead. Aegis, jeez. And oh, hey, here we go. Fisherman going in, and that's that Magma detachment next on the list here. Back up to full as he tanks the Dagon. Unfortunately, the Omni Slash here on two. Infest this kind of safe. Fisherman, he's still alive, and the ultimate's still going. Juggernaut is dead once. Can he die twice? Fisherman somehow still alive. Kagome needs a vision. They don't have detection at the ready here, and the big old spin finishes up Fisherman. Buyback comes in as the finish of XCJ.
Yeah, it's just such a hard fight to win, even though they... Let's say it was the worst possible fight for LBs. Yes, they're running up high ground against an egg. They don't kill off the Razor, he gets Sunraid back up, he uses Yules. Just leeches so much damage with that Static Link and Eye of the Storm. It was pretty solid, really. Well executed by Team Fusion, but you're kind of... It's not even that the network difference is that significant at this point, it's just that you played against Refresher Shard, Cheese, Aegis, on Jug. It was a hard fight to take. But they took it in a really nice spot. which was also very helpful, obviously.
Well, at least they took that Aegis away right away, right? So they don't have that for the high ground siege. The downside is Razor did commit that buyback, so that's a bit of a win condition right now for LBZS. If they end up killing the Razor, they will have a much easier time taking an engagement, because we saw that Eye of the Storm do a lot of work, not just doing damage himself, but also making sure the lifestealer can do damage much easier, obviously. Right? Minus armor also is something that benefits him.
Yeah, of course. They like complement each other pretty damn well. Lifestealer, let's see if he'll do the same. Yeah, he will. Last time he used his buyback money, this time he's going to do the same, finish off that full abyssal. It's a huge deal when you're playing into a jug, right? Having that abyssal point click for sure stun definitely does help.
Still the slight problem of the Lincolns that you have to contend with, but
Has a nullifier as well. That Lincoln's is most of the time popped by Razor anyway. He has Halberd and Duels. Usually it's popped by Halberd, so he can static link, and then he uses Duels to save himself from the Omni Slash.
yep. Oh. Game still going on. LZS with the advantage still. Might be here for a little while unless they can find a decisive high ground fight in the next couple of minutes. They still have the cheese. Currently Hoodwink's the one holding on to it. But they also have their own buybacks on most heroes. LG, a couple hundred gold away. ABBA as well.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things. We don't really want to give this cheese to a Hoodwink, but no one has a slot. So here you go.
Yeah.
Support.
You
can
hold
have
it for now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tower is under attack.
But don't eat it. Just hold it.
Dire are scanning.
If you eat it, we're gonna be mad. We're gonna ask you. You know when the heroes are like 10% HP. Where's my cheese?
Yeah.
Did you eat it?
Said you could hold it, not that you could use it. Smoke not leading too much. Oh, White Album though. Could be a good kill, but of course the Aeondis will make this very awkward indeed.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, putting that on cooldown. Always nice. 160 seconds or so. Can refresh forward, of course.
Instant smoke. They do see the Phoenix. They know where he is. They were hunting the Earth Split instead. He's fine. They'll get out.
This very awkward spot where we're in late game Dota, and so much is about these cooldowns of the refreshes and the Aeondis and the buybacks and whatnot.
We're really close to tier 5s as well. Let's see if we go that far.
Alright. Well, worst comes to worst, you can just hold up in your base and it's not gonna get much worse from here on out, I suppose. If you fusion. Unless those TS5 items are just
Now you'll find a way to you'll find a way to farm the tier 5 items anyway. If we do get there, you have a puck. He has travels. He's always able to leave the map, farm the enemy jungle, get get all those sweet items for your team, hold back in. But LBs, yes, perhaps again a bit too indecisive with their movements. It's like they need 9 items, you know. They don't. 6 is not enough. And this jug pretty much has that. He just sold his boots. He has that swift link. He's as farmed as one can be. Maybe a shard or something. Moon shard, that is.
It's got the Revenant's Brooch and Puck, but
CJ
might be going on right now. He's in good position to break the smoke. As there's a break over, and ABBA instantly pops the ult with himself, but that's a great place there for LG. God King solo! He's gonna die, he's dead! And he does not have buyback, does not have the money. Why double return to get rid of the egg? Hondo in so much trouble afterwards as he was stuck on the high ground. See, okay, he just turned himself to a stone and kicked himself across. That's very balanced.
Yeah, remember, there's no buyback. Yeah.
The game's still over though, surely. All the
Let's see.
ultimates have been used, but there's no lifestealer. Surely they need lifestealer.
Yeah, I believe that as well. I don't see them. I don't see them taking this fight. There's still a refresher on the DP.
It's been available whenever you wanted. XCJ caught in the middle, just the bashes. So many of them being stacked up. And this only provided momentary respite here. His face even. Now look at him. Bashed, disarmed, stunned. Can't even make it back up to the fountain here. Lifted up himself into the air. Try and make it, but it's just not enough. LBZS gonna claim game number 2. GG, well played. And damn. Gonna have to be eating our words, Lizard.
We
need to find a fork or something, but damn, this looked like a completely different team.
We did take it back. We reeled it
We did, yeah.
back a notch after the game started, as definitely LBZS deserved it. I feel like it's not. It wasn't about LBZS alone. It was the way. It truly, for me, was the way Team Fusion played as well.
Yeah.
They played the same way they did with the Prophet. They got punished just so many times. Their duel of, like, if it's Sand King plus Phoenix, and you're playing in the enemy jungle, if they jump you, or you see someone, you have kill potential. But when you're Phoenix plus Razor, and you don't have an H's Prophet, it's kind of a different thing, right? Like, you can't really do that much with that combo.
Yeah. I mean, this is a much more fun game to watch, in my opinion. Obviously, game 1 is a little bit of a stomp, but yeah, game 2 completely different here from LBZS. I think you said it on pretty early on. You're like, yeah, okay, LBZS actually playing aggressive Dota here. Like they made a couple like really quick rotations. They find good early towers with that Death Prophet's first rotations, diving that tier 1 top ended up netting them a lot. And it's just a completely different story from then on out for the Death Prophet, for Kagome and the Juggernaut, both having incredible score lines, 10-0-19, 15-1-13. Like this was, it's just, it seemed like they were much more well put together in game number 2.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, even though it wasn't the classic standard moves that we've seen, like they made a lot of effort and a lot of rotations towards the top lane, which is not a tower that would be first on your list normally, but it is still momentum, it's still something going for them. And then eventually they were able to just keep up in terms of farm, always punishing Team Fusion when they were still in the split map mode, as Lizard was saying. Like 2 heroes on one side, just going in and then being killed off time and time again. And that kept the net worth very much in check. And then, they were itemizing to account for the lack of lockdown. Like the Bastion was doing a lot of work on LG. They had the sheep stick on DP eventually. And the Juggernaut just got super strong. And he's one of those carries that is better than some others here. Maybe not the best, but he's certainly a hero that can carry the game given enough items. So.
I may be a bit greedy in the playstyle. I think that, for me, the main point is Team Fusion, when they needed to clump up together and perhaps make 3-4-man moves, they were only doing they were only making 2-man moves.
Yeah.
And 90% of them got punished early on or didn't really do a lot. Not enough of pickoffs, which just gave the game away into LBZS's hands. You're still playing against the Death Prophet with the healing ward with an Abaddon. There's just a ton of sustain from them, and if you're not committing to a fight, 99% you're not killing them. So
Yeah.
Really well done still, though, by LBZS to bounce back after game one. It's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, for sure.
Not at all. And one thing I was a little bit surprised about was Fusion's like hesitation around the Roche pit. Like you pointed this out during the cast, Lizard. It like you look at this Phoenix and you're like, yeah, just egg next to the pit, right? Like that's what you would expect. Like they would just start the egg and force the fight before the Roche goes down. But every single time, all 3 Roche fights, the egg came out after Roshan dies, right? Like so it just feels like they maybe played a little bit too passive around this Roshan when it kind of feels like they have the Roche advantage with their team fight, right?
Like you would think that way. You would think that they have a
Oh no! We'll bring Lizard back in just a moment. He a little technical difficulty here, but he was just going on to the point that you would think they have the Roche advantage, right? But for some reason, there was a little bit of miscommunication, maybe a little bit of hesitation into that Roche bit. All right, Lizard, continue making your point. The people want to hear you.
Yeah. You're completely right. A little bit of hesitation. Maybe XTJ was a bit too worried about Jug, about the spin to kill the egg, right? Maybe that's the problem. You're thinking, okay, if I go in, my egg dies. There's nothing to save it. But he needed to make LBZS hesitate. He couldn't be the one that hesitates. Like you need to put that egg and just make that egg a focal point of a fight, like some sort of a taunt that makes LBZS goes on it, so that the rest of your teammates can do stuff around it. Yeah. Perhaps that would have been a better approach, but it's hard to say. Team fights were definitely not easy to execute for Team Fusion boys.
Certainly seems though that if they had been able to find at least one of those Roshan fights going in their favor instead, because some of them were on a nice edge, especially with the Aegis. Maybe lifesteal is a little bit quicker with the right click and whatnot. I mean, you can easily see these kind of things going a different way, especially that one that we just saw in the highlight, where they actually ended up killing the Juggernaut with Fishman surviving, having the ultimate going the entire time, and God King actually being able to right click on a lifestealer. Like, if Jug didn't have the Aegis there, maybe that game turns around for Team Fusion, and so it's this inability to execute team fights perfectly, or finding a way to execute them in a way that actually allows them to get the upper hand, might have cost them the game in the end. But I think you're absolutely right when you say that it's incredibly difficult to actually find that one path that you need.
Yeah, all 3 Roshans going one team's favor, definitely makes a difference in the full global scale of the game. There was something I actually learned in this game that I was a little bit interested about. Maybe I saw it incorrectly, but the Pango versus Puck matchup, typically, very Puck favored. Did I see it right that roll up dispelled the coil and he just rolled it and he just
Yeah, you saw it right.
That's not supposed to happen, right? Like, am I crazy? Is that a bug? Because it is an undispellable ability. He definitely just dispelled the coil and then just rolling thundered right out of it, and I was confused.
I'm not.
We'll send it right to GitHub.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if he dispelled it or if it's it was about to end. I'm not 100, but I think
it was pretty
right.
fresh.
Yeah,
I think
it was like a fresh coil. Maybe he was like right on the edge, but like I don't know what happened. He just rolled up and then was boop rolling thunder right into the puck, and I was like, wait, what?
I'd bet that he was right on the edge. That it wasn't that he just dispelled it. That it was right on the edge, and because of that, it kind of clipped it. Like when you yule yourself on the edge, and there's a small chance to drop on the other
That's
side.
the only thing. It could have just been. Yeah. It's something I'm going to look back at for sure, because I was it caught me off guard, and it definitely caught God King off guard. That was like his first big death of the game. Or I'm sorry, not God King, White Album.
Yeah.
But yeah, interesting stuff. Really exciting game number 2 though. But we do have a game number 3 coming up. So we're going to go to one last break here in this series. It is going to be LBZS taking on Team Fusion here in game 3. Everyone stay tuned for more. We'll see you right after the break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the short little break there as we get ready to jump into our third and final game of this series. It is now tied 1-1 LBZS against Team Fusion, which a lot of people consider to be the favorites in Division 2. I know both of you did, but LBZS not going down without a fight. Lizard, Drag and Drop. What do you guys expect here in game number 3? Let's start with Lizard.
Look, there's a reason why these guys were in Division 1 so many times. They want to get back into it. Not sure what I expect from Game 3. I hope not the same drafts. I hope not the same Dead Prophet style of gameplay. I want to see something different. I want to see perhaps Team Fusion banning it out in the first 2 bans.
All right. What about you, Drag and Drop?
Well, I'm certainly glad LBZS woke up. Really seemed in game number 1 that they weren't really themselves, or they were the worst version of themselves, perhaps, but then it made the right adaptations in game number 2. Also took advantage of Team Fusion kind of also being asleep at the wheel, kind of trying to coast the same way that they did in game number 1, while this time around being challenged. So it should make for a very interesting game number 3, and I'm happy. I'm ready to get into it. Yeah.
Well,
See
with that,
slightly different.
I think it's right. It's time to get into it. We're going to go ahead and jump into the draft here for this third and final game. Very exciting. And unfortunately for you, Lizard, we are going to see the Phoenix Razor once again outside of Team Fusion, but they did ban out that Death Prophet. So we got half of what you were looking for.
It's fine. I'm like Razor and Phoenix for me aren't as game-defining heroes as a Dead Prophet. Like, you see the Dead Prophet on mid lane, on PP, you know what's happening from LBZS the whole game. Razor and Phoenix, however, on Team Fusion, yeah, sure. It's some position 5 Phoenix, I don't care. It can be picked every game. It doesn't mean too much. But yeah, LBZS, they go with the Shadow Shaman. I just love the hero. With the nerfs, they don't matter. The shackles are still amazing. And Lina, good versus both of them, right? Good versus Razor, good versus Phoenix Egg. Really nice pickup as well. I have to say, of course, Team Fusion's draft and opening is in their style, but LBZS, they answered in the right way, in a nice way, in my opinion.
Really good egg killer right out of the gate, right? In the form of that Lina, you pop the BKB. Razor, not much there about it quite yet. Definitely a flex pick. We'll see what they end up doing with it. But a lot of the same bans we're seeing in phase 2, right? We get the Templar Assassin. We see the Nature's Prophet as well. The Clockwork is throwing me for a loop. Is this just because of Shadow Shaman and Lina? Is that exclusively it? Because I feel like this is not a support hero that I've seen in quite a while.
Oh, come on. It's versus Shadow Shaman and Lina. It's also good with the egg, right?
Yep.
I guess, yeah. It is pretty good against the egg, or with the egg.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of Clockworks here and there, so it's not that it's completely unheard of. And yeah, as you said, it is very good against Shadow Shaman. You know, anything that's has like a lot of stuns, a lot of disables to isolate him, make sure they can't use that shackle. Lina as well wants to be standing on the edge of the team fights, kind of clicking in and pressing spells and then running away. Clockwork can also disrupt that. So very much like that pick here. But then Mars and Snapfire, somehow both still in the pool. That's one of those classic teamfight combos. You know, you take the Mars away as a potential for the Phoenix combo, and then you pick the Snapfire as just a combo with the Arena, just drop the Monomus Kisses in, as a bit of a lane killer combo, and also as an extra counter to the Phoenix. You know, just a single point and a little Shredder will deal with the Supernova for the longest time. So this is pretty great draft from LBZS so far in my book.
What do you think about Beast?
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say I like to refer to the Mars Snapfire as the power couple of Dota, but yeah, I'll let you carry on with the Beastmaster point.
No, I was actually just asking. A lot of utility, a lot of push potential, giving that true BKB piercing disable for the egg to stay alive. They have 2 now. You have the hookshot and the primal roar, so that's pretty solid. A lot of attack speed for everyone to kill off Shadow Shaman's wards. I think the only question is like, what kind of a carry do they pick up that benefits the most out of that attack speed from the beast? Or
So
do
do you
they
think
go?
we're looking for White Album Zero, or that's the last tier, or is this like White Album going Razor mid? Because
No,
that's where this
you're
gets
actually.
tricky.
This is
Yeah.
Razor 1.
Yeah, I
and
think
look
it's
for
Razor
Razor
1 as well.
Yeah.
You're right. It's not the best though. Not my favorite with the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
But
That's where I was confused, because you're also into the Mars, which is like a classic Razor doesn't do anything against you in lane.
yeah, that's completely true. No, I don't know. I'd rather have Razor somewhere else. I'd rather have him not be a safe lane, but I feel like you're kind of out of options.
Yeah. Do you really want him mid against Lina, right? Is the other thing.
You don't, but look at LBZS and look at their bans. They're thinking the same thing that we are, and that's that Team Fusion needs a carry, and like you can put Razor on safe lane, but I feel like it's easier to put him mid and have him struggle in the lane, and then have a solid win condition, than put him on the safe lane and then have no win condition. You know that can happen easily.
What's the chance of them bringing back something like the mid Beastmaster that used to go for like that Axis build? And
It's pretty bad. Like the Axis build is bad. Like, you could put Beast mid even, but go for the normal Helm of Overlords.
Helm of Overlord build or whatever. Okay.
Yeah. It's possible, but then why not just put him offlane and put Razor mid? It's the same thing versus Lina.
Yeah, I guess you're just against Lina, right? Like neither of them do particularly well. All right, so both teams looking for the 1 position, then potentially Kagome and God King's Hero up for bat here. His Templar Assassin is still in the pool. Not a bad one here.
Banned out.
Wait, is it? Oh, it is banned. Okay.
Right there in the middle.
Yeah.
Medusa's still there. Still got the Jugger also been banned.
Just get the Life Stealer again. Make him redeem himself on the side of Team Fusion.
Yeah.
You know, like it didn't work last game. Now show us what you got. But they have last picks, so overall they can counter LBZS's core. I wouldn't mind another Lina-esque hero on the side of LBZS. There isn't really a lot left in the pool, so some TB, Dra, whatever. Or you can just go for a Medusa as well, right? Like you have Medusa with Mars, with Snapfire. Not great versus Razor, but playable.
Okay.
Never mind.
The Wraith King and then the
Medusa
counter is the Medusa. Okay. So my worry was if you go Medusa on LBZS, you can respond with Anti-Mage into the safe lane. And it's actually not a bad lane into the Mars. And your hero matchups are all pretty good. But Kagome Wraith King, they tried it in game 1, didn't quite pan out. We're going to get God King's Medusa here in game 3, but White Album on the mid Razor into PP's Lina. So we'll see if you can kind of salvage that lane. But just looking at draft, fellas, how do you feel? I mean, the last 2 games, drafts looked relatively like one-sided, or I guess game 2 is a little bit more even. But what do you think about here in game 3?
You want to go first?
Oh yeah, Dragon Draft, you go first this time. Yeah.
I'll go first. Kind of depends on whether game 1 LBZS is playing or game 2 LBZS is playing. Because if it's game 2 LBZS, then I want to give it to them because they have so many tools that they can use to just play very active. Like even with the Wraith King, as long as his ultimate available to fall back, he can join in on fights, or he can just stand back and keep farming while Mars Snapfire just leads the charge, Lina Shadow Shaman. Like there's so many stuns, so much damage coming from those hero combos that they could easily just throw Team Fusion for a loop and try and really punish this Medusa as well. I think if they do that, they're in a really good spot. If this game goes as late as game number 2, though, and Medusa gets super farmed, things might get a little bit dicey, though. But I'm not sure if they'll let that happen. I want to say LBZS in this game.
Okay, Lizard, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go against Drag and Drop. I'm feeling great, by the way. Thanks for asking, but I'll go with Team Fusion. Like
All right.
Okay.
they're gonna, if the game plays, if both teams play the same way they played before, this Medusa is gonna get big. She's gonna be farming uncontested. Will dominate the game eventually.
All right. Simple as that. Medusa late game, pretty good hero. But we got to jump into our third game here of this series, everyone. So I hope you're excited. It is, again, of course, going to be Drag and Drop and Lizard. You know, enjoy it, fellas. Talk to you after the game.
Thank you very much, Ricky. As game number 3 is afoot. First series of the DPC 203. Already a game 3 here. How could it be any other way?
Yeah. Like, I just want to elaborate a bit further on that. Like, Medusa here is usually she's considered like end-all be-all carry, right? Like the ultimate win condition.
Yep.
And you have to know though, it's not the Wraith King, by the way. Top lane.
Yeah, Ponlo already super low. Couple extra right clicks. All the stuns already coming into play. That's the first blood being drawn. PP gets a bit of extra money here to go into the mid lane.
So this ties into my point even better. In this game, on the side of LBZS, Lina should be the true carry, right? The true position one. Wraith King is just noise. He's the one up front making a mess, while Lina is truly hitting heroes, and she can outcarry, outrange and outcarry a Medusa. So my eyes are on truly on PP. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah. I think it's going to be up to Clockwork and Beastmaster to try and counterplay that, I suppose. Ponlo especially getting right on top of the Lina with a hook shot, pushing her closer. Perhaps the White Album or someone. Should get very interesting though with when all of these spells become available. For now though, Fishman already under a lot of pressure up top because Ponlo of course taking some time to drag the creep wave across. Down bottom. Not seeing anything similar just yet, but it is the Shadow Shaman Mars lane. Not the Snapfire Mars that we were perhaps expecting, but similarly powerful.
It's not about the lane, right? Like Snapfire plus Mars, it's later on that's really strong. The laning stage as well is solid, but
I mean, you can always cookie into Spear, but in this game, or in this lane, you can also shackles on the Spear very easily. So.
Mars looks like he likes cookies, right? Like he's a big chunky boy. He's never cutting. He's always on a bulk. So
oh yeah,
does make sense.
Can you just imagine a Mars voice line be like, "I want cookies." It's like really angry.
I can. I think they should add.
I have it in my head right now. Oh man. One day. Maybe that's what Dota really needs, a cookie patch, you know?
Yeah, enough of these mangoes and tangos and all these
replace every consumable.
Options.
Replace every consumable with a cookie, you know? It seems like a good April Fool's thing, you know?
You know, we should... all these energy drink brands should definitely sponsor one of the events, and every rune should be changed. Like whenever there's a haste picked up, taste this energy brand drink with rose water or something. I don't know what's red and tasty. Cranberry juice.
He's getting the Mountain Dew haste rune.
Hey. No, I'm not. Like, come on, man. No brands allowed.
It's fine, Mountain Dew is a meme.
I never tried that, like,
pretty sure.
In my life. We don't have that here, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. It's probably for the best, by all accounts, so...
Did you have it?
I think once, when I was in
Top lane?
US, Ponlo, yeah, kind of been gone on. He's quite tanky on a small little Clockwork though, but the equilibrium is now completely messed up.
Yeah.
Just shenanigans
by getting a bit more out of the lane. The lane started off rough for him.
Yeah, so far, so good. Now he's kind of alone here. Detachment does have some mangoes to work with, but not interested in overextending here. So right now, of course, Ponlo is securing an extra rune. PP is gonna not even force him to get it. Yeah, he is. Actually gets the deny out. Either way, White Album can't refill his bottle a second time. Can't even play the game this time around because First Blood already happened, but where's Second Blood gonna happen? Is it?
But sorry, like the amount of pressure PP is putting on White Album on mid lane, that fortification was from him as well, by the way. He fortified the range creep, so Plasma Field doesn't get the CS.
Oh, Salad!
Now there's
It's actually rotating in?
Yeah. It's just...
He's gonna give his life for it, but damn! What a play.
Yeah, 100% worth it. He also warded down mid. He does the same play, by the way, almost every game. He moves in mid, puts the ward on the same spot. Doesn't gank, usually doesn't go under the tower, but if you're in the right spot at the right time and the opportunity arises, why the hell not? So, Plus now he goes back mid, refills the bottle. I was very serious when I said PP should be the one that truly carries the game for LBZS. And they're setting him up for success, definitely.
He's got the first blood, he's got another kill set up for himself. And up top, Salad, not even done yet, just going forward. They have so many stuns for Fishman, holding on to Chuckensville just now, but Ponlo, nice little set of cogs here, just enough separation to get the kill, but only just even the skeleton. Not enough, and now White Album with the rotation, punishing Detachment. Now running down Salad with an ultimate going here, just need a little bit of extra. He sees him inside the trees, Salad, no tango or anything to eat through the trees.
Oh, has a mango.
Tree cat from Kagome.
That doesn't go in deeper.
Yeah, that would have been a bit rough on the tower, but still good rotation there from White Album, so bit of a recovery there. It's PP working away at some jungle creeps.
Just have to commend Ponlo for those cogs on the top lane. Really nicely done. He's gonna die now, of course, as I commend him, but...
Well, yeah, that was all your fault, actually.
And it's another kill given to... another kill given to Lina, who's getting closer and closer to the travels. He also used that Laguna Blade with the Arcane Rune. I mean, this is one of those once out of 100 games, you know, when everything is just lining up for you.
Yeah. Immediately smoke up as well together with Shadow Shaman. Looking for the bottom, the smoke will break, they'll see XCJ, they also find the arena onto Medusa, a much bigger target. No more mana for the shield, and you just click her down. They could go again with Laguna Blade if they were to catch somebody, but I don't believe XCJ would really offer himself up.
You can stick around as the Lina, and if it happens, it happens. You get a kill. Maybe it's enough, maybe you just move back, heal up. He has no resources, very low on mana.
Yep.
But everything, when I said Lina is about to should carry LBZS, this isn't what I meant, by the way. I didn't mean
not
right
immediately,
now.
It's like, yeah. Oh, Salad, TP cancel just in the nick of time. Ponlo was close enough, and maybe they can get the kills with Medusa. Not quite. One more click before the snake landed.
These cores on both sides are like, what's wrong with these supports, man? They're just running in to my jungle. Bonus kills, okay, sure. Come to Papa. Or Mama in that situation. Or whatever, I don't know. They go in, Mars pressuring down the bottom lane. Kagome is doing something that he failed to do in first game with Wraith King. He's rotating a bit sooner than he's pressured, right? So Should be easier for him to dodge all those ganks.
A little bit annoying here with the Fire Spirit spam from the Phoenix, but it only serves to slow down this push.
He's doing a good job though, so far
Yes.
at least. Needs to be careful of the arena if it comes. At this point, he's gonna get level 6 even. Like,
If he gets it, then could
And a
turn
nice
this into a
dive
fight. But yeah, good catch here. Meanwhile, elsewhere,
caught
oh
Lina.
no, White Album catched Lina. That's a pretty big kill. Transition into some pressure in mid. Bottom is still munching away on that here. Phoenix has been pushed out of the trees at the very least, so can't keep spending Fire Spirits, and that'll be enough to finally allow them to finish off this tower.
Two supports doing very similar things, right? On bottom lane, XCJ, on top lane, Detachment. Both position 5s just defending the tier 1 towers. Oh, he got him!
What?
He got Kagome!
What?
Oh man, come on! He yeah, it's the armor toggle. Yeah.
Whoops. Well, Fighting Mid Detachment is actually dead here. White Album not actually getting the kill. Ponlo finds the last hit and swiftly kicked in the shins as well in response. But White Album gets out. Fishman at the same time took that space to finish up the top tier 1. Still hanging around, and there's something coming on the courier for the Mars. You see it on the right hand side of your screen, a blink dagger ready to go. So Fishman sticks around. Might just be gone on with that.
The two of them, they don't have enough damage, but there are travels on Lina already. So he reveals it.
Yeah. God, look at all this spam.
It's annoying. The boars, they just slow you down so hard, so you can't even escape sometimes properly.
Good thing he had the spear available when he did, because there were 2 sets of skeletons just coming out from the Dark Troll Summoner. So many units with like plus. Oh, yeah. Focus on that. Here, as the Supernova comes out, Lina is already dead. But now, perhaps a bit of a turnaround here. Arena catches a couple, and that's Snap High Cookies. That's a combo that we've been waiting for. XJ, Ponlo. XJ actually finds. Oh, Icarus dive out, but still in range of Detachment. He gets a triple kill.
That's you know, when you're a Snapfire, you're really happy to do this, get those perfect Morty's kisses in, but you'd still rather give a kill or 2 to your Raid King. He doesn't deserve it though. He died toggling his armlet, right? Like,
Yeah.
you're the carry now. Go
If you want the
Daedalus.
kills, you gotta work for it, you know, you gotta get the last hits. That's just a taste of the teamfight combo that LBZS is capable of.
The biggest issue is Lina dying a couple of times now. Like, I've been hyping her up, but at the same time, like you guys mentioned, there is this Clockwork threat. There's also the later on Beastmaster threat with the Roar, but Lina isn't really a hero that deals too well against the Clockwork early on. She needs the BKB, and then perhaps it's gonna become a little bit easier.
Yeah. Just got the boost of travel, still top of the net worth charts, but Medusa is catching up. Like God King is more or less being uncontested. They got the drone kill on him bottom. Ever since then, just disappeared into the jungle.
White Album?
Yeah, looking for him. Spear into the river, into a Hex, into a Shackle, into the LSA. Don't even need the arena for this one.
Yeah, they defend the tower, and now still no Mass Serpent Ward, so they can't use that for the tier 1 mid. But let's see, can they even defend it on the side of Team Fusion? They don't look to be even setting up for it.
Yeah, they're not looking to get into position, so this tier 1 will just be bullied down. And top tier 2 took a bit of damage in turn. That'll be defended by the Wraith King now. Lines are being drawn. Looking to catch a couple of extra, but this Radiant Ward on the high ground, scouting them out. And they're actually going to look to take this kill. The Roar comes out on top of the Mars. Supernova is available for XCJ. He's going to have to use it right now, and that'll be the kill onto LG. The War doesn't quite trap White Album. The hook shot across, actually, as they also want detachment, and they'll get him on low. Exited 2 for nothing, actually, exchange.
Yeah,
Games, they saw them coming and they reacted to it.
nice usage of wards to try and block off White Album and save detachment, but it didn't really work out in the end. Ponlo was in position, he used that hook properly. Yeah, they tried jumping, but it's hard. You're jumping a Beastmaster and a Phoenix. They didn't manage to stun the Roar man, so he roars back, and
Yeah.
it just wasn't enough damage. I think you need Lina in those kind of situations to burst the target down, but PP doesn't have a BKB, and I think after dying twice, he's like, okay, I was 5-0, now I'm 5-2. I really want to chill out, finish off my BKB before I continue feeding.
Yep. It's getting being scattered out up top as well. And it's one of these aspects of a Beastmaster that we don't always talk about, but this vision advantage from the Hawks can make such a huge difference. It does not see the smoked up heroes though, running in ahead of the Lina, so it looks like they made exactly the adjustment to what you're asking for. Bring the Lina in to make sure that you have the damage, and actually a little bit late, but still getting the kill on Fishman. They have to follow control clockwork, but no more damage. And now it's White Album's turn, running down PP, and nice cancel once again. Punlo clearing yet another kill for them. Solid, not long for the world either.
Like you said, a little bit late, and because of that little bit late, his TP gets cancelled. Like Dota is, like this game sometimes lasts 30 minutes. In a 30 minutes game, every single second matters, right? Like it's just the way it is. And why was he late? He was late because there were boars blocking him. Now I'm not sure if Flyby did it on purpose, if Fishman did it on purpose. I think not. I think the boars were just stuck trying to get into the arena. But regardless, Lina was just stuck moving through boars.
Yeah. Well, once again, Fusion able to react. Seeing the evolution of this entire series, even just LBZS kind of bad approach to the game, just letting them farm, and then getting up to they adjusted, they're becoming more active. And they're still playing super active here, but this time around Fusion, they're the ones who made the adaptation, they're the ones who
CJ?
are more ready to respond as XCJ. Okay, that's a hook shot in. Actually, Supernova comes out to save his life, but the BKB reveal coming in from PP, not exactly ideal. It's also one from White Album. They're just running away from a Solo Razor. He gets the kill, and don't tell me he gets out. He gets out. What?
He had the
What a
haste.
gamer.
Yeah, he had haste, so he ran in.
Yeah, invincible.
Yeah, didn't really manage to. No, invincible is Invis rune. Come on, man. But yeah, Lina does not have a BKB, but they could fight this. They have a blink on Mars.
Like Kanomi, he's just going in. Alright, why now not? PP caught in the side though. Inside the cogs. The ultimate comes out from Medusa. Can't fight this one. LG, no arena, no blink here as he has fire sprints on top of him. A cookie defensively here. Kagome tries to live, but he can't. Detachment next on the list of casualties. Triple kill for God King of all peoples. Ponlo claims another for himself. They're just being rolled over right now, panicking, as Roshan was being worked on by Fusion.
Yeah, that was truly.
Not gonna get the Aegis, but another 4 kills.
Yeah, that was truly panic, like you just said. It was Medusa getting 3 kills on top of that Aegis, and the game just feels completely out of control for LBZS. Why did they do what they did? Is I could argue only with panic, like you just said.
Yeah.
They lose a team fight they lose a team fight around the outpost, which was bad, but what followed up was just the last nail in the coffin, really. They needed at least the Snapfire or at least the Shadow Shaman around to have a little bit of that teamfight potential. But you're running in alone as Wraith King and Lina. What do you have? You have two reliable stuns, but pretty much insignificant.
Here we go, Ponlo. Honestly, one of the more important heroes to take away immediately here. Causing so many issues for Lina. Fusion will probably want to take it slow here. Sorry, he says. Alright. Gotta love Ponlo. But yeah, bottom line is Aegis in hands of the Medusa.
Yeah, at this point, usually if you're a team with the Medusa, you wait for that Skadi. You have Manta Skadi, you can continue fighting. You can even wait like 24 minute mark for the Battle Fury. Oh, sorry, for the Butterfly.
Yep.
But it looks like they're all ready, down to fight.
Or at least down to get the tier 2. We'll siege down for free, so they'll also bring Medusa closer towards its Skadi and 900 gold or so away. Alright. What do you do now if you're LBZS? They still have the great team fight. It's being somewhat mitigated by what albums BKB. Of course, the Aegis and Medusa. Is it to just wait that out now?
That's usually what you have to do, right? You wait out at least the Aegis on Medusa. She's hard to kill as is. You farm up, try to dodge the fights as much as possible. You let them have the outer towers, I guess. As you just put yourself in this position, you know, it's not. It's not what you do in this spot. It's how not to get to this spot. You know what I mean? Prevention is key. But now that you're in it, now that you're in it, you just pretty much suffer, and that's what they're doing right now. They're suffering. Let that Medusa take the outer towers. Hope that they don't go on the high ground. If they do, try to punish them.
Yep. Still 2 minutes on that Aegis. No more outer tier towers to take. They have top lane pushing in and some juicy farm here. White Album will be taking this one. The Western team smoked up. They can get the outpost, establish some more control.
Problem is that same control that you're talking about. Like you mentioned, this Team Fusion, they have the Beastmaster. There's a lot of info coming from Call of the Wild Hawk. There's also rockets. There's also a chance of Clockwork just setting up, catching you. So split pushing.
Smoke even.
The split pushing isn't an option for LBZS. That's why they 5-man smoke.
Yeah. Again, I think that's been scattered out. There was a Hawk on the side. So Fusion very ready for this. The only one that they're showing on the low ground is Medusa. Still
they know exactly where everyone is.
Yeah.
They know where LBZS is, because that's the only place they can be at.
Yeah. Well, age is about to expire, so not going to be able to use that for a decisive high ground push, but that's not to say that they couldn't poke and just choke out the map right now. Like LBZS, if they're going to leave into a team fight. Gonna have to bust out somehow, but...
Which they might be able to do now, as Aegis will be reclaimed in 10 seconds. So it's not all as grim any longer. They weathered out the storm for better or worse, right? Like they did lose a lot of objectives, but they live to fight again.
Yep.
And keep in mind, like, all things I've been talking about does not really apply to a situation in which Medusa doesn't have Aegis anymore, as they don't have any saves for her, and if you recklessly go high ground pushing, Ponlo.
Ooh. What? How did he get that one? Well,
It's a good rocket.
Nice. Oh, it gets a
Nice
link.
link.
Ooh, and the TP. All right.
It was a nice rocket to scout him out, but even a better blink.
Yep.
Gets away. Yeah. Well played by Kagome. Keeping his
2 minutes on
cool.
cooldown. Yes, it's not the level 3 ultimate. It still lasts forever, so potential timing here for Fusion if they want to take advantage of that.
They just have to be careful if they do want to push at this point. They have to be careful not to get like speared into the high ground, because this Medusa, sometimes the Medusa gets speared onto the high ground and she just dies. Sometimes she's speared and then she pops the ulti and kills everyone.
Yeah.
I feel like this isn't a game in which she's invincible. This is a game in which she can still fall if they get her out of position.
Actually see him again with another rocket flare and then just run him straight down. And he's not going to be coming back this time around, so 50 seconds on the sidelines.
Yeah, this is what you mentioned, what Ricky talked about. There's just so much vision on the side of Team Fusion. You have these hawks flying everywhere, you have the rockets, long range initiation by hookshot. Really difficult for Carry to be splitting alone on the map.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
That's exactly what you were saying before as well, you know, just it's not really an option for them, and he learned that the hard way. As felt that us at the very least were able to find a way out on the map here. There's an observer with those scouting out the movement. Salad just caught straight up in another easy kill for somebody. There we go.
Radiant are scanning.
Medusa just getting stronger now with the Shadow Blade, going for the Silver Edge. Just a very comfortable item, isn't it, in general? What do you think of the Silver Edge nowadays?
Oh, it's good. Like you said, on a ton of heroes it's being picked up. It's stronger than it used to be. Like you said, the build-up feels comfortable with the crit.
Yeah.
The only thing is maybe I would have liked a butterfly, but then again, you know that Lina likes to build that MKB, so
Yeah.
it's solid. The Silver Edge is fine.
Oh, LG up top. Oh, fishing. The fishman was fishing, but also Ponlo was fishing just as much with his own hook. Couldn't quite find him though,
Radiant's
so
top tower is under
he gets
attack.
out. LBZS live to fight another day. There's still a threat of a team fight. Not much has changed in the last couple of minutes while waiting for Roshan to respawn, so on else this might be a little bit repetitive. But yeah, there's still the threat of the team fights, and with the smoke, they're gonna try and leverage that somehow, but they need to find the right jump,
Dire's middle
and it's
tower
very hard
is under
without
attack.
vision.
It's hard to jump that high ground as well. I think if you're LBZS, you need to be fighting on your high ground. Like, moving onto the enemies is, at this point, almost impossible. Like, you have a Lina that's going to be missing a lot. You're playing into this Phoenix, he'll put an X somewhere on the cliff, you won't be able to reach it. You need to set up vision and make a fight around your vision on your terms. If you don't, it's just so hard.
Alright, Roshan is back up. Fusion should be getting ready to move towards it soon, I would imagine. Right now there's some Ponlo down bottom, just to push out the lane, I guess. Huh. Get some vision down, alright.
Yeah, Medusa will be the one that scouts it. There's also a detachment around, he's in this. They don't have a sentry here. He might
Sentry's on
snap.
Phoenix, surely you were gonna place one down.
Let's see, detachment.
Surely gonna place a sentry, XCJ. Detachment? Is he gonna get away with this? No way. Oh, he got it!
Boss!
And he got out! No, he didn't get out. All
Okay,
right.
okay.
That would have
Call-
been hype if he did. What? It's hype
Chill.
already.
Chill out, drag and drop. He didn't get out, but yeah.
But still.
Still, it's amazing. Very nicely done by him. Sometimes it just happens, man. You don't put that sentry down, and
They can't get in here, you know? They don't have Invis.
exactly, right?
And he has a fucking Invis rune. It's like, what? My god.
It's a big deal. Makes a game that was pretty much over into.
Salads. Oh! Ponlo.
He didn't believe.
For the vision. Yeah, he
Ponlo
did not
didn't believe. He went for the rocket instead of the cogs, and he knew where he was. He knew where Shadow Shaman was, but he still went for the vision first. Ye of little fate. Sometimes you just need to reach, right?
Gonna change it
Lena.
though. The hook shot connects in the back. But heck, before anything else can come out. But okay, he just blinks in on Medusa here. Cookie defensively here, but it's not enough. Lena just straight up that salad can't even make it to the high ground. He bites back. Lena does not have buyback available here. Despite all these shenanigans, just might have been too little too late here. Kagome also is still in the game, but losing all of his damage. Second round for White Album. The second ultimate going here, but that doesn't work on buildings just yet, and no one wants to fight him while he has that going. So it's a second set going down. Fusion could easily go for the third as well. There's another hookshot here set up by the dive bomb here, as Ponlo might be punished this time around. Another jump forward here, this time LG, but inside the supernova. The arena is not doing anything for them right now. White Album, very much alive, just straight up TBs out. As detachments being clicked by creeps, March is being clicked by heroes.
They tried to fight without Lena, or they didn't really try to fight. The fight just came to them.
Yeah.
So they lose another one. They never seem to be able to either save the Lena before a big fight or use the little shredder to hit the egg. Detachment, perhaps if he had something like a blink, it would make things a bit easier, at least for the team fights to go well for them. You kill that egg and then you can fight off of that. But yeah, I was talking about how well Lena can do against the Medusa, but
Not a few 2 items behind.
10k net worth behind, probably not.
Yeah. Because once again, also set up by Ponlo. He finds the hookshot in the back, doesn't quite get the follow-up control, didn't find the angle that he wanted, but God King just blinks straight on top of her, and there's nothing they could do. With all the cookies and 4 stars and whatnot, they could not get her away from the Medusa.
He blinked in, and popped that ulti, so Clockwork is harder to kill as well.
Yeah.
Nice item pick up, by the way. Didn't talk about the blink. Sometimes the blink on heroes such as Medusa is so strong and so important, and that's a perfect demonstration of why.
Yeah. Alright. 20k advantage. Getting hard to imagine how LBZS want to fight now, but I would have to involve Lena surviving. The front line actually holding here between Mars and Wraith King, at least for a little while. So Lena can pump out damage, but even then, every minute that's passing is Medusa getting stronger as well. So Blink Raw, Beastmaster with 8-second BKB. Still Refresher in the AC and Razor. Oh, there we go again. Hookshot goes in. Arena to follow here. Ponlo going in, but he did what he came for. Lena is dead. Everyone's dead. They're just calling it GG. Well played as they get run over. The blink of an eye here at the end of the game. That's
A small little pause. Yeah. Just to call GG one more time, you know? No, that wasn't it. He DC'd. Yeah. That's... Yeah, I had some expectations. I had I would say high expectations for the Lina, considering the way the lane went. He got the first blood, then he got a couple of extra kills, but Pombo was on point with his clockwork. He caught her a couple of times, then later on she just couldn't find her place in the game. Kagome as well being picked off, being killed by a Phoenix as he armlet toggles. That's also something that you hate to see it as a carry, but it happens.
It is
The exact same thing actually happened in game 1. The Wrath of Nature from the Nature's Prophet was just bouncing on the map and just kills him after an armlet toggle, and you're like, well, guess I'll respawn in 30 seconds. Like, it's a real unfortunate scenario, but you were right, man. Team Fusion really hit their timings. I mean, talk about an abrupt ending. That was just like from 0 to 100 in like half a second. Everyone on LBZS is gone. Yeah, they just dropped the hammer on them. But yeah, really well deserved. Fusion looks good, man. Get a little hiccups in game 2, but Lizard, like, what do you think? Team still impressing you?
Yeah, for a Division 2 team, so far it's impressing me. I still want to, well, in Division 2 at least, we can see them play against the likes of IG. So we'll have some, we'll feel them out a little bit better. Game 2 wasn't a hiccup for me. Game 2 for me was a miss of a strategy, like the way their draft should be played. I think that's more concerning than if you get out drafted and just beaten by someone. Yeah. But game 3 again was just such a solid performance and just a statement, I would say, versus LBZS. So because of that, I think they'll be fighting for those top 2 slots for sure.
Nice. What do you think, Drag and Drop?
Yeah, I would have to agree. Like this is the kind of Team Fusion that we were expecting coming into this. And again, you have to look at game number 2, and I'm sure all of the future opponents will be looking at game number 2, see if they can goad Fusion into that. If they identify when Fusion is going for this kind of game, and then can maybe take advantage of that, try and beat them, because it's certainly something that they have to look out for going forward as a team, that they don't get themselves into this trap. You know, as Liz was saying, it's was partly on LBZS adapting their own playstyle, but also part on Fusion allowing them to get away with all of that. Very weird series overall, I would say. This game number 3 once again looked completely different to game number 2 and game number 1.
I felt like this game, XCJ was way more aggressive with his egg usage. It felt like that was something they may have taken from game 2, just be like, yo, just get in there, drop the egg. Like, we just need the damage in the fights. We need that stun, like, or the zone control. But
I think it's a bit different as well. It's not only about the reason why he's able to do it is he has a clockwork and a beastmaster. So no matter what happens, they'll be able to either roar or hookshot. Like, your BKBs won't help you. So it feels easier to just commit. This fight was a disaster.
PP gets caught on the side. Like, this entire game, it feels like a clockwork highlight reel.
It truly does. But
this game.
Yeah, the two of them just running in here, they needed to wait for detachment. They panicked. This was a panic move, and it lost them the game, really.
Yeah, they were looking really good up until this point. I mean, they were definitely the leaders in the lanes. This was a sick play by detachment, just a quick steal on the Aegis. Doesn't get out, but still definitely worth it. Helps, delay the siege a little bit. But again, there it is. Ponlo once again finding PP on the back line. They forced some reactions. And Aurora as well. It's like there's just nothing that this Lina gets to do this game.
Yeah. With Super Farm Medusa blinking right on top of your face, there's few things that are scarier in Dota than that.
And they go for the reinitiation here, and it almost looks good, but Aeon Disc Phoenix just eggs immediately. There's no one that can take it down. Yeah, it's just rough. They just played super well, like on Fusion. Just waited till they got their items, their timings, and then. Dude, how many times have we seen Pombo hit PP, dude? This is insane.
This is the clockwork highlight reel. This is not about the game. Like, this was the entire game. Pombo just completely negating Lina and whoever else he gets his hands on. Just setting up for his team. It's just worked out incredibly well. time and time again, and that they tried to go for solutions for it. Like they had to step back. Okay, it's detachment also the 4-staff, but it's just too much, either too late or not enough.
Yeah, he did really well on the Clockwork. I agree. Like also, it's such a good clock game. You have this Lina that you want to be jumping on, Shadow Shaman as well. Just feels solid. I think there's one person with us that's frozen a bit, or he's just staring
looks
at
like
me
it, yeah.
really, really well. No, wait.
It's a very good pose though. Like this could be a real profile picture.
Yeah, you should print screen this.
I'll print screen. There we go.
Right now or before? I don't think. You're back.
You're back. Yeah.
in the party, but it's all right. We're back. We're in it. They're not quite yet for them. They're coming up next. I promise. But yeah, I
should
could
call them out because I
was very much admiring Lizard's face next to me, which I do quite often. So thank you, sir. But enough of that. What do you guys think going forward? LBZS obviously pretty rough loss for them. We've got a pretty sick series coming up next, which is going to be CDEC and Magma. Any predictions for that bad boy? How do you guys think?
I'm leaning CDEC's way a little bit. I'm leaning for all these qualifier boys coming into the division.
All right. Get that qualifier hype. I'm about it.
Yeah. Fusion is a bit of a different qualifier team. Like it's crazy that they had to go through that in first place. Like CDEC, bit of more of a classic one. So I would give Magma the edge here, coming down from Division 1 up against that one. So maybe not a 2-0, but a 2-1 at least for Magma.
Right on. I'm excited to watch. But I believe that's going to be it for. Is it all three of us? Are we all three of us are taking the?
Yep.
Oh my gosh! Someone just hijacked Lizard's spot. It keeps happening, man. What are they doing? All right. Well, I'm sure that's super great timing from them. But it is going to be a little bit of a break. Oh, he's back. There he is. How you doing, Lizard? Welcome back. So we're going to be going frozen in time for all of us to admire. But we're going to go ahead and send it to a break. We have our next series coming up again, like we were talking about. It is going to be Magma versus CDEC. You're going to get yourselves a new set of hosts, or a new host and a new set of casters. So be excited for that. Once again, my name is our Cryptic with Lizard and with Drag and Drop. We'll see you on a bit. Stay tuned.
Ladies, gentlemen, and Dota World, welcome here back to the Chinese DPC. Tour 3 has commenced. The beginning of Tour 3 is not just going to be the beginning of Chinese Dota, but the entire world is now underway, building the road towards that all-important TI, where it's all going to come down to a head. We are here for some more Division 2 action, though, before we get ahead of ourselves with TI qualifications. And we've swapped out the cast members for today's game. Of course, we just saw Team Fusion taking LBZS to a 2-1 victory, and now we're going to be seeing whether Team Magma, another relegated team, will be able to eke out a victory against CDEC, another promoted team. And my name's Sneh. I'm joined with Neff and Black. Gentlemen, I'm going to start with you, Black. If you're Team Magma right now, right, we saw them struggling a lot in Division 1, not really having the best of time in that last season. Now they're back in Div 2 where, you know, the level of competition is somewhat lower, but at the same time, this is an all-important season. Is it going to matter that much to them that they've been relegated, or is it lighting a fire underneath their asses to do even better this season?
I mean, they've been here a couple of times, you know, and then they get promoted and then relegated. They've been there many times. So it should be a walk in the park for them. You know, it's like, yeah, we've done this 5 times at this point. No problem whatsoever. And they also had quite some time to practice, right? And even before that, I actually thought they're quite good. Just they could never put the pieces together. But maybe in the time they had to practice, maybe they learned how to do that.
Learning to do that is obviously quite important. And I've always felt that, just like you, that they've had a little bit of underperformance in Division 1. On the other side, though, Neff, CDEC, I'll be honest, lucky to be here, right? They almost very, very closely found themselves getting knocked out of the qualifiers. IG Vitality were practically in spitting distance, but CDC, they just did magic. Trust me, if you haven't seen it, go back and watch those qualifiers and you'll see what I mean. The fact that they're here, though, right? Are they still going to be feeling like, guys, we're lucky to be here? Or are we in a position now where that week of practice has solidified their confidence so that they can roll with the big boys and not get eliminated like they did in Tour 1?
I don't know. I don't think that they're massive underdogs here. I mean, they've got tons of really good players. 7E, previously on eHome, he ended up, hitting with the big boys, so to speak, and they almost ended up making it in Tour 2 into the open qualifier, or through the open qualifiers. I got the chance to cast that one. Unfortunately, I was busy the weekend that you were actually casting the opens and watching CDEC, so you're actually the expert here, but I didn't get the opportunity to watch those games in live time. But you mentioned it was very close. They almost got eliminated. I saw there was they got bopped by Team Fusion, who ended up bopping everybody. They didn't lose a single game in the opens, but then they took a 2-1 like you mentioned. Were the games super close in those ones? Build a narrative for people watching.
They were really, really close, but the best part about it is that after losing to Team Fusion in the upper bracket, CDC literally stole one of their drafts. It was hero for hero in the same order that they just lost to, and that's what got them the victory against IG Vitality. So it's they learned very quickly. They were like, hey, if you can't beat them, just join them, steal those drafts. But even then, IG played better, but I feel like they lost on draft mostly, so it was really, really close.
You know, I can't help but laugh now, especially that you mentioned the draft theft, because one of the guys is an imitator, and you're like, yeah, they're really good at that apparently.
Listen, imitation is the best form of
Chinese names. I love these Chinese names, and they're coming up with new names all the time. Now I got an imitator. Okay, where did that come from? I need to learn how to name myself. I'm just Black, like so simple, so easy, Imagine if I had that kind of imagination. My name would be way cooler.
There's a couple other players named Black as well. I think there's one out of North America. There was one European player named Black E.
Yeah, there's also Black Z.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of Blacks.
Yeah.
This name is very popular among gamers.
You're going to have to come up with something a bit more original there, Black. But fortunately, one thing that is going to be interesting to see who's more original is going to be coming down to the drafts. We know that there's a new patch coming not too long from now. It's supposed to already have dropped, but Valve Time, small indie company, what can we do? In the advent that a new patch does drop, obviously we have spoken about how Team Magma is a team that has a bit more pedigree. The pieces weren't necessarily meshing together. Neff, do you think it might actually, who's more benefited between CDEC, a team that's practically brand new, or Magma, who just needs 5 or 10% more to find success? Who benefits more from having a new patch introduced this late into the season?
I don't think I've seen enough of CDEC to figure out how much of a positive impact it would have or a negative impact on a draft being dropped in the middle of the season. I would say that both teams are probably at a pretty even playing level with the current patch, though. I think everybody at this point have things pretty much figured out because 7.31 isn't that different from 7.30. We've essentially been on a very similar gameplay style patch with no map changes for more than a year now, Black, if I'm not mistaken. So everyone has their play style, but that they're going to do. I think we'll find out which teams are going to sink or swim coming up on the 8th year when that patch is going to hit, though. So answer your question, I kind of went in a roundabout there, is I don't think it really benefits either team. Not enough information right now.
Now, I'm going to say, though, that I do believe the high of Magma is very, it would put them at a competitive level in Div 1. And if they can perform to that level, I don't see CDEC having a chance at all. But I don't know if they can, because they're very unstable.
Instability is one of these things. And speaking of, actually, given that this team, one of the few teams, Team Magma, that had made some changes, they swapped out Shylock for Baiyi and long-time carry Shylock. After he got swapped out, does it really matter for them, Black? The fact that they now see Shylock playing in Div 1, he's out there, he got himself promoted in a different team at the same time as they found themselves relegated. Do you ever sort of regret a roster move that you end up making if you are Team Magma right now? Are you thinking to yourself, Baiyi, man, you've got one more season to prove yourself, my G. Otherwise, we might just have to turn back the pendulum and go back to Shylock if we can.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably human nature, right? If it was reversed and they would be successful, they would be like, yeah, we knew it was the right roster move. Now that it's the opposite, they're probably like, damn it, maybe we shouldn't have done that. But everybody does that all the time. Glooming on the past is very easy, but you can't really let that impact you, especially not if you just want to go back to Div 1. But as I said, Magma can definitely do that because they've been here many, many times, and maybe they can say hello to Shylock in Div 1 next season.
Unfortunately, Nev, Team Magma, though they have been here many times, they've done the up and down gamut between Div 1 and Div 2. Regrettably, CDEC, they've also been here many times, but their path is usually getting relegated from Division 2 and then having to come back through open qualifiers. This is the third time that they've had to do this now. Is this finally a season? I mean, we haven't seen as many games from them, but the fact that they're here, punching already above their weight class in the open qualifiers, if they can keep imitating some of these drafts, is this finally the time where CDEC can spend more than one season inside Division 2?
So you're just going to copy all the strategies, the better teams? Every time they lose, they're just going to take that on and start doing that?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I'd like to say that. I'd like to see that. Sometimes you can imitate something better than, the person you're imitating did it themselves. So
like Rubik.
Yeah, like Rubik. I was going to make an anime reference, but I stopped myself short. We're the first match of the casting season.
I sort of knew where you were going, but I think I had to stop you because a lot of people would be like, that Neff guy again.
Yeah.
We're just starting, Neff. We're just starting. In the 4th week, 5th week, I'll be jumping in right there with you. But for now, we got to be like, whew. Yeah. We're still men, We're still men.
We don't want to get people too angry at the beginning of the season. Yeah,
exactly.
Listen, y'all don't know exactly how we filled this particular pool of talent is. Everybody here, it's only Drag and Drop who tries to resist the pull of the weebness, but unfortunately, eventually we're going to end up converting him and turning him over into our side. But with that, a draft is about to get underway. Give me some surprising things to look out for, gentlemen. Yes, we know that we are deep into the patch. Most things have been figured out. But in the qualifiers, we started to see a lot more interesting things. For example, Team Fusion, high priority on Shadow Demon, started to emerge deeper into the qualifying run. Black, is there anything that you've seen in your pubs recently that give you a bit of an inkling as to what we can expect in terms of surprises, heroes that are a bit underrated and not being picked as much as they should be?
I think the meta is still pretty much set in stone. I think Shadow Shaman is still way too good at what he does. But I mean, I am happy with the new patch simply because as I said, that DP is getting first pick because I thought we're not going to see that anymore after that nerf. But obviously, even in the last series that we saw, the hero is still very popular in China. It's still a very strong hero. But yeah, hopefully we get to see some juicy stuff here and there. But so far, no.
Come on. We need something fresh, something new, something that's going to invigorate us, that's going to change up how the landscape of Dota has been looking because it has become a bit predictable after all this time. Speaking of predictable, Neff, at the major, we saw quite some interesting bevy of heroes, some new approaches to the game, especially from some of the teams that got pretty far just playing Nature's Prophet every other game. Usually, before these big competitions, we see the meta develop somewhat in China, get filtered back into the international stage. We're gonna have a bit of an opposite here because we haven't seen Chinese Dota in quite some time. Is this one of the few times that we imagine that China might be a region that's stealing strats from the West, as it were?
So the only time I've seen this happen recently was with these Keeper of the Light picks. That definitely came out of the West. Nine was playing a lot of that one in the mid lane, and then China picked up that one afterwards. The rest of the time, I think these strategies develop inside China, and the other teams copy them. I think even with the major rolling around, these Chinese teams, I don't think they've been slacking at all. I'm sure they've been scrimming just as much as they would have been previously, or to make up for the time they're not playing DPC. So I think the Keeper of the Light is like a one-off for strategies that we see stolen from the West. I don't think we'll see anything like position 5 Wind Ranger picked up that we saw Seb and OG do for a little while. But I've seen that bleed over to North America in some of the pro series that I've been casting. Like this Wind Ranger Enigma Aghanim Shard strategy is actually pretty sick with how easily it pulls people into the black hole between those two like force movement things.
You can't move. But I hate Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
Wind Ranger is way too good right now. Like that definitely needs to get nerfed next patch too. But just going back to that China copying statement, I completely agree with you. But what I noticed that China will never ever copy anything unless it's completely busted. Like even if it's just strong, they'll be like maybe testing it out here and there, but they won't just pick it up in tournament games straight away, unless it's like as a completely busted, like a Keeper of the Light is, and for good reason, because obviously Coddle is a hero that can definitely 1v5 some team fights early on.
Yep. Bit unfair, actually, quite all. Every time I see that hero being played well, I'm like, yeah, some changes need to be made, Gaben. I'm not sure that you have completely balanced this one out, but that's the nature of Dota. That's why we love it. Every now and then, it's pretty much a race to figure out who can find the most broken strat the fastest. And usually, it is the Chinese teams that get there first, but every now and then, other people around the world do that for themselves. Something else that I've been thinking about as we're coming into this particular game, or with Team Magma here, is that we have a bit of a situation, a bit of a problem as the draft is about to start and we're about to see some of these heroes being picked up. But we have had a bit of a problem in China when it comes to the fact, gentlemen, that they're a bit predictable with drafts, as we know. But this also means that these last two picks, when I was watching the major, it didn't always feel like the 9th and 10th pick had the absolute supremacy. But in China, it really feels like, I think, Black, you were the one that was talking about at one point that if you have second pick, you have to make sure that your 1-2 combo is as solid as humanly possible, because if you get lost counter pick, there's just almost nothing you can do in this kind of situation. But we have some heroes. Where's this Coddle going, Black? Tell me, is this mid or support here coming in from CDEC?
I could go like either role, of course. Like it's a very, very strong +4 hero as well, because it doesn't do as much as a mid Coddle in terms of how quick you get online, obviously, but it is still a very strong 4 hero that combos with a lot of offlaners. And we have even seen some +4 tinies, especially in South America. They've used it to great success. So maybe, CDC taking a page out of their book as well, because honestly, it looked quite broken what the South American teams did with that hero. So maybe mid Coddle, 4 tiny, maybe carry tiny, 4 Coddle. We'll have to see.
I know this is completely off topic, but I wanted to jump into this one and ask Black his opinion on it. We were talking about South America picks one. Do you think Batrider is still viable? Because SA is like the only team that still runs that.
I think Batrider, when you pick it late and there's no answer to it, it is super, super strong. Just because you still present them the same problem, right? You kidnap a guy, and if they can't react to it with a save or like a BKB disable, like you're just completely screwed.
All right. Everything that you guys are saying is coming true, though. You had Shadow Shaman picked up, Keeper of the Light is picked up, Death Prophet is picked up, but Dawnbreaker is an unusual one, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be played as a core here as well.
Yeah. Probably in the offlane.
Oh, Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, offlane Dawnbreaker is so strong, though.
Yeah, we saw this a couple of times last season, Black, with the offlane Dawnbreaker. Didn't have the best record in China, but it did start to improve as time went on. I think teams were just becoming a bit more comfortable with how to play it. In this particular game, obviously it gives them an obscene amount of sustain here. Between the Dawnbreaker and the Death Prophet, my God, killing these heroes is going to be quite difficult, but some tools do still exist on the side of CDC now that they've gone for this Razor. What's the matchup like in the safe lane? Because I'm imagining that's where they're going to be running this Razor for CDC. Who wins this one out between the Razor and the Dawnbreaker?
Dawnbreaker and Shaman should completely destroy a Razor, which I'm expecting to be the dual lane, the Dawnbreaker Shaman, because there's just so much burst damage. Both of them did like 70 damage per right click as well. They have a lot of slows and disables. Like I don't think Razor's going to feel very comfortable there, to be entirely honest.
I think it's got to be one of the few lanes that Razor actually doesn't like. Like the moment he tries to static link the Dawnbreaker, the Shadow Shaman will just like walk up to you, click you once, zap you, hold you down with the shackles while you're getting hit with like the Dawnbreaker hammer and the Starbreaker. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Dawnbreaker just fights back level 1, right? You drain him, he just turns around and starts whacking you.
Yeah, you'll just Q you, and then you die.
It's way too much damage. But they have so much area control too. Like they have Shaman wards for area control. Like if they choose to go into the pit, there's almost nothing CDC can do, I think.
Yep. Team Magma have all the tools they'll need inside the Roshan pit. Quite a lot of pushing potential coming out of them as well. And unfortunately, the D-push potential from CDC with Razor Coddle doesn't really do that much against Ghost and or the Mass Serpent Ward. So Magma certainly will have an easier time pushing out for these towers. Looking at these bans, gentlemen, AM being banned out by CDC, Morphling taken out by Magma. So, of course, we're looking for these carry picks to, or at least on the side of Magma. Not entirely sure where CDC want to lane everybody. We could see this Razor go middle in the same vein as we saw from Team Fusion earlier today.
No.
But if that does happen, what really puts the draft together for you here, Neff, for CDC to help round this one out? What are they missing? And if it is tempo control from the mid lane, who do they pick? And if Razor's going to be going middle, who is dealing the damage from the safe lane?
I mean, when you see Anti-Mage banned out, the first things that come to mind are like, okay, they want to pick up either a Storm Spirit or a Medusa. Storm Spirit's already banned out, so it's possible they run the Razor in the mid lane, then run a safe lane Medusa here. That's like the number one thing that comes to mind for me. And then you just play defensive. The Keeper of Light builds up stacks. If you're playing position 4 with that one, you have Bane run position 5, which your defensive support. Magma grabs it first.
They're in trouble now. I'm expecting them to put a Razor offlane and Coddle mid and pick a carry that answers a lot of problems they have. But honestly, right now, I don't really see a great carry here that would be able to do that. Maybe like a Draw Ranger or something. Well, Alchemist?
Is that the hero?
I mean, it's a wild card, right?
Okay.
I think they have been outpicked super hard with a Medusa pick. And if a hero can somehow just win a game by itself, it would be an Alchemist, right? Like you get super snowbally and you just do it yourself. I mean, the pick itself makes sense that they need something like this, but I don't like the pick, of course. So.
This is very intriguing, though. Like, we're talking about CDC having Imitator in the team. Are they going to steal strats? Nope. This is not something that you see under a lot of other teams, this Alchemist emerging. He has been picked before in China, has yet to win a game, though, here, Neff. This might be the first time that we see a game win if CDC do it, but Black is not really a fan of this last pick Alchemist. And unfortunately, every single time, there's certain heroes in the game, Alchemist, Meepo, Spectre, that if you pick these heroes, the game is effectively about that particular hero. Is this Alchemist becoming, the fact that it's an Alchemist game, can CDC crack it with the supporting cast around him to make it work?
I mean, this hero actually saw some success recently in BTS Pro Series America. I wasn't here for that, or I wasn't casting that game or watching. I was busy that weekend. But I think it actually ended up destroying in the game. It might have been the grand finals. Wait, do you watch it?
I saw that the hero owned. I didn't see the particular game, unfortunately. I just heard that he did very well. But I mean, it's like a sort of an Alchemist game, right? You get like your Radiance minute 10 and then BKB minute 13. You just run in, you win that big team fight, you get Roshan.
A semifinals, Dog Champ ended up 2-0ing Wildcard Gaming with the 2 Alchemist picks back to back, both like 30-minute victories.
Okay. Yeah. So back-to-back Alchemist can work. Wow. Okay. We'll see if this is going to be one of those Alchemist games where it can work.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No. I was just going to say that one of the great things about having the Alchemist in this game is it can help buttress the Razor as well. He can go straight for the BKB refresher. At some point, Alchemist can end up feeding you the Aghanim Scepter, so that gives you an additional power spike without having to spend your own money. But since it's all about this money, all about this guap, all about this Alchemist, Neff, Black, very quickly, 1 second. Neff, who's going to win? Alchemist or Medusa?
Medusa.
Black, what do you think?
Medusa.
The boring prediction. This is the Snake Lady. This is Chinese Dota. Let's see if she's going to be maintaining her almost stellar record going forward. We've got game 1 between Team Magma and CDC. We've got Neff and Black on the mic, and we've got some Dota to bring you. See you after the game, boys.
Thank you, Snare. We always thank our host, right, Black?
Yeah. Thank you, Snare. Merci beaucoup.
Mm-hmm.
You know French? Just a word or two, I started it in high school, unfortunately, for many, many years. And then as soon as I could get rid of it, I did.
My parents tried to put me in a French immersion school when I was a kid, and nothing stuck, unfortunately.
Did you feel immersed?
At first.
Oh, there's a big
All
fight in
right,
the
we
room
already got
going on.
action going on. Yeah, exactly. Unstable Concoction level 1. It's going to shut down TZY and the blast on everyone as well. All right, that is a bad move, though. Picked up by the Bane there, Black.
Picked up by the Bane, yeah, and you also didn't get the bonus bounty. I guess it's not super impactful anymore that you do, like, it's what, like 20 gold that you miss, so 40 in total. But, you know, it's still a CS, you know. And now you can't really skill your Acid Spray and Grievous Scree combination. I kind of feel like this, you know, griefs this lane a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the situations already. He's going to try to go for it again, but just going to drop it on TZY. This is one of the situations where, like, you're better off either, like, dying or not getting a kill instead of putting a point into a skill that you don't want to get. Because, like you mentioned, your entire laning phase is weaker now because you were never going to get this point of Unstable Concoction, I don't think.
Yeah. Usually you get like 2 in Spray, and then level 4 you can choose between 2 levels in Greed or the Concoction if you can kill. But yeah, now you're not going to get any bonus gold for quite a while. Yep. Which is always the reason why you pick this hero, obviously.
Yeah, your ability down, your stack growth rate isn't amazing, but you get items faster than the hero, which is the entire point of it. And, you know, if you're not accelerating faster than everyone else, then what's the point?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Maybe if they can aggress and just give him a free lane because of the skill point, it could be really good. But if you just skill it only because of the first blood, I don't think it's going to be worth it.
Yeah. There's a little bit of action.
A little bit of action, exactly. Cool. We are in each other's head, man.
You know, I was just saying this to someone the other day. I feel like I've got excellent synergy with you. We just look at the game the exact same way. We go off on tangents about things that were in the game like several years ago and nobody cares about anymore. Except for us.
I feel the very same way. I don't really have this conversation with most people. I would get bored of it.
Yeah.
Maybe sleep on a shaman. Yeah, I could die here.
Unstable Concoction. I mean, this is the use of it, right? Just because it's the Bane lane goes on top of him, finds the kill again, going the way of the Bane, but he goes down as well. I feel like this favors Magma, man.
It does, but at least now Alchemist has an excuse to just get solo experience. You know, he's gonna be level 3 now. And there is your point and Acid Spray, surely. And that's actually where the lane becomes pretty strong. That Acid Spray is no joke, level 1.
Yeah, so TZY is going to have to play with the creep wave a little bit. You don't want to sit inside that spray and try to trade with the Alchemist. I mean, the lane will shove in, but as long as Bane does a decent job at, like, stacking and pulling, then, you know, it's not so bad that the lane is constantly pushing in. There's going to be some juicy XP for TZY, though. Oh, okay, no, there's no way Shadow Shaman dies again, right? He's only got a single
point. He still has 10 sticks.
Yeah, so he's not going to go down. He actually dropped the Unstable Concoction before he dropped the Acid Spray, so he didn't maximize his damage there, Black.
Does that mean he's perhaps not a super practiced Alchemist player?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you are not, you might be thinking I'm crazy, but this little creep camp that used to be Alchemist's favorite can now actually break you and you don't get that bonus money if you're not careful.
Oh! That's big.
Like, I saw one of my pub teammates get griefed by it super hard. He probably lost like 150 gold or so. Oh, Alchemist in a little bit of trouble. Charging stun. Nice, fine.
Yep.
Chamber pickup, but they're out of region here. Have one healing salve left, and that's it.
Yeah, is Bane just gonna drop it on him? He is. He's not backpacking the gauntlets yet.
Yep, I think I'll have to report that. Gets disarmed as well, losing a creep. Ooh.
Not good, not good.
Obviously, we're just joking here. It's not that big of a deal.
Small play police. Wee woo, wee woo. I died. It looks like he is going to go down here, stuck inside the fire. A couple right clicks and finished off there by the other shock and the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah.
Well,
now, the main reason why I don't like this Alchemist pick is like you're already picking it into a Nyx as well as a DP, who are 2 natural counters to you. So it's gonna get very scary. If you ever get caught off position, you can easily get bursted down.
Yeah, exactly. I do like the Nyx pick quite a bit. I feel like it's picked up not really many regions. 928 played a lot of it, but I feel like this is kind of a China special again.
Yeah, especially Extreme Gaming, they really made it popular again. And they have such a high win rate with it. I don't even think they lost a game with it yet.
I don't think so either, but it makes sense that they like playing with it because Extreme Gaming that used to be like, or kind of became YBB after the players got switched over, they favored Nyx Assassin quite a bit as well.
Yeah, and the hero is really strong. I hope more people pick it up. Actually, I don't. I hate that hero. Don't pick it up.
Please don't pick Nyx Assassin. It is super annoying to play against as a carry though, because it's always ganking you in the jungle, and you could never go on it, otherwise you get hit with the spike carapace. It's always scouting out information. Like, as a carry player, it is the bane of your existence. It sucks inside the lane, but once you're post-laning phase, the assassin always feels amazing.
Yeah.
And thankfully
Bane's gonna be fine.
put pressure on the Nyx assassin down here, or sorry, on the Medusa down here. Nyx assassin is decent as a defensive support.
Yeah, that is really where Nyx quote-unquote excels at. You just defend your hero in a pretty easy lane, because Tiny Razor honestly is not that strong. When the Nyx is there, can just carapace everything, and once Dusa is level 5, it's gonna be super easy down here. And if they can't stop this Dusa, like Dusa matchup against the Alchemist is not bad at all.
Yeah, we're getting close to the 6.
Oh,
yeah.
they're going to the Nyx actually.
Looks like he's probably going to be fine. You have to dive him into the tower if you want to get him. Can't quite finish him off.
The
15
second
HP left.
the second plasma field didn't tick on him. Mercy, being shown no mercy.
Yeah, good one. You still got the zingers.
Okay, of course. Right off the bat.
Yeah, I thought you get a little bit of rusty between seasons, but you still got it, Black.
Thank you. I try hard, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kotl is also one of those heroes that can easily snowball, right? You get into a fast vessel, and suddenly this Dawnbreaker and DP don't seem so tanky anymore until they get their first defensive item.
Speaking of the Keeper Light, he's actually not going for Vessel as his first item, though. He's got Boots of Travel queued up.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much the standard nowadays, where you just like play to accelerate, and then you go into a little bit of a later vessel. But even with just travels, you can make a lot happen on the side lanes.
Do you feel like your damage is a little bit underwhelming if you don't go straight in Vessel, or it's like fine because you're building up enough farm from getting around fast with these Boots of Travel?
I think it's usually fine because they also have pretty good disables. The Alchemist top though, he might not be fine.
Yeah, Exorcism ends up coming out. He's going to get run down here. You do have a lot of movement speed, but not as fast as Death Prophet. Exorcism still does full damage to heroes and managed to burn down this Alchemist through his ultimate. Tossed back underneath the tower. Dawnbreaker ultimate comes in. Do you have to walk back now? Tossed is actually surprisingly still alive and is going on Imitator.
Deal a lot of damage too.
Yeah.
The Kotl Blast was not allowed to miss there. Like, you need to burst down that hero instantly, and obviously you need the blast for that. Once you don't have that blast, like, Bane and Tiny do nothing. Did you see that Tiny toss combo? It dealt like 200 damage.
Yeah, did absolutely nothing. I mean, it's gotten nerfed over the years. Like, it used to do 3 times damage to units inside the air. Now it's
1.5.
It's 2 times.
Is it 2 times?
The toss does a lot less as well at level 1.
It
Yeah. Went down to 2.5 and then 2 in the most recent patch, and then I think he lost a little bit of bonus damage on like the grow toss now as well. So he doesn't burst heroes like he used to anymore.
Luckily, I hated that patch where you have like 1.5k health and just die.
Yeah. You don't like playing Blink Dagger Tiny? You're a right-click Tiny player, aren't you?
No, I loved the Blink Tiny meta. Just because you can just burst any hero so easily, just in and out. But no longer. And also this pos for Tiny is really only useful, from what I've seen, if you can dominate the lane, like either mid or off lane by repositioning heroes with toss, right? He has like one assist so far, which is from the first blood, so he's not really being effective at all.
Yeah. They tried to go in a TZY up in the top lane, but you know, no 6 on Bane, and they weren't able to drop that Nightmare off into him and charge up a longer unstable concoction. I don't think they'd be able to get him anyways. Very tanky here on the Dawnbreaker. Death Prophet's coming back up here, but still no ultimate for another 35 seconds, so not sure how much work they're going to be able to put in. They will probably get Bane here, though. He pops the Illusion Rune the moment he walks towards him in the middle of the cast animation for the Nightmare, so it interrupts that one. Toss comes out, off another Shadow Shaman, Mercy. He does end up getting finished off.
With a lot of damage coming out!
TP out! Can't. Ooh.
Too much damage. Did you like this Radiance on Alchemist that he's going for?
This is old school, man. I can't say that I'm a fan. Especially not against a Nyx Assassin. You're just going to get Spike Carapace in these fights.
Yeah. I thought he was going to go Fury, perhaps.
Yeah. This feels like a very risky move.
Yeah, we'll see what happens though. Like, there is potential to snowball with this, right? Into a fast beacon, but they actually get.
Yeah, they're diving hard here. Now they hold down the Keeper of the Light, but not enough to finish him off. Dawnbreaker buys back and tries to jump in here. Take this TP right there underneath the tower. Imitator, he's gonna go down, but definitely just gonna TP back home.
Yeah, not really
worth it. Nah, yeah. Again, we're on the same page here.
Okay, good. Good stuff. But you can just see the power of the Coddle. Like, he's diving a tower, no problem. That Illuminate heal, just keeping everyone healthy, dealing so much damage as well.
Yeah.
How do you think they're gonna nerf it? Like, I thought the Spirit Form duration was gonna get nerfed, but they just minus 20 movement speed instead.
And take more movement speed away, probably. The fact that he gets around so quickly is ridiculous.
It is, but it's also because of Spirit Form, because it lasts so long, right? So
Yeah.
Vendetta has been popped. There's already a sentry in place.
Slept
Good
up
night,
right
sir.
now on the assassin, but yeah, I don't think they're gonna follow up on this one.
Now, honestly, Alchemist is quite liking this. Like, he's getting a lot of space, almost as his relic.
Yep. You're still further behind than you want to be, though, but this kind of happened because you went this unstable concoction at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm a little bit afraid for him still, though. Like, even if he gets fat, they have ways to go through him easily. Even through BKB with Stone Gaze and the ghost damage. Maybe a bit too much for him.
Yep. Do you think anybody's going to build a Vessel this game? It doesn't look like it. Medusa naturally builds a Scotty, so that does help with the Alchemist ultimate a little bit, but I think they use a little bit more healing reduction, maybe.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna go into Shiva's guard probably on the DP soon as well. Like, relatively quickly, BKB Shiva's probably. Oh, nice wall trap.
Yeah, they get on top of Imitator with this one. He's actually pushed onto the low ground there on Kazi, so he's going to be able to get out of this one. A blind
Alright,
ended up doing him
support
a
for
favor.
support.
Yeah.
That looked a lot more scary. Like, that initial burst damage from Coddle and Tiny looked quite scary, but they have no follow-up damage, unfortunately.
Yeah. At least the positioning was kind of nice at first, but then Kazi ended up getting blown over from the staircase to
Looking for grip down there.
Yeah, and they're going to find it. Dawnbreaker's
have to
going to
damage
take a
though?
lot of damage. Yeah, she's pretty tanky, man.
And half HP!
Yeah, and the Fiend's Grip was reduced by 1 second at the first level as well, so they can't finish off the Dawnbreaker here, man.
1800 HP at level 9. That's ridiculous. 3.6 strength gain, by the way.
Yeah, and then just went into like nothing but tanky items. Wand, Ogre Axe, Soul Rig, Bracer.
Yeah.
This is absolutely insane.
Got the shovel for good measure, too.
Yeah. Dude, it feels so bad. You find the hero by themselves with the Fiend's Grip, and you don't find the kill onto him.
I feel like even with +1, they wouldn't have killed him. They need like 2 more.
Yeah, maybe if they're the Keeper of the Light, if you have a Spirit Vessel at this point, maybe you find that kill, but it is ridiculous how tanky TZY is.
Yeah, but as you said, the Vessel is gonna reduce their tankiness by a lot. But he's also rushing BKB on Dawnbreaker, right? Yeah, I love that item build.
Just BKB. That's
Yeah,
the
straight
item
BKB
build.
makes Dawnbreaker so broken in teamfight, seriously. Like, you run in, and nothing that can really withstand your damage, because you just deal so much damage with your Q and W, just deal so much passive damage.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is survive.
I just find that very funny. It's not a build. It's just going BKB.
Yeah, it's not a build, man. The build is the BKB build.
Yeah.
And Dust is also going into the very balanced item BKB. Like, there is a very high chance this Coddle could just feel very bad in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, this item is incredibly good. I mean, we talked about this. This 7.31 patch is exactly like the 7.3 out. BKB is the first item. It's like relatively what you want to do in pro games because how important grouping up, being able to take fights are. You don't want to let the enemies kill you, so just being able to run them over. BKB is the best item for that one. Yeah. It is a little bit annoying to play against a Coddle with it because he can just choose to be able to dodge fights with all of his movement speed. Speaking of, he's going to rotate over to the mid lane, try to clear this one out. He's reasonably good at it, but the Spike Carapace holds him in place. Unfortunately, it's only level 2, so not enough
Death
time.
Radiance and the Alchemist could be a timing, though.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Runs over onto the Medusa. This is only a level 1 concoction, though, so she's not held in place for too long. And they get the deny off of the tower, but they lose that important mid tower, which, loses them a lot of positioning on this map.
Yeah.
Fiend's Grip ends up coming out, but immediately silenced as well. Now Dust is going to walk into these heroes. They need to move back. Way too far forward on the Bane. Now everyone's just trying to run away. Razor walking into everybody, but immediately interrupted with the Nyx.
Yeah, but you saw Dust taking a lot of damage under that acid spray. It's still like an AoE Desolator, basically. Oh, look at that massive stack, too, for the Alchemist. It's going to be very, very happy here. And I think once he gets his BKB, they're going to use at least one team fight with his timings to really crush the Magma side. And if they can do that, he gets into an AC after that, I think they have a very realistic chance of just snowballing.
Yeah, this needs to happen soon, though. If you don't get a BKB relatively quickly, you're fighting with your Radiance into this Nyx Assassin who's got Spike Carapace. He's going to make quick work of you in these team fights. So the BKB timing is very important.
Do you like the phase boost, by the way, on Carry Alchemist? I'm a big fan of threats on Carry Alchemist usually.
I think the armor is pretty good. It doesn't feel super important for this game. I think the attack speed is pretty nice, especially given that you often go assault cross. I don't know. It really depends on the game. I'd say that I probably goes phase boots though, just for like landing presence.
Yeah, I just feel a bit bad when your carry doesn't actually hit fast or super hard, you know? Well, maybe the Razor will be able to pick up the slack a little bit once he has his BKB.
Speaking of the armor, though, I want to touch base on that one. I mean, we talked about how the Acid Spray absolutely destroyed the Death Prophet because, you know, she doesn't really build any armor items at the beginning of the game. She's actually going for Lotus Orb after BKB. Do you like this more than the Shivas?
I mean, Lotus is really good against Bane as well as Coddle, right? Also against Razor, it can be quite nice. But I feel like Shivas is just so disruptive against this Dire team.
Yeah.
And we'll see, maybe he changes his mind. But I mean, Lotus Orb is also really, really good this game, right? Like, there's an argument to be made for both of those, for sure.
Yeah. It's good against like almost every hero on CDEC. It's so good against Alchemist and Bane, and it is pretty good against Razor and Keeper of the Light as well. So maybe they just feel like, okay, because of how important Lotus is, I want to go for that instead of the Shiva's card.
Yeah, Kazi is another War Trap. Oh.
They covered my entire screen with that one as a Dawnbreaker and coming in. The Shackle to hold Tiny down. I don't think they'd be able to save him. He does crumble.
I mean, that's the good thing about Fort Tiny at least, right? He is pretty tanky at the current stage of the game. And they had to commit quite a lot to him. But yeah, support for support once more. But Alchemist is still farming away. His BKB is there in what, like 500 gold at this point?
Yeah, so we'll get that pretty quickly. We'll clear out these camps here and then probably move over to the creep wave.
So many skeleton camps for him. Lucky boy. But he's getting broken. Don't kill him.
Oh,
I told you he was broken.
Greed there for one of those skeletons.
Yeah. But he turned off his radiance, actually. He knows. He knows. There's a Giga Grief. Like, it literally costs you 150 gold. It's actually a joke. I hate these break camps.
Yeah, I mean, it messes up the Alchemist more than anything else. It's super annoying on like Storm Spirit as well. You lose your overload when you're attacking things. Or
the Necrophos, you don't get the saddest.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. This camp is so obnoxious now.
Disarm is super annoying as well. You're just stuck there for like 3-4 seconds. It's like, all right, cool. I'd love to be able to play the game again.
Revenge of the creep camps for sure.
Speaking of creep mechanics, you know you can actually deny. Oh, all right. This Dawnbreaker probably going to get run down. Has a BKB to fall back on if they decide to dive her, but they realize this, so he doesn't want to commit any further forward on this Razor. Speaking of like griefing things, you can actually use the Night Stalker Aghanim Shard to eat allied couriers.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Because I never tried.
I would never do something like this. I'm not sure.
The fact that you know this is not, like, I don't like this. The fact that you know that something's wrong, sir. I'm going to have to report you to the police.
Very suspicious that you would bring that up right now. It sounds very specific.
But yeah, so he's still continuing to farm. They're not really looking to fight with that Radiance BKB just yet. Maybe he just wants to use it to accelerate safely to the next item, but I feel like they're very strong right now. They could definitely take a team fight.
Well, looks like they're going to do exactly what we were talking about at the beginning of the game, is walk right to the Roche pit. They've got Death Prophet to drop if they want to. TGY ends up going down the other side of the map, but because they're all over there, they realize that it is like super safe to just take Roshan, so they go all in on this. They make a beeline over here. Razor might be able to get into the bin time. He has BKB available as well. He gets stunned up right away. They don't follow up with an Impale, but they do end up getting the Aegis now. Kazi about to drop. Blast comes off into several heroes though. You do end up losing
DP's too strong.
You lose in Container. Yeah. DP super strong, and the Stone Gaze forces them all to back off as well. Alchemist just ends up stunning himself, and it looks like they're all going to walk away. So you did end up losing TZY at the beginning of that one, but he gave enough information to know that it was pretty safe to take Roshan.
I feel like the Razor should have died there too. I don't know why there was no Impale. Maybe it was on cooldown, but if it wasn't, it was a pretty costly mistake, because the Razor would have been dead no matter what.
I don't think it was on cooldown. Maybe they wanted to hold it for these other heroes coming in.
Yeah, maybe.
Or maybe he thought that he wouldn't be able to get it off onto him before he pops his BKB, that it would have wasted his Impale. I think that might have been the reasoning behind that one.
Yeah, potentially. But whatever happened, happened. Still very scary though, now that the Dusa will have a Skadi in just 1,000 gold, which is a very strong item against the Razor as well as the Alchemist, they're gonna run into a lot of problems if they don't pace up the game soonish.
Well, I don't see them picking up. All right, they're going to try to pick up the pace. Look at this. They're rotating all these heroes down here. They know Medusa's...
There's no Stone Gaze.
Kazi's going to scout this one out, though. Ends up stunning him. This is super
so
quick
bad.
reaction there by the Nyx Assassin. Pops the BKB on Alchemist. They do end up getting the kill off on Kazi, but it looks like Medusa's going to be able to get out because of this one. TZY just BKBs and TPs out, and they managed to make it out on several heroes. On the other side of the map, they do end up losing the Shadow Shaman, but I'd say that Magma are reasonably happy about that one. They do end up losing too, but they don't lose the Aegis. Medusa is going to be able to finish off this Eye of Scotty before CDEC can make a good engagement onto them.
Yeah. Do you think there might be potentially a little bit of damage problems? Since DP right now seems to be the only real damage dealer in the team.
Absolutely, there's damage problems. I mean, you can solve these with like the Shiva's Guard, potentially, but until this Medusa gets like 2 more items, I don't think they want to fight into CDEC. This Eye of Scotty that I just mentioned is going to be a big one, and then you probably want...
Oh, don't lose the courier, though. Okay. Good. Flies it away, the safe path. Very important. If you lost that now, the entire timing would have been gone.
Yeah, it would actually, like, despite you having the Aegis, it'd be pretty easy for CDC to run you over. Alright, so they got the Eye of Scotty, and they smoke up immediately afterwards. You mentioned damage problems. Do you think this Eye of Scotty alone is going to be enough to solve it? This could be a good initiation, though.
With the DP, I
by himself, and they're going to go they're going to stun off into him, and he doesn't pop the PKB either. He couldn't follow it up. He's just down, and they're about to lose a Tiny as well. 2 heroes they end up losing, and now they're just going to run down the mid lane.
Yeah, that's pretty much the worst case scenario. Like, your best tower defender is gone, so the tower should be pretty free once Dusa starts hitting it. But at least Alchemist is still farming away, and your Razor is pretty close to Refresher. I'm just super scared. Like, even though you have Refresher on Razor, like this DP plus Stone Gaze combination, you are not tanky at all.
Yeah.
You need your first armor item somehow.
So there's damage problems unless you've got the DP and Stone Gaze combo.
There's so much damage amp that the Ghosts benefit from as well.
Looks like they're going to go on to the Medusa. You're still 1 minute and 40 seconds left with this Aegis. They're tossing him super far back in the rest of the team. You are by yourself right now. The Stone Gaze is going to stall a little bit of time, but Bane isn't able to commit the Fiend's Grip because of that.
Yeah. The second life, though, I don't think they have enough damage to kill her one more time after this. There's Dawnbreaker ult as well.
Dawnbreaker's going to come into this one immediately. Ward Trap off onto 7E. He can't get out of this one. All right, he does now. Dawnbreaker ultimate now coming in. It's going to force them back now. How much longer? They just run out of this Alchemist ultimate. So he's going to drop fairly quickly here. Stuck pretty far away from the rest of his team. He's not going anywhere.
That's no Spirit Siphon anymore.
Yeah, he needs to walk away. He's just out of this team fight, but Alchemist continuing to get chased down. TZY going to finish him off just a moment. Last take goes the way of Medusa, now trying to go into Imitator, but don't want to dive this tier 2 tower, so now they all back off. Kazi, the Spike Campus, the toss combo, they go into Tiny. He drops for this one, but he does get the kill off onto the Nyx Assassin. Now everybody has to back off for sure. It was super cheeky play there by the Nyx Assassin, walking back forward into that one.
Yeah, nice bait as well. And it's only a +5, so even if you just get the Tiny for it, I think it's still very, very worth it. It's a good play by him. But you can just see, like, the problems. Like, Dusa is nowhere near her power level where she wants to be at, but his Alchemist already has so many problems fighting into the Stone Gaze as well as the DP ult. And it's only going to get worse as they get higher levels and get more items.
Yeah.
This Dawnbreaker ult is just such a disengage button. Like, the Bane, as soon as it popped, he was like, I'm just going to cancel my own grip. Feels really good.
Yeah, and you hesitated so long for committing that grip in the first place, just because, you know, you pop the Stone Gaze on the Medusa, the moment you try to grip him, you get, like, not even 2 seconds off on that thing before it's interrupted. So Bane is really struggling in these team fights.
Yeah, it's a tough game for the Bane, to be honest. There's so many ways to interrupt him, disable him.
Yeah.
DP is very close to 18. Obviously, that's going to be her next power spike, and the Lotus Orb as well. If he gets into a Shiva's Guard after that, it's going to be very difficult to kill her.
Yeah, way too much army you have at that point. I mean, you're going to be a mass nuisance in these team fights just having this Lotus Orb, because then you're concerned about, like, the Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in to being able to zone the Bane, the Stone Gaze, and then you have to be concerned about the Lotus Orbs as well. There's so many things you need to play around to get, like, a good Fiend's Grip off. So this game is starting to look pretty easy for Magma. CDC are still up 1k net worth, but 2k net worth, but you want way more than that when you have an Alchemist on your team.
Yeah, probably a comfortable amount is usually like around the 10k mark, where you feel like really good about yourselves. Right now, you probably feel like if you lose one more team fight, you are in big trouble.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah,
Because
give it the
Alchemist is not going to
wards.
scale so much more, right? He's going overwhelming blink afterwards, but his damage output overall won't really be that significant, like past minute 35 or so.
Radiant's
Yeah,
bottom tower
and again, as this BKB gets closer to 6 seconds, it becomes that much easier for the Nyx Assassin to like play into you in these team fights. In fact, look at him; he disables his Radiance as he walks away here. That's just one of the things you have to do when you're playing against a Nyx Assassin. He turned it back on again after a moment, but it's something that he constantly needs to be afraid of. It makes Nyx's game so easy.
Or Dusa getting tossed in. And Stonegaze.
Yeah, ultimate ends up coming off, but you can't really take a fight into this. They're just running them over. Now TPing out on the
Oh, he
Radiance.
gets
All they
Stonegaze!
can do- Oh, he gets Stonegaze! You hate to see it.
But yeah, you see the damage of the Ghost once you're Stonegazed, you're just so dead.
Yeah. It is a big
His
spooky
health will-
damage numbers.
Are they still dark red? They are, oh my god.
Yeah, look at that. Tries to go onto the tower. Pathetic damage onto the towers now, though.
Yeah,
Like
not
50%
not double
reduction.
damage anymore. Pfft.
Dire's bottom tower
That cheat was so insane at first. It is ridiculous how quickly Medusa managed to tear through towers. So sorry, Death Prophet. Medusa, I was looking at, just about has this MKB finish, though. One of the big benefits of this Radiance almost going away. I do very much like the change that you have 50% evasion and then the extra 10% from the burn. Just so you have a little bit of evasion against BKB targets, but about to negate the majority of that on the Medusa, thanks to the MKB.
Yeah. It's also really good against the Blinding Light.
Kazi silenced up on 2 heroes. They try to jump on top of Kazi. He might get away for this. The dust does come off onto him, but they don't want to jump him after that Lotus Orb. He couldn't commit that Solar Bind onto him.
He had Carapace up as well. Now they're actually behind a net worth with an Alchemist. DP's just farming away.
Yeah, that was a close.
You feel really bad when you see that here. Really bad. And they know that, so they're gonna make something happen now. Dusa's very low in mana, at least.
They scanned them out with this one, so they're going to feel confident walking up in the
Okay,
triangle.
Kazi
Kazi scouts them out, though. Pops by Carapace, and this like delays their initiation here. They might get the Medusa. Stonegaze ends up coming out. This is going to buy a lot of time. The
Stonegaze
force
too
staff
good.
back out, thinking because of Kazi. Dude, Kazi is absolutely insane. He's escorting the Medusa out of here. The high priority target is out.
And he's out too?
Jumping back.
Oh, maybe not.
He ends up stacking the Alchemist. He walks back. So Kazi does end up going down. TZY pops the BKB and tries to fight into these heroes just super far forward on the Bane. Nightmare ends up blocking the stun coming in from the Starbreaker there. So in dying, he's going to be able to get out with his life. This Nyx Assassin is playing out of his mind, man. No wonder you hate this hero.
Nyx is so annoying because the Carapace cooldown is also so low, it's just 10 seconds. And level 20, you get this stun duration talent on it. I hate it. You're just stunned for like a Beastmaster ult. Oh, I made one mistake, I'm dead.
Yeah, and then you have like a follow-up stun with the Impale as well. So like your teammate has tons of time to react to that one the moment they see someone who's stunned. Yeah,
Now, correct me if
this
I'm
game
wrong, but I think Nyx is one of the only heroes, if not the only, that has 2 stun duration increases in his talent tree. It's actually kind of nuts.
I do think that is correct.
Like, if you get the full combo, it's 6 seconds late game. Absolutely ridiculous.
It's AoE on both of them as well.
Yeah, it's kind of stupid. But now they smoke up. They got the DP ult online. Medusa ult also up in 10. Oh, nice
Pressure Orb
initiation.
is done on the Razor though, so he's going to be very happy to play
God,
this
all is
one,
gone.
but not if they lose 70 is first. They're going
Yeah.
to continue the chase here. They go into Undine. The stun ends up connecting with him, so he is going to drop. Tiny thinks about going in there, but there's absolutely no point. He's hanging around a little bit too long for my comfort. I mean, they just
And that's
completed
the
the
power of
refresh orb.
Shaman, right?
Yeah.
Instant hex, why the hero is so popular. I'm surprised we didn't see him first phase, to be entirely honest. But DP doesn't really seem a whole lot weaker. Like, sure, you deal the designed amount of tower damage now, but your teamfight presence is still so overwhelming.
Yeah. You know, and you can tell this is what Dust's been doing. He hasn't been popping these ultimates to go for towers anymore. It's just been taking these team fights.
Yeah.
So you've changed up your style. Yes, it's just by numbers weaker than it used to be, but obviously still first pick material. You can see why all these teams still favor the Death Prophet.
Yeah, and it also makes sense why they just so deliberately pop the DP ult, right? Because every team fight they win, they know late game 100% is secure. Like, Dusa destroys Razor and Alchemist. There's no discussion about that.
Yeah,
So every
Chinese
team
gonna
when
look
he
for
gets closer
something
to
to
that.
jump on,
Oh,
but he gets Hex first. This is what you mentioned, that instant disable there from the Shadow Shaman, and pressure comes off on the Razor. He's gonna pop a second BKB and ultimate, so he can put forward a lot of damage here. TZY is melting to this one. Medusa's standing her ground now, that 50% slow coming off on the Razor.
What a carapace on the Alchemist!
Yeah, he is stuck in place now. The Stone Gaze is holding in place, amping his physical damage. He just melts.
Yeah.
Everyone else is forced to back off. They end up losing the Bane as well. But there's no way Keeper of the Light and Tiny come back in his team fight. All he can do is try to blast out Roshan. You've used your Refresher Orb here on the Razor. He actually jumps forward here on Mercy. Absolutely insane play. Razor now forced to back off. He gets the tip off onto somebody. Tiny ends up coming back.
He's still
in.
alive. He's
Yeah,
dead.
holds him in place with the Hex. They're going to try to run him down. The Science ends up coming off. He's not going to be able to throw a toss or an avalanche off.
Alchemist
anyone,
bought back?
yeah. They
Okay, they want this Roshan.
Yeah, both these teams are doing some insane gameplay right now.
But they're going back in the pit. Hey! The Alchemist bought back. You have no ult. Oh my god, they're crazy.
How
They don't
long-
care. Alchemist has no BKB.
Yeah, I mean, the most significant thing about all this is the Razor doesn't have his ultimate or his BKB. His ultimate coming off a cooldown right now. They might jump into this one. Tiny hexed up now. They're going to try to chase him down. Medusa still inside the pit. Roshan finished off. Alchemist tried to jump in. Gets killed on Roshan, but the Aegis does go the way of the Medusa.
If Alchemist dies
Now
back, the
Tiny
game's
gonna
just over.
run down. They can't quite finish him off. But yeah, he's far away from his friends. He is dead. 105 seconds without
Check
a
on the Razor too with no health.
Yeah, BKB off a cooldown in a second. He can pop it now, but he just dies. He just buyback available, but you just lost both your cores.
And that's a gem gone as well. And sure, you lose some heroes. You maybe buy back on the Shaman as well, but the big winner is the Medusa. Just keeps scaling and scaling and scaling. Now even way ahead of Alchemist in terms of net worth. This game is done and dusted.
Yeah, that's a little bit of dust humor for everyone who didn't pick up on that one. Not everyone can keep up with you, Black. You have to explain things to the viewers sometimes. You have the money for the BKB on the Medusa right now. Oh, she switched over.
He doesn't want it. Yeah, I don't need that.
Disrespect. Just going for the butterfly instead.
What do you think? I'm gonna build defensive items?
In this game?
Lol.
Just walk up the high ground. One of the first times they do pop the exorcism just to be able to take towers a little bit faster. It makes sense. You got another 20 seconds without this Razor, 45 without the Alchemist. But they know that
That is
CDEC
awesome.
have no way to defend this one.
After this, you also have Shivas done on the DP. I don't actually know how you fight as Alchemist now. Into Shivas and Skadi, you don't heal anything.
Yeah. Your ultimate is basically just for attack speed at that point, attack and movement speed.
Yeah. I guess you have your BKB window still, but Stone Gaze completely cancels that out. Going to DP is BKB though.
Yeah,
Number
he
goes
just
top.
pops that one.
Look at his health
Razor-
gain.
Yeah, Razor can't finish him off. I mean, the static link is going both ways there, thanks to that Lotus Orb.
Yeah.
Super high value pickup.
The Ghost coming back, filling up to full health instantly as well.
Oh.
And Dusa is just a front wall right now. They can't pass this Dusa.
Yeah, still have the Aegis for another 3 minutes here. The butterfly is completed, so you have so much sustain in this fight. And she's gonna be able to walk away. I don't think they can actually commit onto her. If they
The
do,
Snake coming
it'd
back
be-
with full mana too.
yeah, pretty big mistake. They're gonna try. Lotus Orb ends up reflecting a lot of these stuns. Alchemist stuck in place. Stunned up here on the Tiny as well. He ends up melting at the beginning of this one. Do end up taking Mercy out of this team fight. Razor getting zoned out as well, but Alchemist
can't
slowed
move.
up. Yeah, he can't go
Carapace.
anywhere. The Carapace, he should have disabled the Radiance, or used inside the Acid Spray there.
This game is so done.
No. Yeah.
Oh my god. Like, he must feel terrible now about that Radiance pickup as well.
Yeah, I mean, he would have got reflected with the acid spray there, even if the Radiance didn't end up doing it. But it's like you mentioned, you're just permanently disabled in these team fights. Doesn't even have the level 20 talent on this Nick Assassin yet either. And they're
He
chipping
couldn't
away at
even
the tier
move.
4s.
Stone
Yeah.
Gaze wasn't even popped. Yeah, try to deny that tier 4 tower. And that's when you know that you're thinking about the next game already.
Yeah, I'm looking at that guy's death summary. Just so much disabled there. Lotus Orb reflecting his stun, despite Carapace coming off one of these heroes.
Yeah, a definite ridiculous amount of disable.
Yeah,
Twin
Texans are
supports.
coming out of the Medusa, but Razor just melts here. There's the stuns coming up from the Assassin. Kazi showing absolutely no mercy, even as they take the tier 4s here.
Yeah.
Razor's gonna
By
try some away from his
waiting,
throw,
waiting.
but- Yeah. Stunned up again. Impale
He could be
ends
in
up
two.
falling up there, and he ends up going
No.
down.
It's just way too much physical damage.
Yeah, the
And they
GG
have
ends
to
up coming
concede the
out.
game.
TZY dropping the ultimate there. A victory ultimate, if you would. Thrown, it ends up going down. And the first game of the series goes the way of Magma. So, Black begs the question. Is this the Magma that pops off, or are you not convinced yet?
I think it was a decent showing. Nowhere near their top level though. But if like this is the consistency they can have now, like a level that is consistent for them, I'll be very happy with that. Because like so many times you've just seen Magma completely underperforming a lot of their players, but this game was very solid. Especially from Medusa and DP, they haven't really made many mistakes at all. I mean, the supports also played out of their minds.
Yep, the supports played out of their minds there. The Shadow Shaman with the Nyx Assassin. We already saw in the draft itself, Black was concerned about the nature of this Nyx, and he had good reason to do so because he demolished this game. Practically no presence on the map for the Alchemist, nothing you could do. The Shadow Shaman just did normal Shadow Shaman things. But gentlemen, you know who really, really surprised me in this game in terms of how well they did? That Dawnbreaker, man. My God. Dawnbreaker did so much for them in this game. That rush on the BKB, interestingly enough, that was the second fastest BKB of all time. Not this patch, all time on Dawnbreaker, and the second fastest Blink Dagger, and only the 9th Basher being picked up on that hero across all roles in all games in Dota. So definitely something that they should think about dealing with in the draft, but I think it has to come back to that Nyx Nef. They had no answers. The whole game, every single fight, Alchemist was doing nothing. QAQ would go in. When you have to deactivate your Radiance as Alchemist, as your first item build, you know that times are not looking good.
Yeah, it felt very weird that he was going for the raids. That's something that Black was talking about during the game. He would have preferred to see a Battle Fury pickup coming out there. But yeah, it felt incredibly awkward having to constantly disable that or just being stunned up at the team fight. He was not moving in any of these fights, so obviously he wasn't able to hit his timings or anything like that. So shout out to Kazi, shout out to this Nyx Assassin pick. I still think this should be picked across all regions, but again, it's more of a Chinese region staple.
For now. I think that hero has, as you said, he's way too strong in the right hands. It's a way better bounty hunter.
Please don't bring back the bounty meta. That was not fun to play. But speaking of the hero, that game was ruined, this Alchemist. Black, you mentioned it in the game when you saw the item build he was going for, the Concoction first level. And I was curious as to how often this is done, because you were mentioning it's not something that experienced Alcs always do. It was only the 3rd time all time this was ever done on the hero. Felt like it really slowed him down and didn't really allow him to be a big force. I mean, look at what Baiyi is able to do on this Medusa versus how QAQ has to stand on the far edge of every single fight whenever they engage.
Yeah, I think it's just a byproduct of the itemization, really. Like, you built this Radiance, you already know that your team fights are going to be so rough. I was really surprised that he did this. Like, if he just went for this really strong right-click build, I think they actually have a chance. They would have gotten so many more kills as well. It's just he's always just standing there. Like, even now, I'm stone gazed, and then I'm carapaced, and then I'm hexed, and he just can't do anything ever. It just feels really bad for him. Because I thought this Alchemist pick actually made sense in a way where they're completely outdrafted. They need like a wild card like this. But yeah, Magma just played way, way better in this game at least.
Yep. And we see the impact. Nev?
I was going to say there's a couple things that like slowed their gameplay down. That initial gank they made down to the bottom lane with that first Bane ultimate, not being able to find that kill just because Bane was Dawnbreaker was way too tanky. That really slowed down their momentum in a lineup that they needed to snowball with, in my opinion.
Yep.
Well, also for you, gentlemen, a question. If... Well, it's not really a question. We have seen what happens. If Tiny can't dominate the early game, obviously you can't really pick it. I'm very surprised that they picked this support Tiny with a Cuddle mid. If you have a Quap middle or something that can really dominate the lane, Tiny makes way, way more sense as a +4 for me, personally. Which makes me believe that Team CDEC does not quite understand why +4 Tiny was very successful when it was.
So you're thinking about the old days where Tiny had like 1500 range toss at level 1?
Something like that. But even when the SA teams played Tiny at the major, they always had a super strong mid hero. Like maybe a Bad Rider or a Quap or just a lane dominator that can kill. Exactly. Yeah. But you need to be able to kill mid lane. Cuddle is the complete opposite of that. He wants to push and farm. He doesn't care about killing.
I mean, we saw so many times in this game where Imitator would be in the fight, right? He'd be going in, toss somebody out, and be like, all right, here we go. Here's a great example. Here, if they had a Storm Quap in this situation, this would have been a one-team fight. Maybe QAQ even snags up that Roshan Aegis, but instead, this is not only him dying in this fight, this is a dieback. How often do you see it at 30 minutes into the game that Alchemist has to buy back for a fight, but they have no tools left, and we see just the difference as well in these supports, to your point, Black. Imitator can't do anything in this particular fight in the same way that the Shadow Shaman or Nyx can to completely disable what the enemy cores are bringing to the table. Ultimately, yeah, it does feel like they didn't fully understand why this 4-position Tiny works out. And really, the way they built this Alchemist, this did not work. QAQ, poor guy, couldn't do anything. I just feel so bad for him. But there's almost nothing you could do. Like you mentioned that he could have itemized differently. Had he done so, you maybe have an outside shot, but boys, Nyx Assassin has to be, you have to deal with this in the draft. Either you get it or you ban it, something like that. I don't see them being able to win a game, Neff, if you give the opponent two of the strongest support heroes in China right now, and we see exactly why they are valued so highly.
I feel like a little bit ridiculous ranting and raving about this 0-5 Nyx Assassin when there's a 13-1 Death Prophet on the same team. But Nyx Assassin's gameplay was pretty insane. Like the scouting ruined the ganks from CDEC. The stuns on the Alchemist was amazing. I don't think they're going to go back for the Alch again. Maybe if they've seen a lot of success with it in like their scrims or something like that, they'll do it again. They'll ban out the Nyx. But I think the CDEC, they're going to go for a completely different strategy in game number 2 here because, they got completely shut down by Magma.
Yeah, you also really gotta think and address this Medusa DP combo. Like, it's not really a combo, like if you look at it objectively, but in a team fight into Stone Gaze and DP ult, it is so hard to fight into for almost any hero in the game. Once you're actually stoned from Stone Gaze, DP just solo kills you instantly. And then you still have the Medusa to worry about. Both of these heroes are mega tanky. Like it's just a very, very strong cookie cutter combination. And I was really surprised that they gave him a free Dusa game too by banning out AM as well. Oh, yeah. They're like, we want the Dusa, but Magma was like, okay, we'll take it, thank you.
We can get it
first. Looks like a really good Medusa game. Thank you very much. Yeah,
it looks kind of good, guys.
The Medusa game was not made any more easy to deal with by CDC because of the fact that because they have the Stormbreaker, you were just talking about it, 2 uber tanky core heroes, and even if you get them close to dying, how many times did we just see the Solar Guardian coming out, preventing that from happening? Immediate turnaround. Not much you can do under these circumstances. So CDEC need a new answer. Clearly, Keeper of the Light having that early vessel wasn't the necessary answer they needed. You need to find a different look, a different way of dealing with this high sustain, high tankability, high damage lineup that we saw from Team Magma. With that, though, CDC will have a little bit of time to think this through. You only have one opportunity now, because if they lose this, starting off your second tour here in the DPC with a 2-0 loss, not that great for them, but for Team Magma, it would be great to start them on the road to consistency that Black wants to see from this team. We're going to be taking a short break, and when we return, Game 2 between Team Magma and CDC, we've got Neff Sensei, we've got Black, and myself, Snare, on the panel, and we'll be right back with some more Dota 2 action. Welcome back, one and all, here to the China DPC. The third tour in the run-up to TI is now underway, and we're here in Division 2 for the second game between Team Magma and CDEC. Game 1, CDEC found themselves on the ropes, not only outdrafted, but clearly outclassed in how that game itself progressed. Now, we're going to be seeing in Game 2 if they can do something different, if they can bring a different look to the table, and whether or not Imitator has been looking through some of the drafts of Team Fusion and saying, boys, give us some more ideas. Let's try and make a plan here. My name's Sneh. I'm joined with Neff Sensei and Black once again. Neff, tell me some good news. If you're now in the hands of CDC, you're the coach, right? What are you telling them? How do we come back into this game? Is there any hope based on what we saw in game number 1?
I don't know. That's a scary bug, man. They managed to get it again. I'd say squash the bug would be my instructions if I was the coach. Get that thing out of the house. You know, if you guys want to let it out, that's fine. But, you know, my God, I don't want that thing in here. Kazi was insane on the Stick Assassin in the previous game. Giving it up to them again feels like a little bit of a mistake. I think Mars could deal with it reasonably well. Phoenix is okay against it. Obviously, you're not Spike Carapissing anything back in these team fights if, you know, he just drops his egg. But you can get him like when he's trying to drop a Sunray or when he comes in on people, Spike Carapace and follow up with an Impale, get the kill off on him before he can get his ultimate off. So there's going to be kind of high execution team fights going on here. But I was right about one thing. They're going to do something completely different. There were too many issues with the previous draft. Black was talking about that a little bit during the break, that you can't just single out one thing. You want to start something completely different, like bottom up. And so they've just gone for things that are fairly popular combination with each other, fairly popular draft in general here. They're going to go for the Phoenix and the Mars, Taylor's Oldest Time, and a Mirana as well, which is super well with the Mars in lane. Black, any complaints about this one? I feel like this is, you know, too good to fail, too stable to fail.
Too stable to fail. Okay, we'll see about that. I mean, I agree the draft right now is very, very strong, but the execution, especially in team fights, if you mis-execute, you know, Phoenix suddenly just goes splat and your Mastery is not on point. We have to see. I like Magma. The Abaddon pickup is obviously the hardest Mirana counter in the entire game, but Abaddon Ursa should be actually doing quite well against Mirana Mars. This Abaddon pick is very strong. Kunkka, of course, team fight presence. With that boat, but they have a severe lack of building damage. It's what I don't like.
I don't like the lack of building damage either, but I do sort of see that Team Magma are going to be sticking with this idea of having as much sustainability throughout the fights as possible. We yet again have 4 heroes which are not the easiest to kill in the world, and CDC don't have the most burst damage at this point in time just yet. We'll obviously still see if they can fix this deeper into the draft. For CDC, they still have these 2 picks to go for. One thing that we have been seeing lately, Black, this Mirana hero started popping off like towards the latter end of the season. It's a classic for a reason, but in this kind of game, the most success that I've seen from these Miranas are ones that play very hyperactive role and is often involved in trying to get kills for his team. Will they be able to do it here, CDC, based on the heroes that we see on the field? Will Imitator have one of those games, or is he going to be consigned to a more babysitting role on this Mirana?
It's very tough when you play against an Abaddon, like always. You can't really kill the Abaddon, and whoever you arrow is also going to get shielded. They don't really have a combo with it yet. Like, they're highly dependent on mastering a spear or chronoing a hero. But I personally don't like Faceless Void into Kunkka, I gotta admit. I feel Kunkka is a pretty strong counter to Void, especially early and mid-game. Like, that Kunkka boat buff just makes heroes too tanky in the Chronosphere.
Yeah.
And the X Mark, of course, against the Time Walk. We'll see how it works out for them. But their last pick is, like, the offlaner is yet to be revealed. So that could potentially give Void a lot of problems, too.
Neff, here we actually do have some issues. Black is right. So I'm looking at this draft and I'm thinking not only does Void lack the damage inside the bubble due to the boat and just in general, but there's not that much external damage outside of the Sunray, you know, a couple of these spells from the Mars and Mirana, but out and out guaranteed kills inside the Chronosphere. That's not something that we normally see Void being picked into before the team has established that kind of damage. So what do you think CDC is thinking right now? Or is it one of these situations where this just happens to be a QAQ specialist hero? He's like, you know what, boys, if we're going to go down 2-0, at least let me do it on my best hero.
But before I answer the question,
I don't think it ever feels good going down on your best hero. I look at this and I'm like, oh man, this is the perfect Lina game. I'd love to see a Lina picked up on CDEC, but unfortunately they banned that one out themselves.
Right.
I'm like, yeah, that'll solve all your problems. You're at a far distance from all the enemies. You know, it's great against the Kunkka in lane. Lina can't fail here. It's too good, right, Black?
Neff, I need your insight. Okay. You as CDC's coach, as Snare said, why do you reveal your carry when the enemy already revealed their mid lane? Why don't you just counter the mid and then you counter the off lane as well? You're putting yourself in a pretty rough spot now.
Because the Mars is mid, the Void is offlane, and you can run something else safely.
I like that idea a lot.
There you go.
Snake Lady
coaching is coming through. Yeah. The Snake Lady. If Snake Lady actually gets through this draft, I'm just gonna laugh right now. Honestly, it'll be kind of hilarious. CDC, if they go for it, does seem a bit greedy, but I've seen weirder things emerge. Doom gets banned instead, and there's the bad rider. We were sort of talking about it last game.
Yeah, it's a 100% avoid carry if they're banning out Beastmaster and Doom Man.
Yeah,
unfortunately, but it could also be a Medusa.
It could also be Medusa. I feel like you're not that concerned about a Beastmaster roaring you if you're a Medusa, though.
No, I don't think you're either. But there's a chance it is Medusa.
Well, there's a chance.
Not a very high chance, but there's a chance.
Still a chance.
What is the offlaner going to be, though? Against Void. They could honestly put Kunkka there and pick another mid if they wanted to.
I mean, Kunkka's pretty bad against Void. Every time you tide bringers, you just time walk into him and then start hitting him.
Yeah, but then you do it again. And he's like, sorry.
If this was last season to try and fix the issue with building damage, they'd probably pick DK, but I'm not sure. I haven't seen as much of the hero being favored recently as it was. Yeah. Well, then it was like every single game being put into the off lane. It's not that bad in the lane versus the Void. Well, with the Breathe Fire, you still get your farm. You don't really get muscled out of that lane either. They'll go for the Queen of Pain. So you're all right about them shifting. We don't know if there's going to be Quap or the Kunkka into the off lane, but either way, it's a lane that you can still play, give them some additional magic damage. More problems as well for the Faceless Void, because if you drop Chrono and you don't have decent amount of HP, you actually have to run away. You can die inside your own bubble, which is very annoying. What do you do now if you're on the side of CDEC? Since you've already revealed a safe laner, what hero, either mid or off lane here, Black, fixes the issues with the draft, gives them some damage into the bubble, decent lane into both Kunkka and the Queen of Pain, as well as having some degree of scalability for later, so that you don't consign the Void to being the only person dealing damage in these fights?
I am personally a big fan of OD, but nobody else is, so we're probably not going to see that. But I think it would solve quite a lot of their problems.
OD, that's a hero that people don't pick anymore.
Yeah, it's so dead, unfortunately. But I really feel like this game, the problem is you have to pick a mid now that lanes well against Kunkka and Quap because they're very interchangeable. If you just pick a hero that's good against Quap, but lose to Kunkka, then you're going to be in big trouble. And they're probably going to go back for a Slaughter.
What?
A mid Slaughter or what? Or offlane Slaughter and mid Mars?
Probably mid Mars, yeah.
Mid Mars.
Most likely the mid Mars. All right, mid Mars, off lane.
You all laughed at me. You all laughed at me. Look who's laughing now.
I mean, 7E has played this Mars in the past before. He played it at least 2 games of it when he was back on eHome. Ripping it out again, not the most surprising thing that he's done in the past, but I will admit, we don't see a lot of Slaughter in China in general, even in games where Slaughter would look very good. Half the time we see Slaughter, he's banned when you pick anti-mage, just to make sure you have a viable lane situation. In this game, I suppose here and there, he does give you the Corrosive Haze for more damage into the bubble, but it's a bit more setup. Not out-and-out burst, though, which I really was expecting at the end there. What do you make of the Slaughter pick and the transition of moving the Mars into the mid lane instead?
I mean, the Mars is going to be able to do a lot of damage with Corrosive Haze as well. You have to keep in mind that God's Rebuke is a physical damage spell. So anyone hit with the Corrosive Haze, God's Rebuke is going to absolutely melt. And it kind of makes up for the Aphotic Shield situation that Kazi's going to have going on. Like, you can trade with the Ursa reasonably well. You're not relying on, Spear plus Arrow that he's going to be able to immediately get out of. So it's like making the best out of a bad situation over in the off lane. And a reasonable amount of damage coming out of mid. So I think the draft isn't where I want it to be, but I can see what they're going for here. I still don't like it.
Black, you normally hate seeing Slaughter because he normally messes up your lane in anti-mage or lifesteal or whatever. In this game, do you like seeing the last pick Slaughter emerging from CDC?
I mean, honestly, if there was no Abaddon, I would love it, but I consider Abaddon a hard counter to Slaughter. So I'm not the laning phase maybe will be a little bit better, but in team fights, you want to focus down at one hero. You probably want to arrow him and haze him and everything. Now you gave Abaddon even more incentive to just shield that guy. Yeah, the cooldown of shield and corrosive haze is pretty much the same. So
unless the Slaughter hits level 25 and has undispellable corrosive haze.
That is so true. That's what they're going for.
All right.
I'm going CDEC. Let's go.
CDEC for black. Nev,
No,
you definitely,
no.
after that, you definitely have to be backing the Slaughter here for that level 25 play. Let us see if they can make it happen, if they can bring this one to a 1-1 draw, or if it's going to be Team Magma, yet again, off the back of two extremely strong supports running over CDC. We're going to be finding out together with Neff and Black. Gentlemen, take it away. See you after the game, and good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, host.
I gotta admit, I hate both drafts.
Yeah, that's the Black that I was used to in season 1 and 2. He's finally back. It only took him a single game.
What do you feel, though? Like, the Radiant draft looks so iffy as well.
They do look both suboptimal.
Yeah.
I probably prefer Magma a little bit, though.
Yeah.
Everyone
I'm just
is
lacking
not-
a clear win condition on both teams.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned the struggle to push high ground on the side of Magma, right? I mean, against
Yeah.
Mars, it's even more difficult. Like, you try to get anything, you get speared back, an arena separates you, a Chronosphere is going to come out. Like, you have to be so careful every time you try to take an objective.
Yeah. This game has to be messy. Like, for either team to really get an advantage, it has to be messy no matter what. Like, you gotta overrun the opponent somehow. And so, hopefully, it's gonna be a pretty high-paced game, very entertaining game. But it's definitely not gonna be one of those very well thought out, let's smoke here, do this move perfectly kind of games. It's gonna be full Davai mode.
Is that what you prefer?
Yeah, at least when I watch the game.
Yeah.
Unless when I
Not when
watch
you're
LGD
playing.
because I'm LGD fanboy, but don't tell anyone.
Yeah. I have a friend who plays very, like, 2013 era carry. He wants nothing to happen for the first, like, 10 minutes of the game. He just wants to be able to farm.
4P1?
Yeah, that's what he likes doing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I have some MMO suggestions if you want to connect us.
I'll get you two in touch later.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. You'd probably like the guy. He hates the fact that you can't just solo kill supports anymore. He thinks that they should just be food at the later stages of the game.
I do think there's way too much HP now in the game.
Yeah, so you two would get along quite well.
Yeah. But you just don't kill them. Just farm more. And then you kill them.
Yeah, shout out to my boy Rodney.
Yeah, Rodney. Do you like the lane change they did?
Which one?
The Ursa into the Void instead? And the Quabbling Slaughter?
It's a little bit better. I feel like the Ursa does better up here in the top lane. That way you can still build up the stacks in the Faces Void.
Yeah. And Slaughter's very sad against Quab. I actually like this quite a bit.
Yeah, you don't want to be laning this different way around, I feel.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it means even less action, though. The Faces Void is going to be playing pretty far back. The Abaddon isn't going to be able to chase. Phoenix isn't going to be able to harass anyone down. It means boring lanes for us here. Everyone's very good at getting away, but nobody too good at killing.
Yeah, the only way Void dies is if he jumps and it jumps on cooldown. They run him down doing that. Which shouldn't happen. Mid lane, nobody can really die unless you get speared into the tower, but even then Kunkka has 1,000 health.
Yeah.
Yeah, not very eventful.
I mean,
Probably
somebody
level
takes-
6 on the mid lane.
Yeah. So we're thinking 5 minutes, maybe the 6-minute rune rotations, people start going down, but until then, we're not going to see a lot of action. We talked about some of the macro movements happening on the map, though. Nick Sass moving back to grab himself the bounty room because he's not too useful down here in the bottom lane.
Level 2 Shadows right now also online, so Slaughter's gonna start feeling pretty bad. Oh, he tried to shoot an arrow.
Yeah.
Not Sing Sing
Surprised-
though.
Yeah. Surprised he didn't line that one up with to grab the range creep or hit the enemy. That's usually the play that Miranas go for. They can't hit the hard kill.
Yeah, it's the grief Miranas.
Yeah. Oh no, I missed the enemy, my bad. Sucks that I got all this farm. Arrow ends up connecting on the Spike Carapace, but I don't think they'd be able to finish this Nick Assassin off. And
Yeah.
Get the Sal back up.
If only you had a blink, Mr. Quap.
But instead he's greedy. I mean, this is kind of the build that most Quaps go for.
Yeah.
The 2-0-1.
Just secure the range cube with it.
Yeah. Secure yourself CS. And then the 4 you usually get the point of the blink. Sometimes I see Quaps not get the blink at 4. It feels like a massive grief to me, though. Top lane, Kazi getting run down. Doesn't have Viphotic shield up, so you're actually going to drop.
Interesting. To solo Phoenix. Wasn't expecting that. But yeah, if you're not careful, like Phoenix level 2. He didn't even have level 2 fire spirits.
No, it's level 1
Right,
fire
now in
spirits.
that
It's
case, it's
good to
very unusual to die to 10 damage spirits. But yeah, happens. Mistakes happen. Okay, we cannot be mean to them just because everybody makes mistakes.
go. Yeah, it's like my girl Miley says. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days.
Yeah.
You a fan?
No.
I see.
What?
wasn't
I'm
expecting
just
such a hard
supporting you.
no. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm supporting here my caster. You know? We have to make the world believe that we're really good friends.
Right. It didn't talk to this guy a single time between seasons.
And little do they know, it's actually true.
Yeah. I know. You were my only worthy adversary in board games when we were all in studio.
Yeah, the rest is kind of...
Yeah, they were all really bad.
Yeah. I mean, especially now that they're not here to defend themselves, they're kind of trash. But
True. Absolutely true.
next
Mid
season,
lane,
next season.
TPing up.
That's in my
Yeah,
spear.
arrow to follow up. It was on cooldown until just now. He's got it available now, but he walked out of the way there on Dust. Ended up trying to predict his movement forward, so he's going to be able to walk away from this one. Tried to punish him the fact that he didn't hit level 6.
And now
if I
Imitator's
marked it.
dead, I think.
Yeah.
The boat hits.
Did he do the trick correctly? Yep, he waited 1 second before dropping it. Impale comes out afterwards, and there it is. Finished off there. So that's how you're supposed to land. X marks the spot every time, regardless of the enemy being or disabling you. You wait 2 seconds for the torrent. You wait 1 second if you're dropping a boat.
Yeah.
That way it'll always hit.
Too many Kunkas. Don't know it.
Kazi, sorry, Mercy about to drop here.
Almost stick
Yeah, he
juked him.
goes. Yeah.
But stick not big enough, unfortunately. Slaughter, though, is getting completely bullied off the lane at this point. It's, yeah, it's a very sad lane for Slaughter. That's also one of the reasons why we don't really see this hero a lot. Like, he doesn't have a teamfight presence, and if you lose lane, there's almost no way back into the game. Like, I don't foresee much impact of the Slaughter in this game, like, at all.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he gets himself an early blink dagger, or he has like some super sick kills in the next like 3-4 minutes here, and he manages to get back in. But we're going for that territory that you're talking about, where he just does not have a game. Something needs to change fairly quickly here.
He has to be careful. Quap has wave.
Yeah. And you are sitting very low as well. Nick Assassin will probably set this one up for them, though.
He hasn't gotten a creep in... No, I'm lying. He's farming one small camp right now.
There it is. As long as he doesn't get broken, then he'll be fine. Top lane. QAQ getting gone on. Spear ends up coming out. Abaddon on the side of the arena. He ends up dropping as well. Oh. Ends up connecting with the Phoenix, but they aren't able to finish him off. Arrow coming out. Doesn't connect with anyone. Walked out of the way there on the Ursa.
Ah, nice rotation. Oh, Quap used the wave on the Slaughter. He's slithering away, but the Shadowstrike is going to take him out. 2 more ticks. 1 more. Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah. Ends up blinking the wrong way. Dropped a screen. Wastes a lot of mana doing that, but wasn't able to get into that camp to try to deny himself to the creeps in time.
Level 4 Shadowstrike. He really doesn't like the Slaughter. Maybe they had some pup beef earlier today.
Yeah. It's gotta be. I mean, at this point, it's not even like a fish. You want to go the extra points and scream, be able to farm up
Exactly,
faster.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like-
it's like, I want to ruin this guy's game.
He solo killed him, and after the solo kill, he's like, yeah, when you come back, that's level 4, bro.
One
Didn't
more
even think
point
about
of
it.
Shadow Strike. Yeah, definitely some beef between these two.
But
mid lane,
it's looking real rough, though.
yeah, Impale
Like,
comes
oh,
out.
Mirana also. Oh, he's fine. Cleave. Oh, you can't hit. The fire
Yeah, too
spirit.
slow, the fire spirits. He's gonna walk away now. That's taking a
Yeah.
lot of damage. 20 seconds till he's got spear available. Doesn't hit him into the tree though. That's what
Yeah,
we're latching
just
onto.
says thank you. Man, look at the Slaughter. He's just sitting there. Like, you might as well just go jungle.
He doesn't know about this 4th point yet.
Yeah, he doesn't want to test it either.
I'm not getting close to TZY. That Shadow Strike is spooky, man.
But yeah, you can see the silence went terribly wrong. Like, Ursa is over 1k ahead. Quap is almost 2k ahead of their counterparts. It's looking very rough for them in this early game. And we spoke about it, like, their damage in the chrono is already low. If you're under-farmed, I don't know how you kill them. Mars is your only playmaker now. The only damage you have.
I mean, you have some super sick like wombo combo, or, you know.
He's trying to kill the quad bottom, but no way. That's way too easy for him. Also, the observer ward helps.
Yeah, 2 observer wards there. So,
do you think observers should be able to see each other if they're in each other's range?
That's interesting concept for sure.
Oh, level 4 shadow strike that is, and earn both.
This sucks. All right, they're gonna try to run. I mean, he still knows that 70's there. He saw him walking the trees there, so he's definitely like baiting this one out.
Dude, 70 feels so bad. Like he knows he has to do something, but he can't get it done.
Yeah. I mean, if they manage to land the spear,
man, this just feels really, really bad now.
Yeah. I don't even think they realize that there's an observer ward there either.
I mean, I'm sure now they did. Maybe not, because spear is actually hard to hit.
Yeah. I think
he sees the starter too, level 4 shadow strike, there it is.
This is just that he's dead. You can just ult him and finish him off. Yeah, he's burning down. Other side of the map, the Chronosphere ends up coming out, trying to take down Kazi here. Doesn't have his level 6. Spears, the Nyx Assassin side of the arena. There he goes. He ended up losing Kazi. Now trying to run down his Nyx Assassin. Mercy pretty far forward, just to walk up to the enemy team's triangle instead to try to get away, but QAQ ends up finally kill off him. So they find some kills on the map.
Yeah. They do. But I don't know what the starter's supposed to do in this game. He's back alive, but he's 2k gold away
really
from
living?
Yeah, inside, no. He probably wants to go next right now. If it was a pub game, he would definitely destroy his items. I mean, he has no items to destroy, but you know what I mean.
No DPC players would ever be so toxic, though, right?
Of course not. No.
Yeah.
No, especially not on stream.
Yeah, especially then. Alright, this
Spirit
is
Vessel already.
Oh, okay. This guy walks forward. He's gonna lose half his HP to a Spirit Vessel and Shadow Strike.
Oh yeah, TCY's like, come here, bro. It's time for your treatment.
Yeah.
Honey, he's 4 levels ahead of.
Oh, top lane. There's gonna be action happening up here. 70 doesn't have arena available. They don't have Chronosphere, so they can't actually catch anybody. They hop.
Why are they all here then?
Spear comes out, Buddy Spike Carapace in the back. Yeah,
actually, why are they all there?
Movement. I mean, if you had your buildings off of cooldown. Yeah.
I feel like the Fuser Blade would fit the pace of the lineup much better, but they're probably feeling really good in this game right now.
Yeah.
Slaughter. Oh, he can't even hit creeps on the tower. Look at this.
Yeah.
Bully mentality.
Yeah. He's not committing the blink dagger because he knows he's pretty far behind the towers. It's possible they TP in there and punish
the
free. Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
It's
he can't
disgusting.
do anything. Yeah.
If he doesn't get his creep, oh, he gets it.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower
He's making sure he can't get the catapult. Dude, he's just stepping, he's T-posing on him down here in the bottom lane.
Any TP, he could actually die. He has to be careful.
They're gonna wrap around on this Queen of Pain. Mercy ended up scouting out like the Faces Void one not Queen out,
Yeah, he
but they
did.
do have the Mirana ultimate, so they're just gonna walk away. Before that Mirana ultimate came out, he scouts out the Faces Void, so Mirana, this Queen of Pain goes unpunished. Now she's gonna rotate up to the top lane. They're gonna look for a kill off of the Phoenix here.
Yeah. This Vessel early on is very, very powerful against the Mars as well.
Yeah, he's slowed. He could just
Well,
pop
he blinked
his
in. He's level 1 blink though. Just be careful. Quad might be
look
dead.
to punish him. No blink dagger available on the
Oh, the
Mars.
creep!
Creep ends up tanking out.
Oh,
Out. Just comes off
no!
of cooldown. They don't end up connecting the arena. Kazi, he's gonna try to walk away. Puts point after he dies.
He didn't ult because he didn't think he'd die. He just gets clapped into the next universe.
He was just under the threshold as well, but ended up doing like the last of his HP there, 393. We talked about that at the beginning of the game. That Chris Hayes plus the damage from the God's Rebuke is pretty huge.
Yeah.
4 points to do it as well.
I'm just having a good time watching the Nyx. He just impaled the Void to deny creep. And he just walks away.
Peak Nyx gameplay. He's gonna pull this wave here as well, so Faces Void isn't able to safely farm this next one.
Yeah. They're also building Yule Scepters up, which of course is really good against the Void and Slaughter, but it also helps them save people in the Chronosphere. What is Void even going for? Maelstrom?
Yeah,
Yeah, he has Maelstrom done now. I'm so surprised he didn't fly out the Javelin earlier. Definitely helps you farm faster.
I'm surprised he even went for the Javelin as his first item. Usually you go Mithril Hammer, so if you change your mind to go BKB,
Yeah.
you can do that.
So we're very surprised, basically.
Yeah. Surprised individual. Surprised that 7E is getting gone on right now.
He is
X
so
marks the
dead.
spot. Torrent comes
Let
out.
him bleed out, let him bleed out. Ah.
Oh, they don't. Finish him off.
Yeah. That's definitely what I would do just to cause mental and emotional damage. Like, just don't even hit him anymore, just let him bleed. While Ursa's doing Roshan, he has a mask of the Morbid Mask, so easy for him.
Dude, they're gonna try to
Until he gets
defend
bashed
this
2
one.
times in a row.
But again, they're setting up before they've got like some of these big ultimates ready. Like they don't have Phoenix Egg for another 15 seconds. Mars is currently dead. It feels like they wasted a little bit of time with the rotations on CDEC.
Yeah,
While they're taking
definitely.
this on.
They're not on the same page at all. I mean, even the first mastery in the mid lane, right, that the arrow wasn't cooldown, was not communicated properly. So yeah, just overall, they don't seem to be super comfortable in this game right now. And you can't really blame them. It's looking pretty rough. But Ursa finishes Battle Fury now, so he's gonna be speeding up his farm. And they don't even need him to win fights at this moment.
Yeah.
When
I mean,
generally, like, what do you even do now as Void? Like, without Mom, you actually have no chrono damage. Usually the build is a Mom into Maelstrom, but he just went straight Maelstrom. So, like, what do you even do now?
You know, pray. Fall back on level 20 town, give you the extra attack speed. They're gonna try to
Rhaegar?
get a kill onto Mercy, but he ends up getting scouted out by Dustburst. He even gets to spike Carapace off onto the Mirana as well. They just can't get a win, man.
Yeah, it's all the L's. Where did W's at? Slaughter Blink in 50,
Yeah,
that's a
there
pretty
was
big win.
another L. Chronosphere ends up coming out. He doesn't drop the time walk yet. Spirit inside the arena there on the Queen of Pain. She ends up going down. Face of Void.
If the Void dies,
Time walk, he can't. Finish him
X
off
Mark
with the
II?
vendetta there.
They're not chasing. Okay, I thought they were gonna chase for this one.
Yeah. Weren't able to connect with him. It is nighttime though, so they lost vision of him pretty quickly. Maybe they're afraid of getting juked out there. They
Yeah,
don't try to
there's-
follow up onto the Mars.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So just DPing mid lane as well. First Euro Scepter is... 2 Euro Scepters are almost done. And then it's very hard for the Master also to play. He had to go for a Blink first as a mid-Master. Generally doesn't feel super good. But he knows how far his team is behind.
Yeah.
Now you have
They
2
wanna be
Blink Daggers though, and no real fight sustainability. Usually, if your offlaner builds Blink, you want to go for that BKB just to be able to frontline properly. But now you have 2 Blinks, you definitely gotta pick up the pace now, you gotta find some kills.
Yeah. They're 8 key net worth behind here at 16 minutes in. I mean, it's even on kills, but you control none of this map. I think it's
Yeah.
gonna get very rough for you the moment the Ursa finishes up his next item. He's got the Blink Dagger now, so he's looking to get on top of people. But you know, because of these Blink Daggers, and you're about to have damage and sustain problems because you've put all your gold into this without being able to find anything. 7E needs to get gone on here.
Yeah.
Stunned up by the next assassin, taken down very quickly there by Mercy as well. Stunned up on Phoenix on the backside of the fight. Just forced to try to Icarus dive away. The X
He has no mana for egg.
place. Yeah, he can't egg. 40 mana away. He's gonna get chased down here by the Ursa.
He's bleeding. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but if Mars has a BKB there, that is a legit team fight right there. He drops the arena, gets a good egg on top, and they can actually fight back. But being forced to go into Blink first on mid-Mars, you run the danger now of having 2 heroes not scale at all. Starter's getting scouted out as well.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to melt. Ursa's going to make very quick work of him as soon as that overpower comes out.
Hunka is on the Void. Can't see him.
Void does have TP available.
They have a water
He's
too.
going to hold him in place. Impale going to come out in just a second here. Here it is. Torn ends up setting that one up, and you're not going to be able to heal up near enough. Actually gets a spike Carapace off of the Phoenix as well, but they don't want to try to follow up. Actually jumps the backline here in the Ursa, and you already used your dive. You're going to pop a Supernova, but that isn't 2 in Ursa, who's going to overpower it.
Oh no! And 70 is dead too!
is under
Yeah, already used his stun. He can't drop the arena. He's just going to die here. Kill after kill going the way of Magma.
Yeah, nice play by Mercy too. Pre-clicking the U, so after the blink, instantly in the air. And yeah, I mean, we saw this in game 1 as well. Magma just completely outplaying CDC here again. It's a good sign for Magma. I like the way they're playing. Very, very quick. But again, you know, hold your horses. They're not being super tested right now. Mirana,
Hold your cats.
dead. Oh, hold your cats.
Thank you. You got that one, I see.
Or your horse cats.
Yeah, horse cat.
Get the amp on their bat. He's all by himself and they don't even try to kill him.
They're terrified of even engaging the enemies at this point.
I mean, look at the Abaddon's helmet too. Looks pretty scary.
Yeah, it is a spooky helmet. You can see like part of his face with this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you don't want to see Abaddon's face ever.
That's kind of rude, Blank. I expected you to have a more PMA attitude.
Yeah, but it's the last time you will see it. That's what I mean.
Oh, yeah. Underestimated
I don't mean to say he's
carry, and
ugly.
they'll carry you to the abyss of suffering or something like that.
Slaughter blinked in mid. He's dead.
Yeah.
You can't
Assassin's
hit
just gonna
duels.
stun him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't even commit the Yules there. I think Slaughter canceled that TP himself there after a moment.
Yeah, he
I think
knew. He
realized.
knew. Oh yeah, he had
he's like,
duels.
yeah, he's like, wait a second, I can't do this. The Yules me at the last second. I need to start moving now. The next assassin was coming in.
7E cutting waves. Quab is. Oh, if he gets on top of him. Ah!
Can he? Oh, a nice try.
Radiant
But yeah,
Good
he's
job
out.
though. Yeah. And Quack pushing out the bot lane. He has made 900 gold since he picked up that Maelstrom or what?
He's made more than that, I think. He's 1,200.
All right.
It's rough out here. It's not much, but it's honest work.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Abaddon is just such a boss. Like, nobody wants to go
Yeah,
on
he
him.
TP's in. Oh, he
And
gets my Tempest
shield.
the moment the arena comes out. The arrow doesn't end up connecting. Stunned up now on the Mars. Queen of Pain gonna come in. Heads for the Dagger. And the Spirit Vassal. Ultimate comes out. Zag is going to be able to get the kill off for the next assassin. Makes avoid jumping in and getting some stuns off as well.
He's still alive.
Have to commit the Chronos Spear. They get the kill off for the 70.
Kill him.
He is still alive for way too long. You don't have the Supernova anymore either. You end up getting the Chronos Spear off onto this Ursa here, but you're not going to do near enough damage to finish him off. He's just going to turn on you. That is exactly what he does. Slaughter as well, trying to tree with the Ursa, but he's inside this enrage. You cannot do any damage to him. TZY throwing out the high fives on the QAQ. They try to chase him down.
If the X-Max comes out, he's dead. And here it comes.
Here's the boat. He's going to try to dodge this one, maybe? No, he's not able to. Interrupted in the middle of the cast animation for that one.
Yeah, the only way you get out of that is if you jump while he pulls you back, and you don't actually get pulled back, but didn't manage to time it quite right. Yeah. I don't know what's left for CDC here. They're probably just processing the loss at this point.
Yeah. The Queen of Pain did 4,500 damage to that last fight.
Yeah, and she got an amazing quap wave on like 4 heroes as well. And yeah, I don't know, the Nyx Assassin just lived for like 15 seconds or so.
He had no business surviving that long. He was
Yeah.
doing some voodoo magic or something.
If he sets up the Yules here on the Phoenix, could potentially be a kill.
He's thinking
He's
about
smelling something.
Yeah, this Phoenix realizes that something's up.
Mars though, he wants to cut up again. Quap is already there.
Yeah,
If you get the Vessel on you, you're just dead again. He
doesn't have
sees
this
him down the
BKB completed
way.
yet.
Oh my god! Hi, bro.
Dire's middle tower.
Come on.
Attack.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they see him now. It's on Blink over there. You have to catch him inside the trees.
You saw him?
Ends up, yeah, I get an idea where he is. There he is.
He's dead.
He's as good as dead now. Nyx Assassin coming in, hits him with a Vendetta. The Impale comes out. The high five again. TZY being a bully, man.
I mean, look at the laning phase. Level 4 Shadow Strike? Definitely a bully. Who does that? You grieve your own game just to be mean to the guy.
Just wants to shut the enemies down. He becomes the abuser, you know? Probably had some
Yeah.
rough games before this.
I mean, when the offlaner becomes the guy that actually bullies super hard, you know, that's prime territory right there.
Does Phoenix go down in the mid lane? Cleaned
Yeah,
up very
BKB now
quickly.
done on Ursa as well. AC almost done on Kunkka. They're just getting more and more tanky. Honestly, it's kind of just how Magma loves to play. Being tanky, itemizing tanky.
Yeah, it's a very safe
Quack?
way of playing.
He's not even moving.
You know, you mentioned the mental damage portion of this game. I think they are there. Magma's destroyed the mental of CDEC.
What mental state? There's none.
Minds are broken. Roshan gonna respawn another 1 minute, by the way.
Mindbreaker isn't even out yet.
Yeah, in the bottom lane, Murana gets finished off there inside the trees.
Yeah. Mercy's getting dead one. Slaughter's farming the enemy ancients, the safest spot on the map right now.
Dude, almost got scanned out by the Radiant as well. It did get scanned out. Oh, they caught it at the end. They realized.
Focus on the hunt on 7E2.
Yeah. 7E is just going to get chased down here. Again, he still doesn't have this BKB that we were talking
Oh,
about.
he can't be out.
Yeah, he'll just get used. He's going to tick out here. He does. Meanwhile, the
Slaughter's on the hill.
Yeah, they're going to know that he's somewhere around here as well. Dude, is this a Dagon? Nyx Assassin just got a Dagon, dude. He's gonna tag him. Is he gonna?
Wait, he's cosplaying an observer ward here.
Yeah.
He saw the next the guy out.
Yeah, he scouted the Slardar, I think. He caught him at the end there, maybe? It was close. I didn't have my vision dog. He sees him now.
He can solo kill him.
He's gonna tag him.
Oh, he's gonna solo kill him. Oh my god.
Hit him with the tag.
This is great GG, I think. The Nether Shawl too for some extra juicy spell damage. He has Dagon 5 queued up.
Yeah, this is mind play territory.
Oh, that could be good,
He's about to get X'd back. He can't finish anybody off. Supernova
Shield
off with the Ursa as well.
Oh no!
Yeah, but they're happy to be here. They can't finish off the Kunkka. Not with his BKB active. Boat coming in now. Doesn't have a connection with anyone. The boat buff means he's going to be able to keep going. 7E is getting absolutely destroyed here. He's stacked building up from the Ursa. He has too many dots on him, and that is it. GG is called. Super quick 2-0 here by the side of Magma. Complete dismantling in this game number 2, especially.
Yeah. That's all I gotta say.
Quite the way to start the season and end this first day here.
Yeah, it's just pure outplay. I really like the way Magma played this game. It looked really nice. Great team play, great itemization all around. Good job.
I mean, yeah, you just said that you didn't like either draft here, but these Nyx Assassin plays, I think, were pretty incredible. The bullying from TZY was also maybe a little bit too much, but I want to hear your thoughts on this one, Sanair.
The bullying was way too much. So he did a couple of interesting things in this game. Obviously, we did see the immediate rush for that Spirit Vessel, then into the Yule Scepter. And I was curious how often it's been done in this fashion. And it's been done a grand total of 4 times in this patch. Obviously, he broke all the records for the fastest people to do it. He just was everywhere on the map. I really felt bad for them also being unable to deal with Mercy. How that Nyx kept surviving these fights on a sliver of HP, turning things around the carapace. Things just got very quickly out of hand. Another thing about this Nyx, though, that Dagon that he got, second fastest in the patch because he's a boss. And after that, they were already struggling with survivability. Who could survive anything, right? Just all the bursts coming in very short increments. But ultimately, boys, you mentioned it in the draft about how this draft seems a bit iffy. But regrettably, as iffy as the draft could have been, Black, the itemization seemed to have let down CDEC once again. That mid lane Mars going for the blink instead of BKB first. We saw in the last game what can happen when you have a tanky hero buying that early BKB, enabling the fights, and when it doesn't, suddenly it just feels so squishy every single engagement.
Yeah, I think he felt very much compelled to do so just because of how bad the Slardar was probably feeling. Like, I don't know what the Slardar's communication was, or if he spoke at all, because some people just completely shut down, you know, but like, he knew he had to get something done. And yeah, it's rough. Like, that one team fight in the mid, if he had a BKB there, I can see them turn around the entire game on the back of that, but didn't happen. Both itemized into Blink Daggers, they couldn't find any pickups around the map. They were just outclassed by Magma.
And interestingly enough here, Neff, you know, we were talking in the draft about how at the very least you have that corrosive haze to apply onto the bubble. Half the bubbles we saw in this game, though, afterwards it was Faceless Void dying after the Chronosphere actually got used. What do you do? How do you take team fights when you sort of go around this idea of, okay, Void will do it for us, but half the time Void himself makes himself a target by using that bubble? Is there anything they could have done differently to play around how to use this bubble, or was this the best they could do given the circumstances?
I honestly think it was the best they could do given the circumstances. Like, BKB would solve all these problems, but it's kind of like what Black was talking about during the game. You know, you go for these double Blink Daggers at the beginning of the game. This means you have no damage coming out. You have like kind of okay setup, but Magma keeps on outplaying you in these team fights. This is one of this is the team fight that the Mercy had absolutely no business staying alive. Look at him; he's in the middle of all these heroes. He's inside a Supernova and a Mars Arena. He ends up getting like Chronosphere towards like the end as well. Or no, he doesn't have to drop the Chronosphere off of him, but it's just like 5 heroes on top of him beating him down. He's getting his spells off like twice during all that. He had won the fight for them. It was insane to watch him survive that long.
Yeah, I think it's the biggest problem is just the item build combination of every hero, right? Like, you build 2 Blink Daggers while also building no real damage on the Void. Like I said, the typical build is Mom into Maelstrom. He just went straight into the Maelstrom, so Phoenix is your only damage dealer. There's no way you can win any team fights. Like, it's just impossible.
Yeah.
And it doesn't help either when Slaughter, who's supposed to help with some of that damage, is just getting picked off every single time. Slaughter's just dying at the beginning, can't really apply his spells. You know, in the draft, I was actually going to ask, are we going to see them try to rush maybe some Aghanim shard on this hero just to get some more AoE initiation? Yeah, you can never get to that point if you're just dead, you know, can't farm under these conditions. And again, we see another chrono, so many heroes caught up in it, but where's the follow-up? Dust just hits BKB, Kazi presses Q, and then that's it. Fight's over, you've got nothing left. Everybody just has to run away. And after this keeps happening, no surprises why CDEC did decide that this was the moment to call GG. Nothing left to play for. This game completely unwinnable at this point in time. And Team Magma, very solid 2-0. Black, you wanted to see more consistency out of this team. You wanted to see a higher floor out of them, given that they do have a pretty decent ceiling. Is the floor higher than what we saw in Div 1 from them after this series? Do you have a better opinion of Team Magma right now?
It's hard to say at this point. I want to see them square up against the your two favorites. And then after that, I'll be able to make a much better judgment. But like, if they can beat IG or Team Fusion, like they are definitely ready to go back to Div 1 again. What happens after that, nobody knows. But, you know, as I said, this is home turf for them. Like, this is, it can't get much better for them. You know, like, if you beat us here, you deserve it.
Neff, Black did mention some of the other teams that we are going to be seeing in the future, like IG, a team we've already seen in Team Fusion. You know, squads that everybody is sort of wanting as favorites, right? Especially me, you know, for some very biased reasons. But a lot of the other teams that are in the mix of Div 2 have also improved somewhat or have made some roster changes that seem very promising. Obviously, we know the Team Magma, they're at home. They're sort of like going to be our gatekeeper. You have to be able to progress past them to see where you really stack up. For CDEC here, it's a bad loss, to be sure, against Team Magma, but is it a crushing loss? Is this the kind of loss that completely derails them and their mentality going forward into some of the stronger teams, but as well as the teams that are chasing that pack and just trying to stay in Div 2?
I don't think it completely derails you and kills your motivation. I think it lets you know that, you know, what you're doing as a team fundamentally needs massive improvement. If Magma can do this to you, then you need to like restart what your entire strategy and understanding of how you're playing together is. Like, you should never be dismantled in such a fashion. So I think, you know, they'll have tons of things to learn from this series, and probably take that to the next patch.
Question for you.
Yeah.
Is this, you're an anime expert, is this one of those anime moments where they're like, I'm so useless, I'm going to quit football? Or is it going to be like one of those moments where like, they're so much better than me, I strive to become like them?
It's a shonen anime moment, Black. We got to understand, like, it shows off the power of CDEC. They make it through the qualifiers. It's like the first couple of episodes. And then they see this overwhelming villain. Yeah. And then they're like, I got to go through a training arc now.
There we go.
Yeah. It's just the you know, fundamentals of any shonen. You need to understand, Black. So CDEC is only going to improve from here. Yeah.
Well, it can only go up. It can only go up. You know, they just managed to squeak into Div 2, just got demolished by Team Magma. Before we close this one out, gentlemen, Black, I want to ask you, right? If you're the coach, what's the one thing that you think is the biggest issue to work on, the biggest detriment to that squad right now, that if they at least work on that particular aspect of the game, they have a much better shot? Because you can't fix everything in the short span of time that we have. So what's the big thing that you would focus on as the coach?
It's pretty easy then. I would just say draft. If you can manage to get an even draft, you always have a chance at least at winning a game. But if you're outdrafted against a better opponent, you have zero chance of winning. And if you somehow manage to outdraft an opponent, then you actually, like, the ball is in your court. You know, so definitely draft.
I want to disagree with Black real quick. I think that they can play around the cooldowns very well. There was like 2-3 times that game where they all started making movements with each other. They just weren't able to take a team fight because their abilities were like 20 seconds off of cooldown. I think that really slowed down their momentum.
Or the Mirana TP mid as well.
Oh, God.
It just felt like very poorly communicated overall. But
so draft and communication, that does seem to be the issue. I mean, looking at those games, I think those are the ones to highlight the most, especially in the way that they approach these team fights, because it seemed like everybody had different ideas on what the purpose of any given fight was supposed to be. But CDC will have a couple of days to try and figure that out. And Team Magma, you know, as much as they'll be happy with the 2-0, it only gets more difficult from here on out for them. And they have their sights set back towards Division 1. And given that Div 2, you don't get DPC points, this is quite important to place highly here because you increase your seed potential for the qualifiers to go to TI, which the entire year revolves around TI. So all of these teams will be having that in the back of their minds, thinking on how to get closer to there. With that, though, we are going to be closing this one out. Final thoughts, gentlemen, on where do you expect prediction, Neff? Where do you expect Magma to end at the end of the season here?
First, I think they're stronger than a lot of these other teams. IG have broken my heart too many times, and I don't think Team Fusion is going to be as good as a lot of people think they are. Boom.
All right, Black, what do you think about CDEC? Where are they going to be winding up at the end of the season?
7th or 8th?
7th or 8th? Well,
Yeah.
wow.
You don't think they're going to go through the Shonen arc, man?
It's hard to say. Like, usually a team that wants to stay in Div 2 really destroys those open qualifiers, and then they end up somewhere in the middle. But the fact that they just barely eked out some victories in the open qualifier is worrying. It's worrying.
Well, the Team Magma being predicted first by Nef Sensei, and of course CDC being predicted for relegation yet again by Black. To find out which one of these predictions, which one of these futures will actually come to fruition, you need to make sure that you stay tuned to every single day of Dota. Easiest way to do that, follow the channel here, go over onto Twitter as well, follow Perfect World Esports, and of course show some love to the lovely gentlemen of Nef Sensei and Black Dota 2 TV, and let them know exactly how well they did on the mic. With that, we are done for the day. Team Magma take the 2-0 victory. Earlier on, Team Fusion took a 2-1 victory, and that's the first day of this third tour of the DPC. Keep tuned, stay on track, because we'll be back with some more Dota 2 action very shortly. We'll see you then.